Greetings and aloha. What's going on? It's Mike from livemyassoff.com. So glad you guys are here. And I'm actually really glad I'm here too. It's an honor and a gift to wake up this morning. And I hope to be able to share that with you to the best of my ability and potentially make you smile. We may even cry together today. Who knows? I'm basically knee deep in my first 3-in-1. And boom, we have some Aztec, ladies and gentlemen. Go Aztecs. That was the name of our team, actually, at San Diego State University. So I want to thank, I don't know if this is true. Did I see the right number or the wrong number? Let me see here. Yeah, we had like 6 thumbs up even before we started, which I'm just absolutely honored by. And I'm thrilled that you guys have come by to say hello. Okay. This guy right here, I have to, Mariano, I have to show the screenshot that you sent out to me. This was just absolutely freaking amazing. It's 3:15 a.m. in Germany. And this guy, hold on, I think I can, I think I can just share this out. And the neat part about this is I have zero expectation of my screen dying on me or my computer dying on me. Now, I can't speak to how awesome the Wi-Fi is going to be. But let me share this with you guys and see if you can see this. Yeah, absolutely. Look at that. So Mariano set an alarm, ladies and gentlemen, for 3:05 in the morning. And the thing that I find funny is it says, Mike, 10 years, 10-hour podcast. And to be clear, I've only been in Thailand 10 months, but nonetheless, Mariano, you are a trooper, my friend. I am absolutely honored to have you here, and welcome to the Cool Kids table, everybody. I am absolutely over the moon by the fact that you guys are here and hanging out with me, and I just think it's a wonderful, wonderful thing, and I'm honored to be part of this. And with any luck, I think that I bring some degree of positivity to this channel as well as to other areas of my life. And for those of you that I cannot physically hug, well, then this is the best next option. And so anyway, so Mariano, thank you so much for coming by, buddy. 3:15 in Germany. Way to go. Cody, how are you, my friend? I'm glad to see you here. Mango, aloha, my friend. Aloha and mahalo for coming by. Additionally, what I'm going to show you guys a little bit later, because I'm going to plug in an external camera, is the laptop I just bought. Now, I believe the camera that it's got in it as a default is actually pretty decent. Again, at the end of the day, I stream in 720. So, you know, this camera will do 720. It's pretty decent. But this is my new ASUS. It's a laptop that you guys have absolutely given me emotional encouragement to go purchase. And I say I really, like, already clicked. Yeah, indeed. Very, very good. You probably clicked the like button when you made that alarm in your phone, huh, Marianne? That's great, man. Hey, mine's up. Howdy to you as well. And Dave, I'm so stoked that you're still here. Dave comes in early usually. And then, of course, my ego expects him to stick around. But I know that he also has a life, too. So, therefore, 10-hour live stream. Who knows, my friend? I mean, that's the goal. I have other goals in my life, too. The default, of course, is to be happy. And I believe that doing a 10-hour live stream on my brand new laptop absolutely would make me happy, and it potentially might make you guys happy. Additionally, I have another goal for today, which is not really, it's not as much of a requirement as being happy. And whether it occurs or not will not determine how happy I am. But I was honored to notice that I have over 1,800 subscribers. I had like 1,780 and then 90, and it goes up gratefully, you know, a few a day, a few a week kind of thing. So what I think would be really awesome is if possible, I could get to 2,000 subs today. That is not a requirement. But I just thought, oh, that's kind of neat. You know, it might be kind of cool if you guys want to help participate in that and you want to basically give your friends potentially force them into a burning desire or give them a burning platform or maybe a warm urge to subscribe. I would be honored by that, provided they think it adds value. I'm not looking for clicks, guys. I'm looking for more participants in the Cool Kids table. But yeah, Mango, I might be doing that, buddy. I might be doing that. Todd, thank you so much. I have 3 articles that Todd sent me that I'm going to share with you guys. Well, okay, so one, information. Let's just say that. One of them is an article and the other one is a screenshot. So Todd, thank you again very, very much for providing that information. I love two things. One, I love getting it myself. I love sharing it with others. But I also love being able to have accurate data. He doesn't send me any articles from the National Enquirer. Let's just throw that out there. So I'm really pleased about that. One of them is more of a global issue. Basically a reference to that we have only basically 7 years left in our amount of carbon that we can put into the atmosphere before big changes occur. And then you could also argue, okay, well, right, but that means we only have 5 years to put carbon into the atmosphere before mild changes occur. And we've only had the last 50 years to put carbon into the atmosphere that have caused this gradual change. And who knows whether it's going to hockey stick or not. But I think it's an interesting thing to talk about. Specifically, I'm also going to make many references today, likely, to the Bangkok Strange podcast. The Bangkok Strange podcast is another new project that I'm honored to be a part of with my buddy Dana. He's going to come onto the broadcast later. And I also have actually a very special guest that I'm looking forward to bring on. The arguably the most important person in my life. And we tested out some technology this morning. From an area of the world whose internet is not stellar, aka the Philippines, and but with any luck, I think Gracie and I might be able to chat here on the thing and on the StreamYard, and potentially give you guys some opportunity to ask her some questions, because that would be really cool for you guys to be part of that part of my life as well. And so to that point, how are things going? There's more possibility, but as you might guess, I need to put my oxygen mask on first, right? So I need to get my visa scenario situated and set up. It's in place. It's going. I had a call with the woman this Monday, who's basically handling all the paperwork. And then I heard from the CEO of this company that I'm on the board of, and he's got to do some additional things because, of course, or not of course, but just to let you know, this is a B visa for me, but it also adds a work permit. And so therefore, the work that I'm going to be doing for this organization, which is also part of the BOI, which is the Board of Investment, there's additional scrutiny, because if you don't know, a BOI company, foreign-owned, majority foreign-owned, or minority actually foreign-owned. Well, no, that's not true. It's actually a majority foreign-owned company out of Hong Kong, but it's registered with the BOI. And so therefore, every farang that they hire, there is not the requirement to hire an additional 4 Thai people. And so therefore, I can completely understand why they were like, well, we need to really look into this guy. Does he add technical value? And I would submit that I can probably add some technical value to this startup. Being on their board as well. I mean, I've spun up like AWS instances for them in the past, which of course is, that's not real work, quite frankly. But it nonetheless is an exciting part of my life. To be on the board of companies, I've been able to do that with 3 or 4 companies, and this is an excellent one. I've mentioned before. Driver is their name, drvr.co if you care. And so anyway, so that is happening with me. I did the math. Basically, Gracie needs to be back in the Philippines around or approximately mid-February. Actually, probably like the first week really in February, because there's the likelihood that if she goes back into the Philippines, well, I'm quite certain she'll have to quarantine for 14 days, which she's done before at her house, which is fine. And then we have this appointment, basically legal appointment, to take care of a whole bunch of stuff that allows us to be together, me and Gracie, as well as me and Gracie and Reese, as a whole family, long term. And so we're taking this opportunity to do that, not the opportunity of COVID. We're taking this time in our lives to do that. So therefore, there's a court appearance that's necessary, and a whole bunch of forms, and that's like February 23rd or something. So we want to get her home at least 14 days before that day. And so why do I tell you this? Well, because if you subtract 90 days from approximately that day, then towards the end of October is pretty much the latest you could get here and still be able to get back to the Philippines and take care of our goals for the long-term foreseeable future. So I can't a little bit, going to be late 8:15 p.m. there. Yeah, absolutely, Cody. I totally understand that. And again, as many of you guys know who have been to, live streams, right, from guys from this part of the world, as well as others, quite frankly, it's a challenge again, you can't please all the people all the time kind of thing, right? And of course, that is because you are all divided up in 1/24 of time zone. And so therefore, it's a challenge. But 8:15 a.m. actually works pretty well for me here. And I believe that I can provide you with the best version of me that I can. And also at 7 p.m., I can't really do that so well. So anyway, so I'm giving this a shot at 8:15 in the morning here on a Wednesday in the Big Mango. So welcome to Bangkok and welcome to livemyassoff.com. Welcome to the Cool Kids Table. And Aztec, actually, I would argue that Aztec is probably the number one greeter. He's like the guy that stands at the door and has the perpetual smile, and you walk in and you're like, oh my God, what's this meeting going to get? Oh, hey, Aztec's here. So thank you, buddy. I really appreciate it. And he does that from a country that's even south of the equator. What a rock star. How's that even possible? Good morning, Stephen. Good to see you, buddy. I was actually talking with a friend of mine. You potentially may know him, David Giesica. He was the treasurer and secretary for the VUG, if you remember him, and he is the Dell employee. And so I was talking to him, chatting with him the other day, actually. If you also recall the woman who was the rock star that put on our global events, her name is Dawn, chatting with her the other day, too. So Dell came up in my mind. So thank you so much for what you do. I hope everything is going well. I'm sure right now, I know from my perspective, if I was still back with my real job, the ability for you guys to sell $1 million worth of buckets of hardware data center to me would be very challenging right now, especially being from higher education where it's like, oh, yeah, definitely. You can still study online. Well, we're probably not going to pay you $50,000 then to sit at home in our boxers and like take calculus. So the very highly expensive universities that I was basically working for, I'm sure it's going to be quite the challenge, because one of the things that we sort of sold you on was, yes, we're very expensive, but the class sizes are never more than 30 in their freshman year. And by the time they're in their junior year, it's maybe 15 in the class because it spreads out. People choose majors, that sort of thing. And so because of that, there's also one-on-one interaction. We had PhDs for every professor. We never had TAs. We never had teacher's assistants. It was always one-on-one with the professor, as well as small classroom sizes, team projects, group learning, that sort of thing. Well, you can't really do that anymore. So if you're going to a website to basically get a college degree, a lot of people, certainly from the historical brick and mortar type universities that have been around 100 plus years, with our big white buildings, our big white castles, you could understand why because there was the college experience, right? And in fact, we even recently, here's what's crazy, is like even 2 years ago, I believe they changed it so that if you're a freshman, you had to live on campus for the first 2 years so you would get the full college experience. I don't believe that they restricted you from having a car, so you could like get around, but you basically had to live on campus, I believe, for at least the first year. I know that was the case. And get ingrained in the full college experience. So that's going to be a challenge. So because of that lack of revenue, I bet the higher ed vertical is a real bear right now. So good luck to you in everything you do, Stephen. You're a good guy. You're a great guy, actually, and I'm honored to know you. And we need to have coffee again, don't we? So what I ended up getting is, yes, ROG, which is the Republic of Gamers. I got the ASUS ROG Tough Gaming, and I don't know the exact model. I bet I could figure it out, right? But here's the specs on it. And I'll tell you why I went with these specs and not necessarily the specs that I had touted in the past that I was going to get. It's got 8 gigs of RAM. It's got a 0.5 terabyte solid state hard drive. That's like pretty standard. And yes, it runs Windows 10. The screen is large. It's 15.5 inches, which is pretty awesome. Diagonal, 144 hertz refresh, which is, decent. So obviously the quality there. I didn't realize that it actually had a really decent camera. So I'm pleased with that. A lot of gaming laptops don't have cameras in them, I noticed. It does not have a USB-C port, which is okay. Because obviously I can get converters, right? It's got USB 3.0, right? So it's the large sort of format, but it's got the throughput speed, which will be completely fine. It's actually got an RJ45 jack, so I'm stoked I can actually plug in, even though I'm wireless right now. It's got a Dynamite wireless chipset inside of it, as well as diversity antennas in the back. So I'm very excited about that. That's great. And it goes all the way up to 802.11ax, if that means anything to you. Bottom line is it's already got the firmware flushed for the new standard that's going to be ratified by IEEE for wireless communication. So it has 8 gigs of RAM, which is about 8 gigs less than I really wanted to get. I wanted to get 16. It's got a 4 gig NVIDIA video card, the 1650. And again, I share these things with people who care about these sorts of things, and ones that don't, when we can just move on. And of course, there will be infinitely more topics than just this one over the next 9.5 hours. So sit tight. So anyway, but if the nice thing is many computers, as you know, it's got 8 gigs of RAM inside of it now. I can upgrade it and I can max it out at 32 gigs. So I would submit I'm pretty much good for the next year and a half, probably the next 2 years. And quite frankly, it's got a 2-year warranty. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to have this thing for 2 years. And then if it fails after that, then it's going to be exactly the same scenario as the last one that I had, which of course I dropped on a concrete floor and the screen cracked completely. And it's like, quite the motivator to buy a new one. But here's the beauty of this. Yes, it's got 4 gigs, but it's got a Ryzen 7 AMD processor. So I'm very pleased about that. It's got 3 modes, silent effectively, because of course there's no fan speed, which simply means that there's no fan speed because you're not heating up the processors because you're not doing a whole heavy workload. Then there's the performance setting, which is actually pretty good. And that hovers you between about around 3 gigahertz of processor speed. And then there's turbo mode. Believe it or not, my 2020 laptop has a turbo button. When you kick it into turbo, it goes to 4 gigahertz. And so, as you know, historically, sort of the beauty of an AMD processor, while it effectively has a very similar chipset and obviously runs almost identical code and does the same processing sort of paradigm and quality as an Intel. But its ability to overclock has always been sort of the default. And a lot of, high performance guys, meaning the guys that would game and that sort of thing, they're like, well, I'm going with AMD because I can really, turn the knobs up. So when you put it in turbo mode, it goes to 4 gigahertz of CPU, which is pretty stellar. The only CPUs that I've bought, like certainly for the data center, that have been able to go up to 4 gigahertz as well as 5 gigahertz have been IBM. And those are obviously rock solid processors, but how much did this whole thing cost? $679. I was amazed because it's got the very most current chipset. And again, I can buy an 8 gig RAM stick to get myself up to 16 gigs of RAM. But again, you got to remember that I came from a $160 laptop that, yes, it was running Windows 10. But the point is that the performance was horrible, right? And I would and the video would shake around and stuff. Couldn't have more than 2 or 3 tabs open at any given time. So I'm very pleased with this. And for $680, I am over the moon thrilled. The joke, Dana and I went and got it actually, and he'll have a little bit of footage that he took from his Hero 9, his Hero 9 Black that he just bought, that he took when we went to basically the IT mall yesterday and purchased this from Banana IT or Banana IT, if you're from or familiar with Bangkok. Totally worth it. Absolutely thrilled. Big fan. So that's what I ended up getting. But yes, it is part of the ROG, the Republic of Gamers sort of line of PCs. Now, laptops. Now, obviously, Hike will probably show up. Hike and I he mentioned it, and I said, yes, I completely agree with you. On the Zephyrus model of the ASUS gaming laptops. I looked at that initially and was like, yeah, this is awesome. And it's lightweight, which is great. And it's got a smaller footprint. It's got a smaller screen, which I'm like, okay, I'm okay with that because it basically fits in my bag. Now, this one is only at 1.7 kilos. So it's not, it doesn't weigh like as much as a car. And one could argue that, certainly by today's standards, it's easily a desktop replacement. I mean, it's got enough CPU and it's got enough beef to basically compete with many of the decent desktop machines that you would buy today, sans the ones that have like liquid cooling and are just absolutely crazy ass gaming machines. But obviously, again, it's only got the 4 gig, of memory inside of the NVIDIA GPU. But the cool part is that it is so efficient at assigning tasks to that GPU. Additionally, I didn't realize this. It actually has a secondary GPU on the motherboard provided by AMD. So it's the Radeon chipset. And so they have that in there too. So it's actually got 2 GPUs. So GPU 0 is the NVIDIA card. And then secondarily is AMD. And it's nice. I've seen the performance, like when I'm running a whole bunch of graphical processing tasks, it actually offloads things like it sort of titrates them really slowly. Anyway, it's a very, very great machine. And it's $680, guys. Are you kidding me? That is amazing. It's a little bit bigger than I would like, but it also comes with its own backpack. and so that was nice. Comes with a free wireless mouse. And so that, well, I mean, it comes with a wireless mouse. It's rolled into the price. But anyway, I'm very pleased about it. I'm excited to be able to do a lot of things with it. I am pretty close. I'm at least 51% there at buying the Hero 8 Black, the GoPro Hero 8 Black, because of all of the, oh, wait, I'm sorry, Hero 9, because of the great pricing paradigm that they have right now, as well as the additional features, as well as, I mean, here's what's so amazing about this thing, even given how caffeinated I am and how much I vibrate, like when there's not the gimbal, this thing, no matter what, completely steady. And so it has got technology inside of it that just absolutely blows me away. AI and ML direct to the consumer, which I'm very, very excited about. And so that is something that I'm just really, really pleased to be able to get. And again, all in, if I get the GoPro Hero 9 Black along with this laptop, and I told you some of the specs, all in, I can get both of those for like $1,000. I mean, right now I've basically got an entire broadcast studio on my desk in my that is going to soon be in my backpack that is soon going to be with us down in Krabi next week. And then if I have the Hero 9 Black, then it is, I mean, just what else do you need to be a world-class vlogger, quite frankly? Well, okay, to be fair, you need the skills to be able to edit well, which I don't have. For example, I think a lot of us know CB Media. He is absolutely excellent at that. So happy 10-month anniversary. Thank you very much, dude. I really, really appreciate it, Mango. And again, that's the reason why I wanted to do this today at this time and potentially for this amount of time, meaning 10 hours. And again, I'm only on my first coffee. So that should be pretty good. I'm looking forward to seeing all the information about the laptop. I need one also, so let me know what you got. I can absolutely send you the specs. And in fact, I tell you what, here's what I'll do because I took a picture of it. I can share this. I'm trying to think where I can share this. Anyway, because of course I do not, or not of course, but I do not remember the model number and that sort of thing. So if any of you guys are interested, absolutely afterwards I will put it into the, I keep saying show notes. I'll put it into the description field in the YouTube video. And wait, hold on. Ugh, I hate when it doesn't log me into Dropbox appropriately because sorry, it didn't do anything wrong. I did something wrong. I typed in the wrong account. So bear with me as I do this in the background. But then what I'll do is I'll share this photo with you guys. And again, I'll also share the specs in the description. But if you need to or want to, then you can take a screenshot of it. And what I do pretty much for everything that occurs on my phone is all of that gets uploaded to into Dropbox. So it's very easy for me to just sort of go back to what I did yesterday. Or any day for that matter, over the last 7 years, because of my 2 terabytes of available storage, which interestingly enough, it used to be 1 terabyte, right? Well, I'm using over 1 terabyte. Crazy, right? All right, cool. And I know how to do this. So we're going to do this, and we're going to do this, and then we're going to do Dropbox Ola. And I believe that will show up there. Let me go back to the screen just to make sure. And I will kind of zero in on that as well as hide this comment briefly. So you guys can see what I got. Let me see if I can I do this? Yeah, I think I can do that, right? And then maybe if I do, okay, whoa, that's a little bit too big, dude. Okay, cool. Let me go back, make sure you guys are seeing what I'm seeing. Okay, awesome. Yeah, so basically I got, it's the Tough Gaming, right, laptop. Again, I'm going to say only, but I mean, compared to what you could get for $680 in the past, right? So the 4 gig, anyway, if you want to write that down, it's the FX505DT HN458T. And it comes with 8 gigs of RAM. You can upgrade it to 32 gigs of RAM, 15.6 inch. Sorry, I said 15.4. But the 1920 by 1080, I mean, it's so crisp. And with 144 refresh rate, it's spectacular as far as I'm concerned. And it's got the, the 0.5 terabyte SSD hard drive, comes with a 10-year warranty. And when it says Windows 10, it's Windows 10 Home, if you care. But actually, that's pretty substantial because, It's not substantial. It's okay. So anyway, so that is a little bit of that's a little bit of the technology that I got going on in my life right now. So that's not so bad. So anyway, that's what I got. And indeed, it's a pretty neat 10-month anniversary thing, because I got to tell you, like, the minute I moved to Thailand, I was like, okay, I need a new laptop. Like, I brought these with me. Like the other ASUS that I had, that Gracie and I bought effectively for Gracie, but she couldn't really make use of it back where she was or where she is in the Philippines. And so that was like $160. I got it at like OfficeDepot.com, and it was a fine machine, and you could fold it. It could be a touch screen, and all this, and it was fine, and it was certainly super lightweight. But obviously, for streaming video, it was ridiculous. And then I have the Dell Google, the Chromebook, which I paid nothing for. Which Steven, in fact, thank you, your brothers at Dell gave me to demo, because it was one of the first machines that came out that you could actually use the Play Store to download apps and install. Whereas before, if you know anything about Chromebooks, you were pretty much subject to all of the apps that were made available in the Chrome store, which was limiting in limited big time. So anyway, so there you go, Dave. I hope that helps. And any of you guys that don't have or that care, I can redo what I just did, but many of you will probably be like, no, Mike, I'm good. And so once again, I hope you hope I have some energy drink. Well, so here's what's interesting, Mango, is that for the most part, if you know me, you know that, yes, I do ingest caffeine, but I don't necessarily need it. And the other thing that, as I've shared with you guys, yes, you keep me sane on these things, but you also fuel me to basically, hang out. Like, in other words, again, like I've always said, it's the cool kids table because you guys are here, and I want to be a part of that, And I may be the guy at the head of the table as Aztec is welcoming everyone into the room. But for the most part, it's a team effort. You know what I'm saying? So I do have some energy drinks, and a lot of that is internal water. Got into traffic, so just listening. Great to be at the Cool Kids table. Mr. Mitch, I'm totally stoked you're here. Drive safely, sir. And hey, Jose, thank you very much, man. You are a new viewer / subscriber that you said at the beginning of the show. So I really want to thank you. Thank you so much for coming by. I am way behind on comments, guys, but so hey, Jose, if you don't know anything about these live streams, I am rarely current on my comments. So I absolutely apologize. I'm going to say this, but I'm not saying it because I need the cash, okay? But obviously a technical way for you to get your question, statement, comment, that sort of thing thrown at the top would be to basically super chat me or super sticker me. And don't forget, super stickers, I think it's like 99 cents. But do not do that, okay? Because I don't want you to, first of all, let's be clear. 30% of what you give goes to YouTube, which, again, I have zero problem with, but it's an important data point. Because at the end of the day, they provide me with a 105% reliable global infrastructure with unlimited bandwidth and unlimited storage at effectively unlimited speed. And so therefore, the relationship I have with that data center provider, I'm quite comfortable with giving them 30% of any revenue because it's top line revenue. And so anyway, but yes, hang in there. And again, hey, Jose, thank you so much for coming by. When Mike says long live stream, I am positive that I'm going to be grumpy at work tomorrow. Oh, well, only 5 work days to go. Absolutely, dude. I mean, again, and here's the interesting thing that I always used to say. And again, maybe it's just like, oh, for the love of God, Mike, it's you and your damn rose-colored glasses. Is that you go to work, right? And you pass by people in the hallway. And unfortunately, I don't know whether it's because of the movie Office Space or not, but the point is that a lot of times on Mondays, people will be like, oh, it's Monday, Hey, how you doing? Not bad for a Monday kind of thing. Wednesday, it's like, oh, yeah, it's hump day because you think you're like really cool like you were when you were in like 3rd grade and you could use the word hump and basically get away with it. And you thought you were like really pulling one over on the big kids, on the adults, and then you would say something, oh, I can see the weekend from here. And for the last like 5 years, people that I would see and they would say something negative about it being a Monday. And I would say, oh, hey, how you doing? And they'd be like, well, it's Monday, kind of thing. And I'm like, okay, the people that really only have the opportunity, they only have the validity in their life, that basically are the only ones that should be able to complain about Mondays, the unemployed. Okay. So like, don't forget, yesterday you had nothing to do and you were just sitting around being with your family, which is awesome. We get 2 weeks, we get 2 days vacation every 7 days in the United States, okay? For the most part. And then you got to wake up potentially earlier than you'd like. Okay, fine. Get in traffic, maybe not real, but you showed up somewhere that magically puts money into your bank account every day, every 2 weeks, every month, whatever. And for the most part, allows you to go to a doctor and pay less than you would if you hadn't been here on this Monday. My point is that as many of you guys know, yes, I have rose-colored glasses, and I like to use the phrase I get to versus I have to. I don't have to pay my taxes. I get to pay my taxes. I don't have to go to the DMV. I get to go to the DMV. I don't have to go to work. I get to go to work. So I would invite you to try that hat on, and it might be very uncomfortable for you, and you might be like, oh, is there any way I could like have a thumbs down that's like 3 times the size and like push on that like a giant, red button? So that may not work well for you guys, but I can tell you right now that I like to look at life that way, and I would invite you to do that because that's kind of what we do at the Cool Kids table. Let me just throw that out there. I'm actually very excited about that. And in fact, here's the thing too, is I'm going to try and catch up on comments. How many times have I said that an hour later? And so this comment this is 8:21 and it is 8:46. Oh, I'm only 25. I prefer a large rise in sea level. My home will appreciate once the ocean gets closer to yeah, I know. Absolutely. Mine sub, right? Everyone in Phoenix is like, oh, dude, I cannot wait because California's gone and I'm going to have beachfront property in Phoenix, baby. That's going to be epic. You like the Bangkok Strange podcast. Thank you very much, Hike. And I hope you not necessarily paid attention. I hope you heard, if you wanted to, the specs of the laptop that I gave. And as I mentioned, I didn't end up getting the Zephyrus because of cost. It was 47,000 baht for the one I wanted. This one was 21,000, which is just I could have bought like more than 2 of these. And so I did that. So absolutely fist bump, Todd. And you act a lot happier than anyone I've met when you mentioned a court appearance. Yeah, well, because here's the beauty of it, right? We're going there so that we can get the proper birth certificate documentation. That's the short answer for her daughter, so that we can then get her daughter a passport so her daughter can start traveling with us. Because her daughter's like 12 or 13, and I absolutely want to give her the opportunity to travel outside the Philippines. Because again, if you guys have known the phrase that I use, as far as I'm concerned, she's going to go to a university in Singapore and study electrical engineering. However, she's 13, so she wants a mountain bike. So somewhere in the middle of that, I'm sure both of us will, well, she will find happiness and I will come to accept it. So anyway. Oh, cool. I'm glad you remember Dawn. Yeah, she's awesome, dude. She's in, she sent me some pictures. She's like hiking. Because I mean, she's basically going to lose her job, right? She's going to get laid off from Cisco. And so I think she's got I think they rented like a motorhome and they were like touring Utah and they were hiking and stuff. So I was just like totally awesome about that. I'm sure it is, buddy. I'm really sure it is. And Aunt Steven, I don't know that many people, and I certainly don't know anyone who's, basically constantly messaging me saying, oh my God, Mike, my company has a war chest full of cash. How can I possibly spend it? Do you guys know a guy named Steven? Right. So, but in any case, if there's anything I can do to help, please let me know. Because the executives, the leadership at Dell was always excellent at me. Their customer support at 1-800-FIX-MY-DELL. Yeah. Not a big fan of the leadership trickle down there. Wait, what? And a VPN? I use ExpressVPN. And I don't have that on right now. But if you want to go to buy it basically and try it out and you get your money back, doodly.com/VPN. And that'll take you to a link at ExpressVPN. And those guys are really good. Their customer service is stellar. So turbo for the win. Yeah. So what am I on right now? I believe I'm on. I am on. Oh, so there's silent, there's performance, and there's turbo. Can you hear the fan? Hold on. So that's the, so I think when you hit the turbo button, it could be a marketing ploy where they're like, look, dude, let's basically not do really anything. But when he hits that turbo button, just turn the fans on, make them go like 7,500 RPM, because otherwise, like right now I'm on silent. And really all it did is, and in fact, I'll even, let's see, I'll take a look at the performance inside of Task Manager. Did you guys know that there won't be a quiz later, but but there is going to be a Geek Fest. So right now I'm getting, see, here's what's so awesome about this. I'm using 36%, 34% CPU, but I'm using 31% GPU, and I'm only in the Chrome browser, but obviously I'm streaming video as well as audio. So the graphical processor is like taking a lot of that. And it does 3D rendering, which of course you don't see, but it uses the background processing that it would normally use to do 3D rendering to do this 2D rendering. So it's incredibly efficient. I'm using 46% of the RAM. I kind of wondered whether I would bang up against the rails on 16, but really didn't, or on 8. I didn't really think I did. So basically I'm using 4 gigs of RAM to do what I'm doing right now, but I am more than okay with the performance. Additionally, if you guys have like Windows machines, you know that usually when you turn it on or when you start something, the default setting is to slam right up against 100% in CPU. And with this machine, it has never gone over 44% CPU. So that's pretty good. As far as memory goes, I've never used more than 3.5 gigs. The Wi-Fi peaked at 800. Actually, we're at about 7.7 megabits per second right now, which is awesome. And interestingly enough, what GPU am I using right now? I'm using basically the second one, which is the AMD Radeon. I'm not using GPU 0, so it's hopping over to that for basically better performance. Anyway, so I'm in silent mode right now, but if I need turbo, if you guys are experiencing any sort of imperfection in the video streaming, you let me know. And we'll go all turbo. Remember the old IBM? Absolutely. And who turned it? Actually, I do vaguely remember turning it off. And I can't remember why. Maybe I was like trying to read some text document that was scrolling too fast. But yeah, that was kind of, I know, right? Totally ridiculous. Both Dana and I were sitting there going, it's 22,000 baht. I mean, it's 21,900, but like 22,000 baht for a machine with 8 gigs. It's got a half a terabyte solid state hard drive. I'm thinking, okay, maybe it's got like a spinning disk, which is why it's inexpensive, right? Or they're trying to blow it out. But no, it doesn't. It's not like it has a 5 series processor. It's got a 7. It's not like it's got a cheap video card. And again, it's got 2 GPUs in it. I had no idea that would show up. And it doesn't have USB-C. But guess what? More than okay with that. Hey, Joseph, good to see you, buddy. Thank you so much. And again, as I might guess, the other guys at the Cool Kids table, and specifically the greeter Aztec, welcoming everyone. Andy, thank you for coming by, man. It's great to see your name in here. And also thank you very much to basically all of you guys for coming by the Bangkok Strange podcast. That's meant a lot to me. It's meant a lot to Dana. And it's been really cool to interact with you guys during the time. As you probably guessed, we get a lot more vulgar on that show. I don't usually ever say a few choice words that I say in that podcast on this one. Because again, as you know, my mom watches this. I love a Zephyr myself, but the price is ouch. Yeah, again, you know, here's the thing, right? It's like I have the money, but what do I want to do? And I looked at it and I said, okay, do I want to spend, let's see, what would that be? It was $1,600. Do I want to spend it on a laptop that's going to last me 2 years? Sure. I mean, if I was really concerned about it, it would simply be like, okay, I'm just not buying a Mac. As long as I don't buy a Mac, then I basically don't spend $3,000 and I get a fine machine, right? And trust me, I love Macs. I had them for 15 years. The problem is, or not the problem is, but the difference is over those 15 years, I never paid for one of them. And one of them I know cost $5,000 because it was like the newest one at the time. And it had like 16 or 32 gigs of RAM and a half a terabyte solid state hard drive. Hello, Ken from San Diego. Where are you from in San Diego, buddy? See, now, and here's the other thing too, Ken, I have seen you here before, so you probably know that comment came in at 8:35 and it is 8:53. And no, I don't have dyslexia, which is why I'm answering it now. But where are you from in San Diego? The last 6 years, I was in Coronado. Before that, I was out near, it was basically San Carlos, but it was like right on the, so it was La Mesa by Lake Murray. You can leave as long as you're vlogging. Absolutely, buddy. As long as you're vlogging. All right. Talk amongst yourselves. Have the Hero 9. It is worth the first time purchase and even an upgrade. Oh, wow. Mindset. When did you get it? Because Dana got his like 2 days ago, or maybe even yesterday. Well, he got it 2 days ago. But good to hear, man. I find it to be spectacular, a great thing, and I can't wait to. I mean, as far as like my first, well, I had a GoPro when they like first came out years ago. It was given to me in like one of those raffles in an IT thing. They're like, hey, everyone that gives us your email so you can get on our list. They failed to give you the second part. We'll get could potentially win a free GoPro, and I want it. So 8 gigs of RAM will be plenty to edit 720 video and 1080p, especially with that CPU. Probably 4K as well, but I upgraded to 16 on my laptop. Yeah, I'm totally stoked about that hike. In fact, the joke between Dana and I as we were standing there in the showroom is like, okay, dude, basically you're just going to order 8 gigs of RAM like on the train on your phone on the way home. And I don't even know what 8 gigs of RAM costs, but I'm quite certain it's not a lot. And it's only 2,400, right, Mega? So I'm thinking it's not going to be that crazy expensive. Indeed. I have to cut video. No, absolutely not. 17 up, 0 down. We love the 0 down. Actually, I don't really care about that. But what I care about is you 17 guys, you 35 currently watching. Thank you very much. And the 17 million shock has never hurt, my friend. Absolutely. That just never hurts now, does it? Do they sell Dell Latitudes there? I like that model. They absolutely do. Candidly, though, I mean, well, I don't know how candid this is. I'm actually quite public about it, which is one of the reasons why I stepped down from being on the board of being the president of a user group that was effectively not initially owned by Dell, but got bought by Dell Technologies. Is their customer support for laptops is offensive, as far as I'm concerned. Every experience that I've had with them, be it via chat, via email, or via phone, there is the initial level of incompetence that I found that I just either had to put up with or take my money and give it to another manufacturer, which has been my solution. So unfortunately, I'm unwilling to, basically, I'm unwilling to praise them financially for incompetence. Now, the hardware, one could argue, is very good, okay? It is overpriced, though, as far as I'm concerned. Because, again, at the end of the day, Mac is overpriced, okay? But the hardware is rock solid, and it works really, really well, and it holds its value pretty good, too, if you're thinking about, like, upgrading in 2 or 3 years, okay? And my experience with Apple support is it's great, okay? Dell Latitudes pretty much have the same horsepower and that sort of thing as this machine that I have here right now, but the comparable Dell is, like, almost 2 times the price of this, okay? And, again, I got a good deal on this, but let's just say for the sake of argument, it's 50% more. And so that has been my experience. So it may not be yours. And I hope that 1-800-DELL provides you with amazing customer support, especially if you like their machines and they can follow through on their commitment with integrity, should you have a problem. You have 7 days till you go anywhere, right? I am here until, oh no, that's Todd. Sorry. Good. I'm glad you guys are talking about that because I know, and again, Todd, thank you so much for all the information. He gives me and Dana and this channel, quite frankly. Nice. Yeah. That again for the money, right? Like for less than $700, dude, all day long. Next Tuesday at 1:20 a.m. Let's see. So 1:20 Eastern is gonna be that would be 12 noon here. So that means if we start a broadcast basically at this time next week, 1 week from today, if we do a broadcast starting right now, if we do a live stream right now, we can bring Todd on from the airport and he can it can be the mighty Todd departure extravaganza of eliteness. He can take his visa and be like, hey guys, guess what? Chest bump. What are you doing? Want to come with? Oh, wait, you can't. So I am so excited for you, Todd. That is outstanding, dude. And thank you for sharing your journey with us here. Rupert, stop modding for Steph. Oh, Steph or what is it? What's his name of his channel? Steph Traveler. I mean, I know his name's Steph, but I've never met him in person. He also shares the love of technology. Maybe not to my level, but he's also, I don't know if he's an engineer, but he's definitely a technologist for sure. Meaning, I don't know if he's got like a bachelor's. I think he actually has a bachelor's in mechanical engineering. I can't remember though. Sorry. Just paid for 4,000 baht for Windows 10 Home. Really? Yeah, again, I used to be part of higher education, right? So I get a lot of the benefits for free. And by that, I don't mean that like I left my employer and I took stuff with me. I was a student. I actually got my master's degree while I was there too. And so as part of being a student in higher education now, not when I was getting my bachelor's 2 decades ago, 3 decades. Wow. A while ago. You get basically email for life. That's kind of a thing that many universities have allowed you to do. And because of that, you can log into things like Office 365 and get, but anyway, yeah. So I guess one could argue that maybe if you were to put 4,000 baht into Windows 10 Home on this thing and subtract that from 21,900, that's pretty awesome, right? Yeah, so that's pretty cool. So basically 17,900 baht just for the hardware. But again, it's all rolled in, and obviously Windows, they give it to the manufacturers, right? There's very little licensing cost involved. But AMD with an NVIDIA, isn't it interesting? Yeah, thoughts, ideas, and what? Yeah, great, good to see you. I don't believe I've seen you here before. I'm honored that you came by. But that is sort of interesting, right? I found that I was just like, wow, that's crazy. I mean, it's almost like I get an extra. I mean, I didn't, I certainly wasn't like, well, I have to get a machine that's also got. But obviously, there's some GPU like maybe inside of. Well, it won't be inside of the main CPU. But, and I'm, oh, wait, hold on. Oh, I just got a kiss from Gracie. Oh, wow. 8:14. Wow. She was ready to go. Maybe I should bring her in. Hold on. I'm going to get back to, what is this? We keep you sane and we make you feel sane. Or we make you feel sane. That's a good question, Hugh. I don't know. I mean, I guess I just kind of say it, tug it. Yeah, indeed. Where is my scarf? Well, let's be clear. I don't keep my silly apartment as freezing cold as Dana's studio. That bugs me. The laptop on Lazada is 21.4. How much shipping? But for that matter, I mean, again, look, I wasn't expecting that they were giving me 10,000 baht off. So here's what I will tell you, though, Dave. Actually, if you go to Banana, right, if you just Google Banana, which I believe is banana.co.th, possibly, if you buy it on there, well, you're not in Bangkok, but if you were in Bangkok, i.e. you're coming here on Friday, they will deliver it within, I believe, as soon as like 3 or 4 hours. If you're here in Greater Bangkok, I believe they'll do it for free. And I got a free laptop. I got a free cleaner. I got a free mouse pad. I got a free wireless mouse. And the wireless mouse is decent. It's like 2.4 gig, not Bluetooth. Well, I mean, it's the same frequency. Well, it's the same frequency basically, but it's Wi-Fi into the little, where did I put it? I put it in the base. It's the little thing that you plug into the USB, and that uses 2.4 gig. But that's a really good deal, dude. That's fantastic. I do want to make sure that I don't miss these comments. Although I'm also kind of in the mood to get Gracie on here. So how about we do that? And then both of us can go through the comments. Or how about this, is I bring Gracie on here. If I missed any of your hold on, I don't want to miss comments. But let me just make sure. What do we got here? Maybe one day we can get you and all the cool kids on a Zoom call so we can I would love to do that. I can tell you right now, dude, I've got the horsepower to be able to do it. So that would be pretty rad. Steve, good to see you. Cool. Avatar. That's nice, dude. I love your eyes. Wish I had hair like that still. No, this shaving's by choice. Yeah, absolutely, guys. So Bangkok Strange, if you cruise over to YouTube and just type in the top Bangkok Strange, I'd be honored and really appreciative if you guys would subscribe to that. We're at about 83, 84 subs right now. Once we get to 100 subs, then we have the ability to do some branding, which is going to be great. Additionally, today, I would love for us to be able to get to 2,000 subs, and I'm at about 1,800 the last time I looked. Yeah. Let me just do this. Let me open this in another tab, because I've got the CPU. Love the dynamic between you and Dana on Bangkok Strange. Congrats on 10 months. Glad you're living the dream. I am living the dream, Patrick, so much. And thank you again. One of the reasons that I potentially am not, I'm close to living the dream, but not completely doing it perfectly, of course, is that Gracie isn't here. But again, I want to bring her back on. And yeah, I know it's pretty imperfect, isn't it, Carl? Can't share too much. Can't talk about anything important without potential. Yeah. No, I know. It's just silly, right? I mean, it's just really over the top. By grumpy, I mean that the Venetian blinds in office will be shut. I refer to it as being diligent. You have my shut. Yeah, no, I understand where you're going with that, Hugh. And again, Hugh, thank you very much for the money that you donated to the Hill Tribe, and doing so with Bangkok Strange. 227 IPS, 14.4 monitors, new PC, 38X, and NVIDIA. Ooh, an NVIDIA 3000. Dude, what do you got? Is that like 8 gigs of RAM in that NVIDIA card? Or it's not 16, is it? Dude, that's amazing. Good for you, Rupert. Make sure you hit the like button for Mike. Yeah, I completely agree with Andy. Thank you guys very much. And again, if you haven't subscribed, I would really be honored and appreciate that. So coffee and cake at 10 months. Yeah. So that was the other thing too. I mean, I shared a little bit with you guys, and of course I've shared on my channel, you know, with my Why Thailand series of videos. If you don't know why I'm here. Greetings from New Jersey, Max. Glad you're along for the ride. Good to see you so much. Thanks for coming by. Pismo Beach. What's up, dude? Thailand sooner than later. I hope you can get here too, walking my shoes. And thank you again for the connection on Facebook. Good to chat with you, even if only briefly. The Eagles has landed. I am home now. Hello, Mike, and live my ass off. Mr. Mitch, right on. Glad you made it through the traffic safely, my friend. And how am I doing? I'm only about 10 minutes behind on comments, so give me a few minutes. Just turn my computer on, and when it works, I'm happy your chat is over my head. Sorry, Nathan. Yeah, that will be, I won't talk. I know, right? Dual GPU. It's completely bizarre, man. Completely. In fact, here, look at this and I don't get it. I don't get how it assigns one versus the other. I mean, I find that to be really, really awesome, but very curious, right? And so let's see. I think I can. Here's what I can do. I think I can share the desktop. I believe if I share my entire screen, then. Hold on, you guys can, yeah. So if I go over to here, check this out. Yeah, can you see that? Yeah, you can see that. But check that out, dude. I mean, I got the NVIDIA GeForce right there, and then the AMD, and that is, and that's what's using, all right, so there we go. That's what's using most of it right now. And I just am amazed that I've got 2 GPU. I mean, I'm really excited about it. But again, you know, I mean, yeah, okay. So the utilization spiked there for a little bit, which again, that's more of a Windows thing than certainly, you know. But anyway, so it's very exciting for me. Can you tell? But yeah, it's just that just sort of I talk about a no cost option that I thought I was getting. That would be really cool. It is a ridiculous setup for 700, man. I mean, it is. I just feel like again, I've shared with you guys before, I'm the luckiest guy in the world. It's not because of my things. You guys all know, right, that the best things in life are not things, you know. But again, you get a decent laptop like this for 700, and if I get 2 years out of this thing, I don't even know if I think I got more than 2 years out of the other laptop that I dropped. But again, that was only $160, so that was pretty so. Chula Vista Boy Hilltop area, bought a pad in Rancho Bernardo, and now live in the SF area. Ah, right on, man. So you kept moving to some place that was more expensive. Good for you. That's the American way. No, I'm teasing. SF is great in many areas, thoughts. And so I totally get that. Plus, I don't know about you, dude, but like when I would go up there, and certainly specifically to the San Jose airport, which I understand is south, of course, and not in San Francisco. But I would get up there and there would be like just this vibe, dude, like just this energy in the sense that I would be like, this is where ideas start. I mean, this is where the majority of the venture capital, vulture capital in some means has, and this is where a lot of the ideas, this is where a lot of the innovation occurs, which is awesome. Michael, good to see you. I haven't seen you here before, or potentially I have and I forgot, so I apologize for that. And glad to see you here. Where did I purchase the computer? I got it at Banana IT. I got it at Banana IT in Fortune Town. And if you want to know like how to get there or whatever, I can totally describe that. Your comment, I'm only about 7 minutes late. So if you ask me again, I'll totally go through that here on the broadcast, or you're welcome to send me an email at livemyassoff@gmail.com and I can walk you through that. So yeah, I got it over at Banana, Fortune Town. I want to say the 4th floor, but I'm a big fan of Banana. The customer service was decent, and they pretty much gave me the bundle that ASUS, you know, provides. So therefore it's like, you know, a laptop bag, cleaner, you know, mouse pad and a mouse and that sort of thing. And but we also went to the ASUS store first, you know, to get kind of a, you know, baseline on price. So thank you guys, and I want to say I love you, Dad. I miss you. Oh, buddy, yeah, absolutely, dude. That's awesome. Good for you. God, warms my heart. Thanks, Todd. I appreciate you sharing that. Sounds good. I would check it out. Thank you, Dave. You and me, good mates. Yeah, buddy. Wait, we have. What is this? What is the third one? I can't tell, Joseph. You guys I don't even know how to do the Shaka thing. I don't know. I mean, I know it's like escape something or shift, but I don't know how to do that. But thank you, Joseph. I appreciate the updates. There's yeah, I wasn't really. Tim, thank you, Tim. I really appreciate it, buddy. Hey, absolutely. Hey, dude, if you're going to get some coffee, I know that like Dana is absolutely the coffee sophisticat in the relationship at Bangkok Strange, but I do like my 3-in-1. And in fact, I'm out, so I may have to go make another cup. I may have to go make another cup. Whoop, 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 whoop. When did you meet Jeremy? So Tim, the short answer is I met him basically through YouTube. And I was watching, like maybe some of you watching me and others, right? I was watching guys from Thailand. And so I was watching guys. I'm a big fan of Bangkok, and I had been here like 6 or 7 years. And so I would just sort of, when I was home, missing the land of smiles, I would basically, start watching guys that were having, channels here. And so I started watching him and realized that he and I sort of share a little bit of, our views on life, I think, are kind of similar. He resonates with me. Let me just say that. And so, yeah. Now, I physically met him probably, I don't know, 2-3 months ago. We just sort of, because again, he's in Bangkok, I'm in Bangkok, and we just sort of met up, and it was neat. I was honored. He, was asking me some, questions about life, right? I'm 52. He's 39. So he's like, hey, old dude, if you had to do it over again, what would you do at 39? So anyway, so it was neat. And we do the show on Sundays. We did the show on Sundays. We did the show on Sundays pretty regularly. But the reality is that the way that I travel is I travel during the weekdays, which means I will traditionally leave Bangkok on Sundays. And so or I will be out of town on that Sunday if I'm staying for more than a week, because then I'll come back like on a Tuesday or Wednesday. So unfortunately, the timing hasn't been great. However, now that I have the broadcast studio in 1.7 kilos, it might be able to happen. And I could be because as you know, I have done remotes, right? And I've been in the audio and the video. Oh, it's so frustrating for me. If you guys know anything about me, or as you get to know me, you know that I'm obsessed with things like uptime and audio quality. And the video can be okay, but if the audio is bad, I get real bummed, and it's that whole history in radio. And so therefore I try and make that. Good to see you, Robert. Thank you so much. Oh, cool little avatar there. Good. Hey, how you doing, Robert? Yes, that is what's happening. Welcome to the Cool Kids Table by the Cool Kids Table. Private, good morning. Glad you're here. Thank you so much for coming by. I believe you are a new name in my view, so thank you so much. SoCal, living in the Bay Area for the past 40 years. San Francisco Bay Area, the most overrated metro area in the country, and with the current cost, not worth it. I absolutely agree. I was really disappointed the last time I was up there. I used to go up there pretty much and just go to Moscone, right? So I was like down there, and I would be Howard Street, and like Market, obviously, right? And and I like BART. BART is decent, even though certainly lately, meaning the last few times I took it, it was unreliable, and it certainly needed an upgrade. But the way I sort of describe it, and I hope you don't take offense to this, it sounds like we're kind of on the same page, but I would submit to you it's the most expensive city in the world that smells like pee. Now, again, here's the thing. A lot of innovation comes out of there, okay? A lot of innovation comes out of there. A lot of the reason why my portfolio is worth more today than it was yesterday, if you will, is because of the companies that I invested in that effectively started there, okay? So, there's pluses and minuses to everything, but again, I'm sure you're not, forced to live there, right? And you can go somewhere else. But again, the work that's there, right? I completely get why you would be there. And I got, my buddy's son, who I respect a great deal. He's doing finance up there. And he's living in San Francisco because that's where his job is, And he, like a lot of 20-year-olds, like I used to do too, you compare things that you believe you either overpay for or that sort of thing, as badges of honor. And I believe for a 1-bedroom, he's living with his girlfriend. I believe they're paying $4,800, for a 1-bedroom. So, $150,000 baht a month, right? But again, it's not like he's making $5 an hour. You make a lot and you pay. It's the whole New York City paradigm. But downtown, that's what I've heard. The financial district, effectively, right, of San Francisco. The whole not worth it thing. I would agree with you on that summary, Steve. Totally agree. Yeah, I got to get a scarf. Well, if you want, I can go get one. And because here's the thing, I need to get up and get another cup of coffee. What I didn't have time to do last night, was to make some break videos. I did notice that I didn't publish my 9-month video of me talking about me being here 9 months. However, I did play it before as basically a break in one of the live streams. And a lot of you guys were there for that one that are here. So I won't potentially play the 9-month video again. But I do want to talk about my 10 months here, as well as talk to you guys about what you got going on. Is that a certain missing scarf? Yeah, so that scarf that I had on the other day, that's Dana's, actually, and that sits in his studio and it doesn't leave because Dana likes to run the air conditioning nonstop. And because of that, I hate him deeply. No. I like warm weather, guys. Anything below 80 degrees, I'm like 80 degrees Fahrenheit. So what's that? That 26, 27? I will rarely have my air conditioner on anything below 25. Like when I go into hotel rooms and they're like, beep, 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 you know, they put on 23, 22, 18. Sometimes I'm like, what are you doing? I didn't move to Thailand to be cold. That is for sure. Dana will have to sneak me coffee. All right, cool. Good. I'm glad. You guys are obviously part of the team. Who? Jeremy? Oh, sorry. Do More Life, MedTech. The guy who, that's his channel. Good to see you, MedTech. Absolutely. Good to see you. Thank you for coming by. Yeah, you get lots of crap to look out for. Yeah, it's imperfect, man. It's imperfect. The ROI, as one of you guys was Steve was saying, I completely agree. M8, mate. That's cool. Nice. Oh, dude, glad you're at the gym, MedTech. That's really cool. Man, you've been taking great care of yourself since this COVID thing. I honor you, dude. I mean, you haven't stopped. That's great. Big COVID-19, I'm sure this may come as a shock to you. Yesterday, I volunteered for the vaccine trials of COVID-19 being held at Duke University Medical Center. Joseph, thank you very much for doing that. Well, actually, more importantly, I hope you're safe and I hope nothing detrimental happens to you. But I really honor you and thank you for doing that sort of thing. I have some friends that are actually doing that in San Diego as well. I believe Duke Medical Center has probably quite a bit of competence. And we'll take good care of you. But again, thank you very much for that, Joseph. That's great. Vaccine being tested is the same one. It was created in Russia. Yeah, I heard the same thing about San Diego. Received my first shot yesterday at 4 p.m. and I wanted to let you know that it's completely safe. Obviously, there's a 50% chance that you have a placebo in you, right? Because that's how they test it. But no side effects whatsoever. And that no clue what that says. But oh, I got it. Yeah, I got no side effects. But ha. Very funny. It's the one from Russia. So I assume that you're pulling my leg. But nonetheless, my hope for you to be happy, safe, and healthy, that is extended regardless of how juvenile you were. Just kidding, Joseph. Good one, though. Only started my portfolio this year. Better late than never. Absolutely, dude. You got to start. I mean, that's the thing. You know. And if you start and it goes down, then all that means is that it's going to go up eventually, okay? Because if you're starting right now, there's a high likelihood that you don't need to withdraw it right now. So I would really, 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 really invite you to, if the value of it goes down, do not use the phrase, I lost ... Oh my God, I lost this because, no, you didn't lose anything because you didn't withdraw it. Now, in 10 years, if the value of it is less than what it is today, then yeah, potentially you've lost money. Or have you learned something? I mean, that, you know, again, yeah, you've lost money, but you've gained knowledge. I mean, look at rose-colored glasses. You guys know my deal. I'm the rose-colored glasses guy, right? So, starting my home therapy today. To pain, much less still here, but will eventually go away, and soon I'll be great. Absolutely. See, that's what you do. Indeed, Jose. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, he got me. See, that's the downside to going late on these comments. But I'm glad you guys got a kick out of it. I thought it was funny. So be careful, comrade. Break pickup. Ah, very cool. Yeah. Mike, remind me again, did you get the elite visa or just the retirement visa thing? So right now I have a retirement visa. I got the OA visa in the United States at the Los Angeles consulate. That's how I got over here. I am transitioning to a B visa as I'm part of a company now. I'm on the board, and with that, it will be a 2-year B visa that will get renewed in 2 years. So it'll be a total of 4 years. And it includes a work permit. So that's what I'm transitioning to. Yeah, but the OA in at the Los Angeles consulate was it was simple. It wasn't necessarily easy. Like, I mean, if you consider it annoying to have to sit in LA traffic. I get it. And if that's a game changer for some people, then it's like, well, yeah, you could mail it in. But I drove up one morning and I gave them all my stuff. And then they said, great, come back tomorrow. And I came back the following day and I had my visa. So it took me a lot longer than that to get all the paperwork together, however. But it was, Mike's so slow. Yeah, indeed. I know, right, dude? I was just, well, because I read one comment at a time and I absolutely ingest it because I want to be part of you guys. And emotionally, I feel connected to you. So therefore, I don't want to leave you in this. So I'll read anything you put up. Yeah. Ron Burgundy. Go after yourself, San Diego. Right. I can't prove it, but I suspect that I had COVID-19 in February. I had 2 weeks of constant coughing, 1 night of fever, no lasting effects. Yeah. I mean, again, that's a possibility that could totally happen. Right. But again, you take really good care of yourself. Right. So, I mean, thank you for sharing that. But I'm glad that you went through it. And who knows? I mean, I guess you could get tested for that. Right. You can get tested to see if you have like the sort of other thing. Yeah, Mike has paid for several Nigerian families so far, because it was his uncle. And I thought, well, if it's in the family and all I got to do is give this guy $10,000 and I'm getting millions back. I mean, come on, your investment portfolio can't do that. But oh boy, can the Africans really? Yeah, that was a good one. You got me. In fact, I even saw the thing and I'm like, oh, okay, maybe it's that. And then I'm like, I get it. Russian. Yeah. It's all right. It's all right, man. Every now and then you got to remember, I got no friction up here. So it just goes right over my head. Before, when I had hair, there was a little bit of stoppage and the brain was like, Mike, might want to analyze that. But here's the other thing too, guys. I appreciate that big time. I absolutely appreciate that big time. I'm thrilled that you guys, again, we're just starting out, right? And it's not like we, know each other very, very well, but there are no eggshells we're walking around at this relationship. So I'm very pleased about that. Best part of investing is the first day you start and you're on track, but only getting better. Absolutely, dude. I completely agree with that. I picked shares reasonably well. I'm up. Yeah, there you go, dude. That great. Good. Because that's so encouraging, because if you get up a little bit and then you go back down, you're like, okay, whatever. I can tolerate that. But if you buy something and then however long later, when you look, Mike, did you get the smoothie? I did. Wait, just now, you mean? Hold on. Sorry. I thought I had the volume on too. And I was like paying attention. Yes, I did. Oh, happy month anniversary. Joseph, thank you very much, buddy. Buymeasmoothie.com. Yes, I did. You're amazing. And I have 9 supporters on Buy Me a Smoothie, which I really, really appreciate. And let me refresh this. The app is so Joseph, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Truly. And as you know, big fan of smoothies. And right down the street, I have my smoothie guy. And here's what's cool about this, right? Is that basically I get this money electronically and I pay the guy electronically now. He has a QR code like on this bent piece of cardboard right in front of his little stand underneath his ripped umbrella. And I just go boop, and it's 25 baht. So, which is, it's not a lot. It's 80 cents, right? So the fact that you sent me more than 80 cents, thank you for the smoothies this week. And I apologize for not doing the instant gratification. Let me see if I can turn this thing up a little. Yeah, it's on. So anyway, thank you, Joseph. You're great, dude. I really, really appreciate it. Let me make sure. Yeah, okay, cool. Translated to English is what at Joseph Pinto. Oh, wait, hold on. I thought I saw him throw some additional Russian up there, but maybe not. Anyway, it's kind of funny. Antibodies is what, thank you. Yes. I'm technical, not medical. Let's remember that. I know enough technology so that I know to google.com. I can go to google.com and search for any medical question I have. Just stop by to say hello and give a thumbs up. Thank you so much, Stuck. Thank you so much for the thumbs up, as always, as well as the abrasive measures you take to encourage others to do the thumbs up too, man. I really appreciate it. You're awesome. And I'm thrilled that everyone else is welcoming you to the Cool Kids table. How's the goddamn GoFundMe last night? How's that goddamn GoFundMe? What? Not sure exactly what you're referring to. How's that damn GoFundMe? Was someone else's channel? Is that where it was? I don't know. I don't use GoFundMe, so I have Patreon, but I don't use Patreon either. I don't. If I'm going to do anything, I'm going to do YouTube membership. And actually, here's what I'm thinking about doing, because they give me the ability to turn on the membership because of the number of watch hours that I have. Which again, I blame you guys for my success on that. But the option to turn on membership is there for me. And what I'm thinking about doing is just having one level of membership, and effectively all I'm going to offer inside of it is members only videos, because there are some of you that send me emails and I've set up appointments and that's worked out pretty well. However, there are certain things that I don't necessarily want to or feel appropriate more, talking about on like public YouTube like this, if for no other reason than it doesn't sort of add value to my mom's life, right? So now this thing, she watches these and she's like, oh my God, it's so cool that you have friends. I can't believe that they actually give you money for smoothies. I'm like, trust me, Mom, I don't either, but I'm stoked because I love smoothies, which means, Joseph, you're massive. Anyway, so that is, oh, cool. So that's an option that I might be doing that, because I don't usually Patreon. But again, I always appreciate you guys with the PayPals and the buying me a smoothie, Joseph. You're really cool, man. That's, again, not a requirement, but I appreciate it like crazy. Like the fact that you guys actually depart with your money so that we can hang out here at the Cool Kids table, that arguably I like to think makes the Cool Kids table better. But again, I do this for fun and for free, man, which is why it's not a job. It's not work. It is fun hanging out at the Cool Kids table. MedTech, VTI, VUG, VTV, and VBK would be the ETFs I spread across. Individual stock picker as well, but have significant holdings in these for what it's worth. Definitely research. Oh, yeah, definitely do your own research and determine your own level of comfort. I am very risk tolerant. Many people are not. That's what Thailand is pushing for. Oh, the vaccine? Sorry, I know I'm late on these, man. I'm only 2 minutes late on these. This is great. Yeah, Stuck came by and just said, hey, how you doing? Bye. But I do appreciate the fact that he's like, oh, yeah, definitely. Thumbs up, man. How long did it take you to learn Thai, like dollars to baht? So, I mean, dollars to baht, it's just the 30 to 1, right? That's what I do in my head. As far as learning Thai, I don't know a whole lot of Thai, Tim. I know how to say like hello and where's the bathroom and that sort of thing. And my pronunciation is bad. And Dana's wife, Jib, loves that. and I joke around about the pronunciation of it too. It's like, Khao San Road or Koh San Road, right? So I'm not really good at it. I will tell you though, the speed with which I ever got to like learning Thai the fastest was when I was in a relationship with a Thai, right? I mean, and to be fair, we were also at a Thai village. I didn't get to learn a whole lot of Thai when we first started hanging out in San Diego, California. I learned some, but yeah, that conversion. Sorry, that was just stuck in Florida. Oh, okay, no worries, man. What's this? Mike, when are you heading up to Chiang Mai? Jorgen says that. Ask that question. Well, after I get back from Krabi, and I actually need to make some reservations now because it's a 21-day advance purchase on the AirAsia Pass I have. So I may come up to Chiang Mai in 3 weeks. That might be a possibility. I was originally going to wait until Brian from New York City was coming back so we could go up there, but I think it might be a good time. We'll definitely be coming up there via train later on in the year. If you follow the Bangkok Strange podcast, you know that one of the initiatives that we have is to help a hill tribe that is far north of Chiang Mai. And to get up to Chiang Mai, we might be taking the train. That said, I might get in the mood and take the train and then do another 6-hour live stream on the train to go up to Chiang Mai. But I definitely want to come up there. And I know that, obviously now is the time, as is now between now and, February or potentially March, right, before the fires start. But I don't have a date set yet, Jorgen, so thank you very much for asking, and I really appreciate you coming by. Thanks for being here. Ironically, I'm down upon AstraZeneca, but that would change if they are early with the vaccine. I think a competitor will release first. Yeah, how many companies are working on a vaccine right now? I think I heard something crazy, like 150 or whatever. But obviously, AstraZeneca, pretty well known, right? There's Johnson & Johnson working on a vaccine. Oh, yeah, well, there's this other company called John & John. Haven't you ever heard of? No, I've never heard of them. They don't have the backing, to be able to be potentially as successful as a very large global company like AstraZeneca. So I don't invest in those companies, though, because I don't know anything about them. As I've mentioned before, I don't invest. I don't play the stock market. I don't invest like a gambler. I invest like an owner. And so I do a lot of research on their leadership, their culture, as well as their financials, obviously. The leadership is okay over at GoPro, but they've been on a steady decline. I like their products, but obviously their leadership and their financial prowess is basically incompetent. I mean, they IPO'd at 30 and they're at 40. They're at 4. Okay. I mean, I get like if they cratered, well, actually, they're a little bit above 4 and they got down to like 3.6, 3.7 or whatever in March, just like everybody else did, right? Meaning their stock, dropped 25%. Everyone's did. Or more, ExxonMobil. But 2 a.m. soy cowboy with a smoothie and a breakfast sausage. Yeah, are we going to give Aztec a hard time about the breakfast sausage at 2 a.m.? That's all right. The good news about that is that she doesn't really understand. It's a spicy Thai sausage, damn it. Absolutely. That was so cool, Aztec. And again, thank you guys for coming by the Bangkok Strange podcast. That's fun over there with Dana. It's really cool. Yeah, I went 3 ETFs myself just a few months back for first time investing. 300 Aussie dollars, top 3,000 US and top 3,000. Oh, top 300 Aussie, top 300 US and or top 3,000 US and top 3,000 non-US. Makes sense to me. And there's the tickers. How when did you meet from Jeremy? I thought I said that. So anyway, just via YouTube and then hung out. So you plan on going to Rayleigh Beach? I absolutely do, Roy. And as I've mentioned before, guys, I absolutely cannot recommend it enough. Side Trip Life. That YouTube channel, Side Trip Life. That guy, first of all, he's cool. He's normal. He's awesome. He's got a really neat personality. And the videos that he does are stellar. I watch his videos. Like I watched the one for Krabi, and I literally watched like 2 of them, 2 and 3 times, and took notes. So I was just like, okay, I'm going to go do this. I'm going to go because I have no problem copying someone else's behavior if I like it. It's not like he copyrighted that. It's not like I'm going to be innovative when I get down there. But yeah, I got a whole bunch of, go to the food center food court, go to the Ao Nang River Resort, go to the Avani Resort and get the sea view room or potentially a private pool suite, the Avani Resort Cliffside. And then I have my Rayleigh notes. East versus West, the Sand Sea Resort, the Rayleigh Beach Club, the homes at Rayleigh Beach, the Diamond Cave Resort with breakfast for 120 baht. I mean, the guy, he provides knowledge. Why wouldn't I just absolutely gorge on that, right? So I'm totally stoked to do that. And right now I'm scheduled to be down there Sunday through Saturday. And I don't know whether come that Saturday I'll like leave and come back here. I probably will. But again, now that I have the mobile broadcast studio, my belief is that I can pretty much go everywhere and do what I need to do as the way I normally do it. Now, again, I'm not going to have, softbox lights with me, and I'm probably not going to have this microphone with me, but I've got another one that is pretty decent. I believe the sound card in this machine is decent. I haven't tested it yet. I'm using my my USB. The Behringer is plugged in. This is XLR, and so therefore it's plugged into the Behringer because it has phantom power, and then USB, obviously. So effectively, it's an A to D converter. But I'm definitely planning on going there, yeah. First one is Australia-based, so know nothing but FTSE. Is okay. More bullish on the U.S. markets versus U.S. makers, like a broad market exposure. I get it. And I don't know that much. I'm an individual stock guy. I'm an individual company guy. So no, Joseph, I didn't. And I completely, here's why, is because when I was out with Dana, the last thing that I'm thinking about is cigarettes, right? I mean, because it's just like he and I are hanging out. So we were thinking about the laptop and videoing and that sort of thing. So I completely spaced on it. But the next time I go past the 7-Eleven, which will probably be tomorrow, because again, we're going to go 10 hours today, right? So I'm not going to have time to go to 7-Eleven today, although I may need to take quite a break. So I don't know if I'll take a break and go to 7-Eleven, but yeah. Cool. I'm going myself. Oh, really? When, man? I mean, I'll be down there Sunday through Saturday. So, I mean, I don't know what day I'll be at Rayleigh Beach, but I land in Krabi. And I'm thinking of going to Krabi town and then from there renting a motorbike and touring the rest of the area versus taking the taxi bus is what it's 150 baht for that bus, it seems, all the way to Ao Nang Beach, right? That's how you pronounce it, right? Ao Nang. And potentially staying there. I haven't decided, but I'm psyched to cruise around, man. It looks absolutely gorgeous over there. You impressed me, sir. Drew Goblin, the whole YouTube thing. You seem highly intelligent, yet you don't talk down to people and have a sinister chuckle. Indeed, I do. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, look, Of course, I'd talk down to people. Why would I mean, I'm a wise Alec. I'm a wise ass just like anybody else, right? And so I appreciate you saying that, because every now and then I think to myself, oh, maybe that person didn't get me when I said that, right? But again, I mean, the cool kids table is like, there's no eggshells. We're not walking on eggshells to do this. So anyway, thank you, Tim. I'm glad you're here. And any other questions or any other comments? Absolutely, dude, go for it. Okay, I'm back. Hello, Aztec. Good to see you, Stuck. Thank you so much, dude. I didn't know you were coming by. I know you came by, but I thought you had to go do something else, because it is it's only 10:30 p.m., dude. That's early for you. Very late for me if I was living in Florida right now, but you're awesome, buddy. Thank you for coming by, and thank you for coming back. You got this. It's a really good table of people. It is. And I'm just one guy. I'm just the guy with the microphone right now. But as you've noticed, when I start getting pretty late, delayed on the comment monitoring, the good news is that guys like Aztec, Stuck, Carl, Robert, everybody else, you guys are all welcoming each other and saying hi to each other. So glad you're here, buddy. Also a big proponent of the 2-bucket portfolio, where you've got 3 years cash, ladder TDs, and the rest 100% equities. That way, if the market tanks, you're in retirement. And you're in retirement. I totally get that. Yeah, I mean, I like having cash, because again, when the market tanks, you want to have cash. I didn't buy everything in March, okay, but I had a ton of cash, and then I just was like, because I mean, who knew, right? I mean, in March, you weren't going to be able to predict that not every, but the stocks certainly that I invested in or would invest in, would go up 100%, would go up 150%, And, but I love Amazon. I love the culture of the company. I love the tenacity of the company. I love the we will win no matter what part of it. But I also like Baba. They're basically a close second as far as, no, we're going to own this market. I mean, dude, they have 50% of the public cloud market in China. Do you have any idea how big China is? And that's a lot, but of course the costs are less. And so therefore their top line revenue is less and their profits are less, right, than AWS. But they're doing, a good job. And again, I understand that the news will come out and their stock's volatile for sure. Don't invest in Baba if you're like, well, as long as they don't go up and down more than about 2 or 3%, I'll be no. If you're not comfortable with like a 10% loss on a Friday and a 30% gain on a Tuesday and then a 10% loss on a Wednesday, do not invest in Baba. But I'm a big fan of Baba. Hashtag buy more Baba. No need to pull from equities, but your cash accounts. Agreed. God, I just think I get caught up and then all of a sudden, just messing with you. Dude, you can mess with me all day long, buddy. Absolutely. Especially if you're buying me smoothies. you get put to the front of the messing with line. 9th to the 16th. Oh, that's cool. So you'll be there over that holiday. If you guys don't know, there's an upcoming holiday in Thailand, October 9th through the 11th. So that's cool that you're taking advantage of that, and you'll be there through the 16th. Very cool, Roy. Shoot, dude, I may go back. So that would be awesome. We're honored to meet up. I love meeting you guys. It's so cool. I am Lex Luthor's cousin, as it turns out. Yeah, with a highly more sinister laugh. Baby. Sinister. I didn't really know it was sinister, but I guess I can understand that. Christmas trees are up today. But wait. Seriously? Like, in other words, they're starting Christmas shopping? Not possible. Really? Before October? Is that what you meant, mister? Oh, Mitch, I mean, that is just, I don't know. That's a little excessive. Just finished dinner. So yeah, not too late for me. Right on, Stuck. Whoa, you eat late, dude. You do everything late though. I mean, you've been here sometimes till 4 a.m. Florida time, which I really appreciate. That's awesome. Not even Christmas is set up at Lowe's. Wow. That's exactly what you were referring to. Wow, buddy. That's just, I don't know. I find that too early, but to be fair, I mean, if you want to talk about a place that starts celebrating, from a capitalistic perspective, start celebrating Christmas very, very early. Welcome to the Philippines. That's where they do it big time. Hope all is well. Hello, Mr. Mitch. How's your pops? Got it. Sorry. Oh, Caesar. Good to see you, right? I invest in physical gold that will cost to partially liquidate kilos. Get similar increments or smaller purchases. And some more good vibes. Good day. He's slowing down rapidly, Ed Robert. Thank you for asking. Awesome, man. I assume he was on a trajectory of not doing so good, and I'm really sorry. Amazon and Apple are now trillion-dollar companies. Did Apple, in fact, become a $2 trillion company? Is that accurate, or were they just like projecting that? But that is, I mean, and if you think about Amazon, think about how much more room to grow they have. I mean, there is no Amazon effectively in Thailand. There's Lazada. There's no Amazon in India. And there's really no Amazon in China, which again, that'll be a tough market for them, considering the hold that Baba, Taobao, Tmall has, and the way that those people interface with those things, and it's part of their daily lives. So that'll be a tough one. But Southeast Asia, I mean, considering the logistics that are maturing here and the rate with which they're maturing, I mean, again, it's not 2-hour delivery with Prime. That's not going to show up here in the next year or two. But the point is that it's getting really close. But yeah, I'm a huge fan of both those companies. Shopee is up over 200% since I purchased. Yeah, Shopee is a great company, and again, their trajectory for improvement is very salud. Is very it's I don't know how steep it is, but it's pretty constant, right? So good for them. Good investment, Medtech. I'm sure you're taking great care. I don't believe I can buy Shopee with my U.S. market. They're not like NASDAQ, right? What are they? I don't know which exchange they're on, but do you do Forex or crypto? Cardano, Chainlight, or BTC? So no, I don't do Forex. The crypto that I watch is well, for the most part, I don't watch it enough anymore. But I'm a big fan of Ripple, because I believe the blockchain effectively that it runs on, the Tangle, I believe that that technology is going to be critical in the autonomous vehicle space because of the way that they're going to communicate. It's very lightweight. Bitcoin, I learned, I mean, I wish I bought them when they were 1-to-1. Like literally there was a student that I worked with, Matt, and he's like, "Oh, Mike's, man, you should buy some of this Bitcoin, because it was $1 for one Bitcoin." And I'm like, "Oh, I should probably just throw $100 at it." And I went for it, right? And I was like doing it, and then I was trying to, because at that time it was such a pain in the. I mean, I had to like ACH money into this thing that I didn't trust, and then like buy some Bitcoin and then put it into a wallet, and then everyone was like, "Oh my God, if you don't get a hardware wallet, then you're going to lose your keys," and all this. And I'm like, what a pain in the neck. $1 to $1. What am I gonna? I have $100 in my pocket right now that I could spend versus this one Bitcoin nonsense, right? And again, contempt prior to investigation. It is the thing that squelches me from enjoyment of certain things. Now, again, to be fair, I've also said along the way, "Oh my God, I should really buy this boat," and didn't. And that was a good move, right? But but no. So I used to own a ton of Ripple, and I sold it. I will tell you that I have everything in Bitcoin. All of my altcoins I moved into Bitcoins, simply because that's like sort of the. One could argue that is what all other altcoin values reference. I mean, when it goes up, others go up, primarily. Cardano is a totally interesting one, but I don't know enough about the technology. So, I mean, I kind of, now I also hitched my wagon up to the horse of OMG, right? Omisego, because that was out of Thailand. And at the time I wasn't living in Thailand. So I was like looking for Thailand opportunities that I thought were interesting. And I thought, okay, cool, I'll buy some of that stuff. But I haven't followed it. I don't believe that it is revolutionary, breakneck technology or something like that they're doing. So I kind of blew it off. But again, Ripple and the Tangle, big fan. Can I ask how much you threw on those stocks to get started? So like Amazon and Baba. So great question. I threw some money at it, and I also pulled some money out. So, how much I started at it? Probably 50K. Invested over a number of things. So yeah, so that was probably about the start. Don't forget the new long public holidays in November and December now made. Absolutely. Thank you very much for that, Stephen. That's actually another topic I was going to talk about because, yes, there's an upcoming holiday October 9th through 11th. Additionally, there will be the long holidays November 19th through November 22nd. Which means basically you're getting a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So November 19th through November 22nd happening here in the kingdom, which is interesting, which is an important safety tip for me because my stamp, right, in my visa, I came in, obviously, 10 months ago, effectively today. And today's the 23rd, which means I came in on the 22nd, right? And then it rolls over. Therefore, I'm good until November 22nd. However, since that's a holiday, I'm effectively only good till November 18th. But again, that's a ways away, almost 2 full months away. And in two full months, I anticipate, I've already been working on it for about a month. But again, it's through the BOI and that sort of thing. The second holiday that Stephen references in December is going to be the 10th through the 13th. With that, December 10th to December 13th, official holiday here in Thailand. With that, they're basically taking Constitution Day, that's going to be the previous Saturday, and they're making that start on the 10th. And then the December 11th is Father's Day, and then they're extending that through the 13th. So, yeah, November 19th through the 22nd and December 10th through the 13th. Thank you very much, Stephen. You guys check those out. And also the newest upcoming one, or the most the closest upcoming one, October 9th through the 11th. Is that right? Sorry, October 9th. Yeah, 9th through the 11th. That'd be good. If I could afford kilos of gold, I wouldn't be stuck in Florida. Dude, I took pictures today, Halloween. Oh, my God. Are you kidding me? Halloween, I get. Come on, that totally makes sense. I mean, it's almost October, okay? But, I mean, Christmas, wow, that's girly. Got to have strong hands for some investments. Crypto can be down 50% in one day and up 20% the next. Yeah, absolutely. For sure. And, again, it was interesting at first, but then what I realized is I became a hell of a lot less interested in the value of the coins and much more interested in what kind of tech, what kind of underlying technology, what kind of blockchains these people were making, or if they were like on the Ethereum blockchain or that sort of thing. I had a ton of Litecoin for a while. I was a fan of those guys. I thought they were pretty neat. Bitcoin Cash, like all that stuff, Bitcoin Gold. I don't have any interest in sort of that. And the other reason I don't hate. The other reason I don't support Bitcoin is because to do transactions on the ledger, on the Bitcoin ledger, right? That blockchain, it's offensive. I mean, it's just so it's expensive. Even Ethereum, quite frankly, it's like, how come this didn't happen enough? Well, Mike, did you give it enough gas? And I'm like, no, I'm not going to overpay to move my money, but anyway, I believe I heard a ding, so I just want to make sure. Oh, hold on. Oh, cool. How did you wait a second. Let me Mr. Mitch just sent me something. Let me go to my are we not? No, we're friends. So Mr. Mitch sent me a message. He says Lowe's today. I assume he's also going to be sending me his picture of the so anyway, thank you, dude. Looking forward to that. I'll share it with the guys when it comes in. Got to have strong hands for yes, indeed. Aztec, message to you later. Cool. Awesome. Oh, the Philippines. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Just bought 100 shares of United UAL. What is that? United Artists Laboratories? United Artists Laboratories. God, so silly. Sorry. United Airlines. Yeah. I mean, what are they at? They're at 34. What were they at? They have been at 80. They've been up to 90. They've been up to about 93, 94. Where did they go to March? March 18th. As far as I'm concerned, basically where they dipped in March on either March 18th, March 23rd, that sort of thing. They've been down as low as 19. And if you bought them, you probably bought them recently at like 34. They were a little lower yesterday. Hold on, 5 days ago. Yeah, they've been down as low as 33 and a half. So I can get that. But man, I don't. I mean, again, very speculative. I don't believe that they're a good sort of. The other thing too is that, like I say, I invest as an owner and I invest and not as a gambler. And I'm not saying you are, but here's the reason why I wouldn't buy United Airlines. is I believe their leadership is incompetent. Their customer service is offensive, and I will not give them money as a consumer. And so therefore, investing in their stock is not, what I do. I mean, again, here's the deal. You can make tons of money if you invest properly in, marijuana stocks, right? But I don't do that. Like, I don't invest in alcohol. I don't invest in, and it's just something that I just don't do. I just have these, those are my boundaries. And you're like, oh yeah, Mike, but you could make so much money. Well, yeah, I can, but I'd rather invest in Virgin Galactic because I believe that, the desire for people to actually go to the moon, even if it's only the people that have $200,000, that's going to occur in the next decade. And in another decade, when I'm 62, I'm going to be pretty stoked that I bought Virgin Galactic at 8. So anyway, that's a long-term thing. But United Airlines, they could go bankrupt tomorrow. Delta Airlines, on the other hand, as far as their leadership goes and their quality of product and their customer service, B2C, the way that I've interfaced with them, I support them, but I wouldn't buy their stock right now because it's airlines, and that's really weird for me. I would get so sick of Christmas music in the Philippines and the ringing bell. It's excessive, isn't it? Yeah, I get it. Market cap about $2 trillion, but has dropped since the split. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's right. Yeah, it was up. Yeah, it was 2. Yeah, and then they split. Yeah, that was cool. The bright side is I would get 28 million USD when he passes. Not. Yesterday, he was joking that he was giving his millions to charity. We had a chuckle. Good for you, Mitch. I mean, again, see, it's the inevitable, right? But it doesn't mean it's the desired, because you're going to miss him. The older gentlemen that have died in my life, from old age, effectively, not just like, I've had buddies die from bad choices. But the older guys that especially this one guy, Jerry, that was in my life, he was a huge mentor for me. And the thing that I missed the most, I can't ask him questions. Like, I could literally send him a message right now if he was still alive and be like, Jerry, I'm thinking about doing it. Thank you, by the way, to the 35 people watching. I know that we got up to like 42. That was huge honor. So thank you very much for that. That just flashed on me. But you can't ask him questions anymore. So sometimes I pause and I kind of pretend like in my head, like I'm talking to his spirit or something like that. And I'm like, kind of like, what would Jerry do here? Or like, Mitch, maybe. And what would my dad do? What would my dad do with his 28 million? But I get it. Yeah, that's cool chuckles to have, right? I mean, it's the inevitable, though. It's the way God planned it. Even if you don't believe in God, trust me, it's planned. You can buy the holding company is SEA. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, and that's really all I did for. Who did I do that with? MTR, the MTR in Hong Kong. I owned their stock for a long time, and I bought the holding company. No, I'm sorry. I didn't buy it through the holding company. Well, Baba Holdings, right? I mean, that's kind of like what I buy too. So you could argue that that's a holding company as well, but good to know. Thanks, MedTech. I appreciate it. Yeah, the 28 million laughs, right? Bless him. Yeah, absolutely, dude. I love Ripple with ice. Yeah, just like who used to drink Ripple? Fred Sanford. God, I don't know why I liked that show as a kid, but it just seemed neat, like living in a junkyard. I'm glad my parents were like, yeah, so that's not a good career move. Like, it just, kind of lightly suggested I not go with the whole Sanford and Son bachelors. Hope I still have a sense of humor when I'm an idiot. Yeah, I get it, dude. I think I probably will. I think a lot of us will. I mean, again, I have a very, very, very close mentor to me, Bill, the guy that I love. Probably there's like my dad, and then there's Bill, and then there's Mike G, this other guy in my life. Yeah, Bill he is amazing, but I can't communicate with him the way that I used to be able to because he's got ALS. And it's not because he's in a physical wheelchair, but his speech is just so distorted effectively because that's just the way it happened. I mean, there's nothing that he did, but his level of gratitude is just so high, and I know that the level of gratitude I have today that quite frankly was instantiated long before he even started showing signs of this, but yeah. Remember, gents, it can all go away. My dad lost his dream home of 21 years outside of Bozeman in a forest fire, gone in less than 36 hours after it was a concern. So do more life. Absolutely. I completely agree. And that, again, that's probably another reason why why we sort of resonate with each other, Jeremy and I, which is, I like to live my ass off. 110% at 80 miles an hour. This is not a dress rehearsal, guys. As long as I can live the best that I possibly can along the way and have a really, really, really great time and not hurt anyone along the way. Like, I'm not going to step on the toes of my fellows to get ahead. That's for sure. 88. Yeah. Good innings for sure. And yeah, Sam, I wish to either be miserable, I'm glad, or happy and don't know it's coming for sure, dude. I agree. I mean, it's all the way you look at it, right? It's the infamous. That's why I have my rose-colored glasses. Yeah, it was much harder to buy crypto before. Yeah, I mean, again, but of course, the justification for private profit is private risk, right? Who said that? Thomas Jefferson. And yeah, I agree. I mean, but again, and that's the other thing too, is that the biggest learning I got from that is if I remember looking at something and saying, okay, well, I'm going to put $100 into this. Because, of course, how much money would that have been worth January of 2018? $2.3 million. So that'd have been pretty good ROI. And again, I've got $100. Like, in other words, if my net worth was decreased by $100 today, well, I can tell you right now, in the last 3.5 weeks, my net worth has fluctuated thousands of dollars because the market does what it does. And the stocks that I invest are flexible. But yeah. 2 years ago, dude, that would have been huge, huh? Or sorry, yeah, but yes. Oh, yeah. Next finish. I mean, Coinbase, right? I mean, it makes it super easy. Just huck some money in there and bam, you're off. You're good to go. What would I normally use to trade? Binance. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that. Good customer service, by the way, too. And as you guys know, I'm a fan of customer service. Oh, hold on. I thought I heard someone say, am I that far behind in my comments? It kind of bothers me that I'm that far behind, but I'm also very honored that you guys are cool with it because I like to I like to talk. Someday, Thailand, Thai wife, enlightenment. Jerry, I completely understand. Thank you for coming by the way. I really appreciate it. I like the anonymity of Monero, but I don't own any. Monero is another really good altcoin. I mean, they've got some decent tech, and they've been sticking it out big time, as Cardano. So, Joseph, I dabbled in investment in Chainlink, Ether, and Cardano. It's only 2% of my portfolio. Totally speculative. Absolutely right. For me, it's kind of the it's the Virgin Galactic of. There's my sinister laugh again. Can I ask you? I'm currently on compensation from the VA. I rate 100% for PTSD. Not married, no kids, 54 years old. Anyway, I want to move to Pattaya to start. I mean, you can move anywhere you want, dude. I will tell you though that if you are sort of reliant on in-person VA benefits, meaning that like you have someone that you speak with regularly, I believe that the Philippines could potentially be a much easier place for you to go and settle in. If you've been to this part of the world and you've been to Pattaya, for example, or you've been to other places like that. I mean, Pattaya right now is significantly different than Pattaya is normally Pattaya. Okay, so and again, I don't know how your VA benefits translate. I don't know if you can just like walk into Pattaya International Hospital like on Soi 4 and give them some type of card and you get reimbursed, or you just pay out of your pocket and then the VA reimburses you, or if that's even a consideration. I assume when you say compensation from them, then that means that is 100% of your income. So if you want to live here long term and you've got more than 65,000 baht a month coming in, then that's a good baseline to get a long term visa, retirement visa, because you're over 50. So that's it's totally an option, dude. And I'll tell you right now, there's plenty of retirees in Pattaya that are in a similar scenario as yours. Maybe not exact. What I know about PTSD is that it's not something that you just ignore and it goes away, or you put a Band-Aid on like a cut on your finger. I believe that it involves probably not necessarily constant, but regular attention to maintain and be, feel okay, because it is a very real thing. I will also tell you that I don't have personal experience with this, but the data that I've gathered on mental health here in the kingdom, it's available in Bangkok. It's not as available, but it is available at hospitals and that sort of thing. Psychiatry, psychology, that sort of thing in Pattaya. but it is not as available as it has been, at least in my experience, in the United States. So if you have a regimen that is working stellar for you and you're like, no, as long as I stay on this path for the next 2 years, all I got to do, I'll come back to the US eventually. And then 2 years, I'll go through some, I'll catch up with my doctor, that sort of thing. But I will tell you that probably any medication you're taking for that in the US is very available here in Thailand. It might not be it won't be expensive compared to what it'll cost in the US. It'll be kind of expensive relative to medications normally available here in Thailand. Like, I mean, you can go get amoxicillin for like next to nothing, right? But I mean, certain psychotropic drugs that you need to maintain balance and obviously the proper chemicals in your brain to be able to enjoy life, those might be a little bit more expensive, meaning you may pay like $100 a month on it, which is nothing compared to what you would probably pay over in the US. Made a couple thousand playing with Forex. Okay, yeah, that's cool, man. So anyway, that's my sort of 2 cents on that, Tim. And again, that's my opinion only. Obviously, or not obviously, but I will make sure it is obvious. I am not a mental health professional and can't really speak to it with my own personal experience, right? I can tell you how to not drink one day at a time. I can share you that experience. And thinking of going to Koh Tao. You ever been? I have not been to Koh Tao. And the next time that I go down to Koh Phangan, I will go to Koh Tao. Additionally, I may fly back down to Chumpon and from there go over to Koh Tao. I have a buddy who mentioned to me that he went there recently. It sounds awesome. The videos I've seen from there look awesome. And certainly this time of our lives when we can vacation, it looks outstanding because it's only child beach and it's only child boat and it's only child resort. And I'm a fan of those things. So I definitely want to go there. But no, I haven't been yet. The way that I was looking at it, when I was on Koh Samui, I knew of other islands that were around, but I'm like, no, I'm going to stay in Koh Samui. So I did that for 10 days. And it was cool. When I went to Koh Phangan for like 4 days, I was like, I like this place. I'm coming back. And then I went to Koh Phangan for 10 days. And I will definitely go back to Koh Phangan again, probably for another 10 days, maybe a whole month sometime. And definitely if Gracie was here, we would totally go down there and hang out for a month. It would be awesome. But I probably won't do that now. But again, when I was in Koh Phangan, I stayed in Koh Phangan. Guys were like, oh, you should go to Koh Tao. So probably one of my next trips, when I'm in Krabi, I am there for the whole week. So I'll take the boat over to like Rayleigh, right? But I don't know if I'll go out to any of the islands like PP or whatever. I try not to cram stuff in, but I definitely want to go, dude. I definitely want to go. I can understand why you're going. And especially with these holidays coming up, dude, that'd be perfect. I mean, 4 or 5 days. For me, I mean, again, the downside to places like that is you're effectively not chewing up, but you're effectively allocating an entire day to get there. Now, some of you will be like, no, Mike, it only takes me 10 minutes to get to Suvarnabhumi. From there, I can fly to Koh Samui, and then bam, I'm in Koh Samui like 2 hours later. Okay, I get that. The way that I travel down to Phangan and Samui, quite frankly, is I fly into Surat Thani, and then I take a van, and then I take a ferry. So for me, the transport, the commute is arguably a whole day each way, but I don't, that's part of my experience, right? So Aussie to Canadian 100. I don't know what that means. I apologize. I'm ignorant to your pips reference. I try to get to these to the best of my ability. And I don't do great at it for sure. Okay, 88 innings. Boop, 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 boop. There we go. Sorry, I missed it. 9:47 is this comment, so I'm only about 16 minutes behind. For crypto, like Ripple Chainlink and VeChain, Cardano is interesting for smart contracts. Agreed. Yep, there's a lot of them, man. October 9th. Awesome, Todd. First pictures are, yeah. So did you send me some photos, dude? What do you got here? Or wait, are they just posted on Facebook? Yeah, I know. Could you believe I said Underwriters Lab? What did I say? United Artists. It's going to be a huge consolidation of cryptocurrencies in the next 3 to 5 years, in my opinion. Spread your risk and realize it's just a hedge against. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I know. Thank you, guys. Great purchase, good balance sheet with tons of cash reserves. Love Southwest Airlines as well. I'm a big fan of Southwest Airlines. And again, I purchase as if I'm an owner. I'm a big fan of Colleen Barrett, and I'm also a big fan of their current CEO. Colleen, I met personally. I've never met, oh God, I just forgot it. I just had his name. Anyway, the guy that was the CEO and is now the CEO again. Great leadership, and I agree. And I'm not disputing their balance sheet again. I mean, but it's the same reason I don't give Dell money for consumer grade products. Because my experience with them as a consumer is that they are offensive. Their customer service they're incompetent. And it is so easy to provide great customer service that I'm like, good, you're making money. Awesome. But good. Seriously though, dude, good for you. I don't say that flippantly or whatever. And I'm not disagreeing with your assessment of their financial state. And I'm glad that you've been successful with them. But that's how I invest, right? And one could argue that it's far too emotional. It's not an engineer's way of investing, but it works for me. Patrick says to Tim, 100% VA pay is not enough to live in and enjoy Pati, in my opinion. You could do it, but you would need to be disciplined. And so, yeah, I don't know what that is, but I assume by that you mean it's less than 65,000 baht a month for the retirement visa. I don't know how that works, but thank you for your input, Patrick. I appreciate it. I'm sure Tim does too, because obviously you've got more knowledge of it than I do. Amazing hotels in Krabi right now, spoiled for choice. Indeed, absolutely a buyer's market. Guess I better book. Didn't know it was a holiday thing. Yeah, but again, I mean, it's kind of like saying, oh my God, it's a Thai holiday. Where am I going to find a place to stay in Koh Phangan? I mean, the Thais don't go there. The Thais go to Samui. But again, I don't know. Yeah, it could. Oh, wow. Okay, hold on. I just got notified. $1.49 from Joseph and $5 from Todd. Dude, thank you guys very much. Let me cruise down and find. Maybe you were like, no, Mike. United Airlines. You got to get my attention, Mike. United Airlines, you jackass. There we go. Thank you so much, Joseph, man. Really appreciate it, dude. You're totally rad. You bought me a smoothie and you gave me $1.50. You're my hero. That's totally awesome. Oh, and then there we go, dude. Chicken. Absolutely. $5 for chicken and sticky rice. That's 150 baht, dude. That's 2 meals right there. That's 3 nights worth of meals for me. Thank you very much, Todd and Joseph. You guys are great. I'm so honored that you guys do, because I know what it takes to spend $5. You have to earn 10. I mean, that's effectively the cost of doing it, right? So anyway, I'm absolutely honored by it. I'll tell you, hold on. So since we've had this wild financial success, I know I'm way behind on comments. I've been trying to catch up and then sorry, yeah. I speak at this rate. If I speak too quickly, trust me, I apologize, but I have absolutely no ability to slow down. So I'm sorry if yeah, I do. Right. I totally get that, but that's okay. If it's something that just bothers you about it and you just simply can't listen, I can totally respect that and appreciate it. And that's, that's just the way it is. I also can't grow hair immediately. So, hold on. Wait. Mr. Mitch, did you send me the pictures? No. At least I don't think you did. But yeah, I know I talk too fast. Okay. All right. Well, hold on. Let me do this because again, I'm going to be behind on comments because I'm behind on comments. Let me see if we can do this with the technology we have. Let's see if she's available. You got to remember that Gracie's working. We don't have to, but I'm telling you. She's at her shop, and I talked to her this morning via StreamYard. Hold on, what'd she say here? This will not shock you that she responded, I'm shy. Is Hike here? She's shy a little bit. Well, good. It looks like you guys are communicating with each other about the whole thing. Because again, I'm ignorant to that. I could give you my opinion, but I can't give you my experience and I can't give you information. So anyway, but good. That's good. I'm glad you guys helped out him That's great. And yeah, I know. Yeah, well, it's I don't know if it's a curse so much as it's also the way I think too. So so unfortunately, the information just comes right out. And believe me, there's been many times in my life when I say the wrong thing and I should have paused. So as far as I'm concerned, Tim, that's quite a bit of cash. That is quite a bit to be able to get down here. So what do we got here? Aspirin in Thailand is usually only via a doctor. Tylenol is common. I didn't know that about. I maybe have heard that about aspirin though, but kind of interesting, right? And then of course in the U.S. it's over the counter. Pick your brain about. Yeah, absolutely. Tim, please reach out to the guys here. And Patrick's he's been around for a while. I believe he's honest, and certainly he'll. Steven says, got to shoot off, work to do. Oh, come on, dude. You work at Dell. No, I'm teasing. I'm totally teasing. Catch up soon. Have a coffee sometime in the next 2 weeks if you're around. Can meet at True Park. Yeah, dude, that's awesome. It'd be great to meet down at True Digital Park. I met him not near where he lives, but yeah, honored. Let's do it. Let's do it, Steven. Looking forward to catching up. What about opiates? Let's see. Does it the guys here? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is about that. But again, I would guess that you would have to get a prescription for that. So you can get a so yes, Tim, and Mr. Mitch also says that you can. I've gotten packages here. It's not like it's not like FedEx in the United States. It takes a little longer, but FedEx works great here. Track the package all the way to my my mailbox, basically. Believe it or not, my parents sent me a USPS package letter registered. Okay, so it was like an additional $17. I mean, it was the $1 stamp plus another $17 to track it. But USPS.com notified me up until, and they were only delayed about 5 or 6 hours up until it was physically left here downstairs in the lobby. So, I mean, and I did not expect that from USPS doing international, because I thought once it left the US, they basically had no knowledge of it. They clearly did. Thai Post and the USPS apparently have some degree of knowledge transfer. And so I was very pleased with that. However, I would recommend, if you're going to have something mailed over here, DHL or FedEx. UPS, yeah, absolutely possible. And I know that Dana, right, my partner in Bangkok Strange, he got his GoPro Hero 9 Black via UPS, I believe. My experience with UPS is that they're not as reliable as FedEx and DHL. But yeah, you can absolutely have it sent over here. 65,000 might even be a penthouse or close to it, I think. Well, I mean, again, yeah, for rent, for sure. Yeah, my buddy Dana, he had he had a penthouse over near Asok, and I think it was like 57,000, 60,000 a month. I mean, with electricity and everything, it was probably 55. VA's given up on me. I've been out of the Navy for 30 years and dealing with Tim, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, at the end of the day, at least it sounds like you get a very reasonable amount of, quite frankly, a lot. I mean, Tim, I'll tell you right now, like the way I live, and, Gracie and I are a team, so I support that team, and I travel, as much as I want to effectively. I don't be like, oh my God, I can't afford to go to Koh Phangan. I don't overspend. My 10 days down there, all in. I mean, I'm talking like everything I did at 7-Eleven, all of the transport, the van, the $537 for 10 days, right? Vacationing down there. I mean, that's on top of my monthly expenses. And I bought a $21,900 bought laptop yesterday that will last me 2 years. But the point is I had to have the money now. And I have yet to spend $2,500 a month. So if you've got $4,200, good on you, dude. That's great. You're going to be very comfortable. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And again, Tim, if you don't want a retirement visa, and you've got some cash in the bank, not everyone has 800,000 Thai baht in the bank. And again, if you're in the U.S., it's good to get a OA visa. Now I have that. However, I can't leave the country and get back in, so I'm not exercising my ability to have a Well, I'm going to try and convince her. I don't know if she's watching. Let me see. I'm not going to make her come on. And again, like I said, we'll probably do this if hold on. I'm okay if you don't. Sorry, guys. Anyway, I just wanted to make Gracie know that this is not a requirement. She doesn't have to come on. She doesn't want to. But so how do I do with the exchange rate? And I know that you're asking the whole Cool Kids table this too. I will just give you my 5 cents, my 555 cents. The short answer is that I have bank accounts in the United States, Fidelity and Schwab. Both of those, and many expats will tell you this. Both of those ATM cards I can use globally, and I do not get charged. I get reimbursed all the ATM fees, and I get a decent exchange rate, and I get no foreign currency exchange charges. Additionally, I use TransferWise to move U.S. money from U.S. banks into my Thai banks, which you potentially don't have yet, but you could probably get. You will likely get eventually. Most people do. Some people don't. But you'll likely get a Thai bank, and then moving money from my U.S. bank to my Thai bank, I get the best exchange rate, and I don't have to worry about what the number is. I just know that I'm getting the best one, even when they have, because TransferWise does charge fees to move money, but the amount of money that I normally move, I get charged like $5. Now, if I move money out of, for example, Bank of America, and I move it into my Casacorn bank over here, in doing so, they will not charge me any fees. Okay, they're like, yeah, we'll move it for free. But the exchange rate they give me is offensive. They give me like 28 to 1. And the current exchange rate is about 30-31-ish, right? So, I mean, even with like, I mean, I'll tell you right now, I moved quite a bit of money through TransferWise, and sometimes the fees were as high as $150. Given the exchange rate they give me, which is so excellent compared to Bank of America, even though I paid them $150 to move that money, I still got more baht for the same amount of US dollars. So TransferWise is my go-to. Additionally, I think Aztec might have been one of the guys that signed up for TransferWise as we were having this discussion, because this discussion comes up many times with many sort of expat related. Oh my God! Wait, hold on. Did I miss something? Did someone give me a 99? Nico Greco, dude, good to see you. Thank you so much. You just gave me a 99-cent super sticker, buddy. Oh, that's so cool. And why am I getting so excited about Nico Greco? Well, Nico Greco was the first person to ever give me any money on this channel, which I really appreciate. I was honored. It was right after I got 1,000 subs, and that was just so awesome. So thank you very much for the 99 cents. And it's excellent to see you here, dude. Totally awesome to see you here. And so I said, you don't have to come on if you don't want to. I love you. And she just responded, love you too. And to be fair, she could also be busy. Yeah, great question. Well, so right now, no, and that's okay. Again, my preference is to have her here and have her live. So anyway, oh, there we go. See, she's saying hi, guys. So there you go. That's how she's coming on. How's that? Just to say hi and leave. Yes. Yep. Just to say hi and leave. How's that? You guys are going to be cool with that? And Penthouse and Open has an open view of the ocean. How much? Yeah. I mean, again, you can get great places. You can get great places in many places. Yeah, for sure. I think that they're probably. She's just going to say hi. Okay, so no pressure. Because let's see. Oh, yes. The American Credit, yes, they work. They work great. And depending upon which one you have, I can tell you that I have some through Chase. And one of the ones that I use through Chase, they give me an excellent exchange rate, and they do not charge foreign transaction fees. There are others that I have that do. And so I would just simply make sure you know which ones do and which ones don't. Oh, thanks, Mitch. Medical marijuana is fully legal here. And yeah, I don't have any use for that. You guys do. Thank you for that. Trust me, I absolutely miss her. Yes, and it is imperfect for sure, but thank God she's safe and healthy. And that is very good to have her on here. And so, wow, a little bit better looking than the host.
Hi, good morning.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm
Just
at the shop, right?
I do. Just pretend it's you and me talking to my mom. There's no other men here. I promise. So is it busier now? Because it's like 11:20 there. Is it busy?
um, no, actually, it's because it's not a market day today. It was yesterday and on Friday.
Oh, okay, got it. So hey, I here's what I want to know because I saw your posts about the lechon, the pig that you sold, right?
Ah, yes, yes, yes. That was Sunday.
Okay, so like you cook this pig, like how much like is everyone like is lechon there just so awesome that everyone was like, "Oh my
Yeah.
god, I can't wait." Like you sold the whole thing.
Yes, I did sold the whole thing. I make it like 50 peso cheaper than the others.
Okay?
Yeah.
That's who's behind you? Is that just your friends or is that just some other person?
No, nothing. There is other people next door. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Right on. That's cool.
Yeah, just the next shop. I'm sorry about that. Can you hear it?
No, yeah, no, no, no. Don't be sorry. You're fine. It's not like there's really
Okay.
loud music. I can totally hear you, okay?
Okay, so Marcel is right here. She's watching, I guess, YouTube as well.
Is she watching my channel? Sorry, I almost said somebody crap. Uh
Yeah, she was
Magandano,
watching earlier as well. So, yeah.
tell her Magandano Maga, and that's probably
Magandang
wrong.
umaga.
Is that right or wrong?
He said magandang umaga, yeah. It's right. It's good morning.
Good morning. Okay. But isn't it
Inaya nga. She said magandang umaga to you as well. I'm sorry about my connection. I guess it's
No,
not
no,
good
no.
enough.
It's okay. It's totally fine. Trust me. Trust me. It's the best we can do right now, so I'll take it for sure. And
Yeah.
that's really cool that you'll be able to do it because I didn't know where this would work at all. So that's really cool.
Mm, okay. Yeah.
So how much did you?
Because in Philippines you have a lot of pigs.
Yeah. So and are they all at the farm? I mean, they're not down here, right? They're not down in town.
Yes, it's still in the farm, and then I just order like one or two pigs, to slaughter
Okay.
here in Hamindan, and then yeah, so it's for credit actually. It's a credit for 1 week, but some other people paid it cash. So
Oh, so you loan people ham and then they pay you later,
yes, yeah,
but they
yeah. It's
always pay.
because it's lockdown, so they don't have enough money, to buy for cash.
Nice. Good for you. That's awesome. You
They,
guys see
yeah,
why
they
I
always
love
pay.
her? Yeah. No, that's good. But I mean, they're your pigs,
Yeah,
right?
I'm
Up at
sorry. I
your
guess
parents.
I should. I'm
Is it not working?
Yeah.
You can't hear me?
Hi, good morning. Who is this? Who the what? Is he a Thai
That's
or what?
Hugh. No,
Hi,
no,
good
no.
morning to you
He's a really
guys.
cool
I'm
guy.
sorry.
And then yeah, Patrick
Ah,
misses
okay.
you. In case you wondered whether
Oh,
I
hi,
did, Patrick
Patrick.
does.
Did you meet these people? Hi,
So
Robert.
no, I
It's just
haven't
like
met
they
any of
know
them.
me.
Yes, they
Ah,
do. They know
really?
they well, honey, I occasionally talk about you. So yeah, absolutely.
I'm sorry that this is my first time joining your live stream. I
It's
don't
well,
have a good connection, and I don't have a Wi-Fi every day.
yeah. Well, you've had Wi-Fi every day at the shop, right? I mean, it's been decent.
Yeah, yes, if I'm here, yeah. But
Oh,
you know that there's a lot of music. Sometimes it's loud music more on if market day.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That's true, right? Now, okay, but did you sell the lechon? Did you sell your pig at the market there? Like, did you
No,
bring it
it's
to the
just
shop?
I just only no, I just post online, and then they just like send me a message to reserve, and then I deliver, and some people just come to our house and then pick it up.
Oh, good. Okay, but I mean, you say you're in
Yeah.
lockdown, but you guys aren't in. You were for like 4 or 5 days there, but you're not in lockdown anymore, right?
Yes, no, no, it's not anymore because actually there is no positive right now here in Poblacion where I am. It's only in the next barangay, but it's still part of Hamindan.
Oh, okay. I mean, do you know them? Like, have you been near them? Hopefully not.
No, I don't actually.
Okay.
No.
But what are they
And
doing?
I
So are they
usually when
doing?
we have like a customer, sorry.
Mm-hmm. No, go ahead. When you have a customer.
When we have a customer, I also wear a mask. Or if I saw them, if they're wearing a mask, then I don't. It's hard to
As
breathe.
long as there's the one mask. Yeah. Good idea. Well, wait a minute. I thought
Yeah.
before you were wearing the clear plastic thing and the mask. You were like doubling up.
What?
You, what do you
The
call that?
face shield?
Yeah, yeah. Don't you wear that too? God, look at
Shield.
how fat my face is. Honey, how fat is my face? Look at how fat my face
It's
is.
it's
It's
no,
not
it's
good.
not. It's not fat at all. I
Oh my
have
God, I'm
this. This is the
giant.
face shield.
But do you wear that and the mask?
Yeah, you should actually. And if you also enter any public offices like government offices, you should also wear a mask and also face shield. It's really required.
Okay. Now, and so like when you go to Rojas, you've been able to go to the grocery store or the department store there, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
do
but
you
I
have to
still
wear?
need to wear both.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I guess
Yes.
that's
Yes.
good, right? I mean, it's not bad.
Yeah. I guess it's protective for the droplets from you know
Mm-hmm.
other people when especially when you're both talking to each other.
Yeah. Now, the people that have been diagnosed with COVID in Hamandan Poblacion there, I mean, have you heard that they're like incredibly sick, or are they just like because you had a fever yesterday or 2 days
No, it's
ago, and
not.
it's like whatever.
Mm, I guess there's really nothing here in Poblacion.
Okay. Yeah.
I guess as
Well,
I
that's
told you before, like maybe 2 weeks ago, I guess I told you that there is like they said there's a positive just in our neighborhood here in
okay.
Poblacion, but it's negative. So
Oh, got it. Okay. All right. Well, that's cool. So, what are they doing? They're just doing the 14-day quarantine like you did, where they bring food.
they bring them, when you have the first test, they bring you to the hospital in Rojas or Iloilo, and then you wait for your swab test result, and then when it comes negative, you can go home but still need to do the 14-day quarantine from when you came from hospital to make sure that
Okay.
you're safe.
Okay. That's cool. So Joseph wants to know if your friend is
Yeah.
single, meaning just so you know, Joseph, that's her sister.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, she's still single.
Although she comes with DM, which is actually pretty cool because he's a crazy young man.
I know. And he's good in English.
Yeah, yes, but is he still swearing? He's not like saying bad words, is he?
No, actually, but he's really talkative and loud sometimes. Because kids want their attention.
I don't know what that's like at all, honey. Yeah,
I
like I
know,
don't lo-
yeah. Of course,
like.
because you're only child, so you don't experience that.
Yeah, pay attention to me. Pay attention to me. See, and one of my guys, you see, he says
I
that.
know.
Yes, it's Fat Mike.
Ah,
Really, really fat. My guys think I'm fat. You need to go.
your head. Your head.
Yeah, my
Yeah,
cheeks are
you
massive.
know. Yeah, I'm sorry, I need to go.
Okay,
Um,
honey.
sometimes it's loading actually. I just came to say hi to everybody and the
Okay.
first to you.
Thank you. Thank you. You're awesome.
Thank you,
I
honey.
love
Yeah.
I love you.
So I
Bye
talk to
bye.
you later.
Okay, bye bye.
Love you too. Bye bye.
Bye. Ah, guys, best part of my day. I mean, I like you guys. Oh, I'm floating. I got to tell you, man, she is, she's awesome. I miss her a lot. Because it's the team, right? I mean, and thank you very much, Doctor. I saw that you guys were saying hello to her, and I was trying to get them all up there. And yeah, I'll tell you something, man. The best ham I've ever had was that pig that her parents slaughtered for New Year's a couple of years ago. And they drained the blood out, and then they brought the thing into the kitchen, laid it down on some giant banana leaves, hacked it up, and then cooked it. I was like, it's pretty fresh. It's pretty good, man. Pretty good. And let's see. So let me. Oh, hey, King Leeway. Sorry, man, I missed this. Yeah, I almost got the train in Busan in my live stream, but didn't want to get eaten by the zombies. Yeah, there's that. I mean, because it's the apocalypse. Your stream of the Cool Kids Stable Nation just rescued me. Thank God. Thank you so much for coming by, dude. I mean, I'm going for broke on this. I'm not going for broke. I'm going for the maximum. And so I believe that this will be at least 10 hours. 10 hours. That could be probably pretty good. TransferWise sucks for indefinitely rejecting applicants without providing reasons. The applicant can't learn and correct with it. I didn't realize they did that. I'm sorry to hear that happened to you. But again, and I can completely, your input is important, right? Because again, not everyone who uses it is going to like it. I just have. And I can tell you that I think I heard someone mention Remitly, and I use that to move stuff into the Philippines. But for me, again, it's their rates are better. But I wanted to publish this comment, MedTech, because I totally get that, like, not everybody is going to have that. So hold on a minute. Did you just like do it again, Joseph? It gives me the time, and shoot, it doesn't give me a. Dude, you did it again, Joseph. Dude, you bought me another smoothie. Thank you, buddy. I really appreciate that. You know, I wish I could. Here's what I wish I could do. I wish I could click on the amount. I mean, again, I hope I thanked Nico Grieco and Joseph for sure. And then I also wanted to make sure that I thanked, I had it up here and I've lost it. I totally apologize. I know that I'm close to it and I'll find it soon. I promise. Carl, thank you very much, dude. Thank you very much for the $5, the super chat. I really appreciate it. I like to invest in good companies, and you, sir, would be a good investment. When or if I get there, we got to enjoy smoothie together. Absolutely, dude. For sure. It will be one of the best investments I make, and we will use your $5. Okay. So right now we have 150 baht in the Carl K account, and that will absolutely go to smoothies, dude. I can tell you right now, depending upon what you like to do, I will meet you I'll tell you right now, dude, for 150 baht, because I have the Air Asia pass, I can get a round trip ticket on Air Asia anywhere in Thailand for 150 baht. That's what I got to pay. I got to pay the taxes on that. Whether I want extra legroom or baggage, that's all on me. But right now, dude, I'll meet you anywhere. I'll meet you anywhere for that smoothie. So yeah, let me know if I can help getting over here. I can't help getting Gracie over here any sooner. So there is yeah, I think she's pretty cute too, but I'm a little biased, right? But thank you, Tim. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think she's awesome, man. She is awesome. And even with my eyes closed, her beauty it overwhelms me at times, gentlemen. I wish you find your Gracie. That's my Gracie. But along the way, I didn't think what I have today I thought it was probable. I didn't know if it was possible. And I certainly wasn't seeking it out. And then all of a sudden, boom, she shows up in my lap. And I'm living the dream. And it didn't take a lot of work, right? I mean, in other words, I guess I understand why guys say, well, or not guys, but gals, people, they say, man, relationships take work. And yes, you're going to fight. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe after we live together 10 years, I'll say like every single day, 24 hours a day, which is unlikely because we both have lives, right? But if we lived here, then, there would be times in the day, of course, when she would go off and do her thing and I would go off and do my thing. But I did forget to ask her, though, how much what I thought was really neat was one of the posts, because I'm on her Facebook, right? And so I see the post, and she's like, "Hey, I've got Lechon," and of course it's in Tagalog, and then Facebook does a horrible job of translating Tagalog into English, by the way. But I can get usually the basic nouns and verbs, and so I was like, okay, she's got a pig that she's slaughtered, and she's going to be selling it. And the first post was, yeah, I've got this, Lechon, right, the whole thing. But the head's already taken. Like I get, and I don't know. I guess like there's portions of the head. Like I don't know whether it's the eyes, but I think it might even be the cheek. I think it might even be the fat pig cheeks that I'm sporting right now. And just so you know, none of this is the result of me eating Thai food. It's the result of me eating Western food over here in Thailand. Not the least of which is cookies and that sort of thing. Bad habits, and it's just the way it goes. But Remitly says, that's the way to go. Thank you, Gio. The exchange rate is excellent and only $3.99 per transfer. Absolutely. I do not disagree. I'm glad that you found a solution. I have used Remitly before for sure. And I'll throw that URL up in the description later too, because quite frankly, to move stuff into the Philippines, again, I get a better exchange rate and I get more pesos per dollar when I use TransferWise. The other thing, though, is that it takes a few days. If I want to move, I have moved money in minutes into the Philippines and actually got a pretty decent exchange rate using Xoom, XOOM. Gracie's got money within less than 3 hours for sure. I want to say sometimes it's been an hour. I mean, it depends on like the daytime in the US / the daytime in, when it's there. Obviously, if I do it on a Saturday here, like a Sunday here, Saturday back home, and it's a Sunday in the Philippines, then there's a little bit of a delay, but it's not like there's physical humans that need to move it, thank God. But yeah, no, Remitly, I would recommend that to people as well. I find them to be of equal quality. So sure. Totally agree. There we go. Right on. Yeah, welcome King Leeway. That's what I figured. Wiley Paradise. Yeah, it's. I mean, look, I came over here to live here anyway. It's just that I came over to live with that girl you just saw right here, and spend the rest of my life. I mean, again, at the end of the day, I'm sure 10 years now we're going to look back and say, "Oh my God, remember how horrible it was that we were apart for 9 months that time in 2020?" But again, she's safe. She looked pretty happy to me. Trying to think how old. I think her sister's like 1 or 2 years older than her. Go for some Lechon or Kare Kare. Is that how you pronounce it? I'm sorry if that's not how do you do it. Well, Joseph, hopefully you got your answer. It's yeah, and then thank you for that. Thank you for being the master of the painfully obvious, Mr. Mitch. I appreciate you holding me accountable. Don't forget the camera adds 10. No, I know I'm overweight. I'm totally overweight. I want to be 90 kilos. I'm 96. So beautiful day in there in Hawaii. So good to hear, buddy. And again, obviously, thank you so much for coming by. It's always great to see you. Did you meet Gracie before you moved to the field? I saw that question before, and I'm glad I got back to it. Thank you, Tim. Fair question. I met Gracie in Boracay, so Philippines. And we spent, several days together there. It was the last few days effectively that we were together. We chatted prior to that, but we spent actual quality time together, as they say, talking and walking and, just talking about like, what our beliefs are and that sort of thing. I mean, again, it wasn't in depth because it was initial. Went to dinner kind of thing, had a date. In the last 3 days, basically, of my 3-week trip in Boracay. So we then started chatting like crazy, and through a series of events, I had to sadly cancel my next trip over there, which would have been about 2.5, 3 months later, sometime in March of that year, and this is 2017. We met in December of 2016, but Gracie, which I completely agree with, basically has a date that with which Team Mackie is discussed as originating. Mackie is my nickname. Her full name is Mary Grace. And so we are Team Mackie, and my nickname is Mickey. So she put Mary Grace and Mickey together, and she got Mackie. And so therefore we are Team Mackie, and I am more than happy with that team name. And So anyway, so that's been happening basically since January of 2017 is when we sort of credit the origination of this team. And so that year, the quickest I was able to get back over there was September. So it's not like we haven't gone from January to September before and not seen each other. It was a drag back then. It's a real drag now. But again, it's not like I'm in California. Okay. So in other words, like if I absolutely had to get her here right now, it would cost thousands, but it's possible. Okay. She'd have to go through some iterative things and, and then she could get really unlucky. Like for example, today she could likely somehow get herself to Manila to go to the Thai embassy and like get the paperwork done that she needs. But as you may have heard from the conversation, they were in lockdown 4 or 5 days, about a week and a half ago, because they all of a sudden discovered that there were people that got tested positive for COVID in Poblacion. And so she lives in Hamandan, and then Hamandan Poblacion, I believe this is how it's sort of translated, is that's sort of like downtown Hamandan. So in other words, there's like Hamandan and then there's downtown Hamandan. And so Poblacion, and that was the same thing in Calibo and that sort of thing. So I believe that they use this Poblacion word to sort of describe the downtown area. And so it's, within, however, like, there's Boston, right? And then there's greater Boston. There's, right? Near, just anyway. So there's someone, and so they were locked down for 5 days. And had we planned for her to go to the Thai embassy like that day, because, they diagnosed them and then the following morning they make the announcement. And if the following morning she was supposed to get up, so there are massive imperfections about that. So the short answer is that we are doing the best we can. And so we've been together ever since. And the plan, at least, my plan, and I think she agrees, is to spend the rest of our lives, together. And the plan back in November when I got here and met her here was for us to travel all over Southeast Asia. And we were down in Cha'am for a month, and then we came up to Bangkok. And I said, well, I tell you what, why don't we get like a 1-year lease on a condo? And then from this condo, we'll cruise around. Additionally, at that time, it was very tolerable for her to come here to get the 30-day stamp. And in the first couple of weeks, we go to immigration. We get an additional 30 days for 1,900 baht, and we're able to travel throughout Thailand effectively for like 2 months. And then at that time, she flies home, or I go with her. That was the plan. And so she went home in January, took care of some business stuff, and then flew back here like a couple of weeks later. And she was going to be here for another, 2 months. And then COVID happened. And it was like, well, this is getting kind of weird. And then on a Friday morning, Duterte announced that he said that international flights can come into Manila all day long. This is great. No worries. He said this on a Friday morning until Saturday night at midnight, at which case, if you fly into Manila, you won't be able to leave Manila. So we came back here to Coronado, came back here to Bangkok, got her all packed up last minute, bought some tickets from Bangkok, basically to Manila. She got there really early Saturday morning and was able to because then from Manila, she's got to take another flight down to Rojas, basically. And then from Rojas, she takes a jeepney over to Hamandan. So she got home then, and we thought, okay, well, she's home and there's this lockdown thing, but that won't last long. Well, the statistic I heard recently is that the Philippines apparently has had the longest lockdown of any country in the world, kind of thing. And I don't know what they mean by that. There's obviously sub statistics about that to potentially make it correct, meaning, it's potentially the biggest country outside of India that's had but the point is it's been long. And, if you guys watch Rike's channel, or Geo for that matter, I mean, those guys, they can't go anywhere, and especially Rike and also for a while there, Jason, Asia Unscripted, who was in Cebu. I mean, Cebu is really tight. I don't know about Dumaguete and Geo. I occasionally will catch his live streams, but the timing for it is just not great for me. But he's really engaged, obviously, with his live streams with his guys. And so that's really neat. I love watching that and seeing the culture of that, which is really cool. So that's how we met, sir. And obviously, or not obviously, but I will tell you that once she starts sitting here and she gets back here, we will go into much more depth, not the least of which is going through all of the steps as well as the experience she had in getting her U.S. tourist visa, her 10-year tourist visa, B1, B2, because that is something that I think certainly many Filipinas Filipinos are interested in relative to this, this cool kids table that we have here, relative to these discussions that we have on the channel, because they potentially have a mate that is, but possibly, I mean, Thai, but maybe likely, Filipina though. So anyway, that'll be something that I'm excited to talk about. He met her in the Philippines, which is where she's at and from. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Soon she'll be here. Little boys are kind of like that. Like DM. Yeah. No, he's rambunctious for sure. He's, thank you guys for, yeah, I am. Indeed. I'm soon. You know what I am, Caesar? Because this is where how you and I have met and hung out. I'm Western American hamburger fat, because he and I have had really, really good hamburgers, which do not help with my diet. Thank you. Yep, absolutely, Robert. That is 3,000% accurate. Yeah. I mean, I like you guys, but I love you. I'm just not in love with you. Yeah. It's awesome. You guys know how it feels, right? I mean, it's not like none of us have not felt like that at least sometime in our lives. We may have been through a divorce and gotten rid of it, or we may be feeling it now, or we may know how it feels. We want to have it again. I mean, it's, top 10, right? Top 10. Better than drugs. Oh, trust me, I've done a lot. Better than drugs. Thank you, Robert. I'm honored. I'm honored by you guys saying hello. And thank God we have the culture that we have, right? Because not one of you was like, oh, let me make some stupid, inappropriate comment. No, come on. You guys are awesome. You guys are so awesome. She's going to be here on this couch as well as you guys are. I can't wait for the day that so many of us are all physically together here and we're all hanging out like, at a cool kids table, because no matter what restaurant we enter, any table we pick, bam, that becomes the cool kids table. And that restaurant better suck it up. And then we order thousands and thousands of gallons of pizza, and I do not get thinner. I see where I stand at the pecking order. Brush right past my soup. I know, Carl. How lame is that, right, dude? I'm so sorry. I saw that, but so there's this screen, and like literally, it's only 2 inches to the right where the super chats show up for me. But there was the Gracie there, and so yes. As soon as Gracie came with the stream, I forgot we were here. I didn't forget, but I wasn't. Yeah, I know. She said hi to you guys. She's part of the team. The team said hi to you. I'm not fat. I'm just fluffy. Yeah, right. Kind of like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. When I signed up for your channel, Mike, I saw a video of you with hair. Strange. Yeah, indeed it was, Tim. Trust me. I have some self-esteem, and I have some ego, and I have some vanity, and those vary in intensity based on my level of comfort in my own skin, my level of my level of self-esteem at the moment, based on where I am, if I'm feeling insecure, that sort of thing. And for whatever reason, for the longest time, I believed that I should dye my hair black, basically. And for a while, that was okay. It was kind of curly, and there was still some of it in the front, but it was all right. But then it got and then I just lost interest in getting haircuts, quite frankly. But of course, my forehead started getting larger in surface area, and my hair, and then I just threw it in a ponytail. And then rather than basically just go to the barber and get a cut, I would just dye it and throw it in a ponytail. And that was, and after a while, I said, okay, so this is. I didn't like it. Gracie was gracious, right? And she supports the team, right? So she was very nice about it and that sort of thing. But I will tell you, man, the moment after I left the barber, after he had basically shaved my head, took a selfie, sent it to Gracie. First thing she says, "Oh my God, you look so much younger," which of course my ego appreciated. But by the same token, I looked at it and I said, well, I don't know about younger, because I've been looking at this face for the last 50 plus years. But I definitely liked it better. And I think it actually showcases my personality a little bit better, quite frankly. So, but yeah, sorry. I'm sorry you had to sit through those videos, Tim. But I appreciate your commitment to maybe just going, okay, yeah, Mike, no, just keep talking, dude. Just give me the data. Give me what will the Cool Kids Table Nation t-shirt design? Steve, that's a great question. There's a couple of things I really need to do. I need to get a logo for Live My Ass Off. I want to start making t-shirts that that basically have a specific theme. And by that, I mean, yes, there will be the logo, but then there will be sort of potentially something that we talk about, right? And so it'll possibly be like, for example, right? So Aztec was joking around and we were joking around and he was talking about the sausage that he ate one night at 2 a.m. on Soy Cowboy. Well, that dude, I mean, the comedy writes itself, right? So, I mean, that would be a t-shirt, you know? And so anyway, so I totally want to do that. I need to get a logo. And I also would really like to find someone or a service, that sort of thing, that could teach me how to better SEO. And I'm not just talking about keywords and that sort of thing, but better get my channel in front of people who don't know about it. And yeah, I mean, it would be it'd be really cool if we hit 2,000 subs on today's live stream. Just kind of like the last marathon live stream I did. The goal was 1,000 subs. Obviously, Rob came on and helped with that, and he brings, he's got 55,000 subs. So I get how that spillover occurred, and trust me, I thanked him profusely for that. He's a great guy, good friend of mine, and as is Rike. And Rike helped too, and I love the friendship that he and I have, and I love the dialogue that he and I engage in when we're together and when we're not, and when we're basically just messaging each other on Facebook. He's one of those guys that I really literally won't talk to. Probably will get caught up in his life by watching some YouTube videos, but then again, might not. And then either of us will just randomly send them a Facebook message. And it's not like, hey, dude, how you doing? Each of us usually will send a 7 or 8 paragraph synopsis of well, here's what's been going on, and then we're all caught up and we joke around, which is great. And, and we shuck and jive, as is said. And then we're caught up on each other's lives, and it's really neat. It's fulfilling. It's not Gracie fulfilling, but I'll take it. It's COVIDable. And so anyway, so I'm looking for that, but then I'm also looking for someone to kind of convince me, because I'll tell you something, that people that I actually trust and respect their ability to massage a YouTube channel with integrity, not buy subs and I'm not saying that that's bad. Trust me, I was in radio and we bought listeners. The third caller gets $1,000. You bought that friendship. Okay. So I understand how that works. And I'm not saying that that's bad. I just don't feel like doing it. Because I certainly don't see the ROI. I'm not going to spend $1,000 to get 10,000 subs to be able to make $265 a month. It's just, I mean, I get it, pays for itself in 7.5 years, but that's not the ROI I'm looking for. I can take 10, whatever. I can take a certain amount of money and make more money than I can, elsewhere. So, and I'm here for the enjoyment. I'm here because I'm doing it for fun and for free, and because you guys basically give money to the channel that I hope you're doing so because you're okay, I'm giving this money because when I go meet him and he says, oh no, I don't have any money for this smoothie, you're going to be able to buy the damn smoothie, Mike. I gave you $5 and you ignored me because that crazy pretty girl was on the screen. How dare you? Bros before, no. So yeah, so Steve, I'm looking for a graphical artist. I've worked with several in the past to make logos for my companies, and so I'm looking to do that. I'm looking to sit down with someone because I'm one of these guys that I can't design it myself. I can tell you whether I like it or not. I can't tell you how you should change it if I dislike it, but I can tell you when I like it and I can tell you what I like. And I know that that's a very difficult paradigm for some artists effectively to work with. I get that. And, but in the past, when I've had someone who is used to that as a customer, basically a graphical designer, it's worked really well. The lady that designed my logo for my company, Amazing LLC, just got it. And in fact, it was one of those deals where we were talking about it. And I said, I think the eye should basically look like and then she literally finished my sentence, exclamation point. I'm like, oh my God, you get me. And so it was very simple. It was very elegant. It was 2 colors. It was just repeatable. It was something that you could actually write with your hand, let alone have the logo. Additionally, my other IT company, the Big I mean, that logo is incredibly simple. And it's one of those deals that was, it took us infinitely longer to talk about what we should design than it took for her to design it in Photoshop. And I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah. So there's the Big I logo. And you'll be like, okay, yeah, it's an @ sign. Yeah, it's right. But that's the point. It's simple. It's technology. That's a cool thing. So anyway, That's something that I'm looking to have done. And if you guys have any recommendations on that, absolutely, I need to go through the process of describing what I need and potentially putting it up on Upwork. I've had good luck with guys and gals, many of whom, interestingly enough, are from Pakistan, doing tech work for me. And so that, I know where to do it. It's just allocating the attention units to be able to juice one smoothie away, buddy. Absolutely. The second smoothie is for Gracie, for sure. Yeah. And I'll tell you something, mango smoothies in the Philippines, awesome sauce. Big fan. Dude, really, I do. I'm a big fan. Yeah. And it's like, I have a phrase, which is like, when life is going good, it's like, thanks, Buddha, I owe you a smoothie. So you can fly from I can. Yes, one way. Round trip, sorry. One way, usually going there is 100 baht, returning is 50 baht. And it's because I paid, and again, the way I look at it is I've essentially paid for this thing. I bought a pass back in, I think, either May, probably June, from AirAsia for 3,000 baht, 2,999 baht. So it's 3,000 baht, and it's it's called the AirAsia Unlimited Pass. I get effectively free, unlimited round trip tickets in the Kingdom of Thailand. It's for domestic travel. And I have to buy them 21 days in advance, 21-day advance purchase, and I pay the tax on it. So therefore, for the round trip, it ends up being for the round trip. The way it works is the first ticket I buy is 100 baht in taxes, and then the return is to either Don Muang or Suvarnabhumi is 50 baht. So yeah, so that's how I can now. I will tell you that I also spend an additional. I buy the extra legroom seats because. I mean, yeah, it's an hour flight and I could suck it up, and I have, but it's distracting. I'm like, you know what? I know that like for literally maximum I've ever paid, I think was $15.31 for the exit row seat, because it depends on when you buy it. If I buy it at the time that I purchased the ticket, it's like 350, sometimes 400 baht. If I buy it like a few days before, like I forget, like I did that recently, and so I'm like, man, I got to buy my extra legroom seat. So the extra legroom seat to get down to Krabi is like 360 baht. And the return extra legroom seat is like 500 and something baht. So it's like $15 and whatever. So yeah, but that's how it's working for me. I highly encourage you to get on the mailing list for AirAsia, because things like that. Now this expires. I can only do it till December 17th. But as far as I'm concerned, I mean, therefore, in my mind, after I took the first round trip ticket, meaning 3,000 baht worth, because normally round trip tickets with my extra legroom, if I potentially may or may not need to do luggage, round trip is about 3,000 baht. Like each way is like 1,500 baht. If I buy extra stuff or whatever. I mean, again, if I can get it cheaper, obviously. And right now, I think on their website they're offering 990 baht one ways, right, to try and boost domestic tourism. Caesar, Hugh says to Caesar, you asked what to do with 1 million baht. Open a string of smoothie stands at True Digital Park vicinity. See, Hugh, you get me. Absolutely, dude. My smoothie guy's down the street, though. And while I like Caesar, I don't know if I would leave my current smoothie guy. He's pretty rad. And my water just fell on the floor. I think I put the cap on tightly enough, so I'm not going to get up just yet. No, I think I'm good. I do need another cup of coffee, though. I don't have a break video, though. And I don't know if I don't think I'm going to start playing the 9-month video that I did within 48 hours. Oh, within 48 hours with Mermitly? Okay, that's cool. Yeah. And in fact, I think that's about the same. Yes, it is. Because again, we're a day ahead here, right? So yeah. Yes. And to be fair though, Aztec, you were probably moving money to Thailand, right? Thailand, it's very, very fast, I believe. Yeah. And I was stoked, dude, because if you guys look at the description in my YouTube things, it's like, look, I literally moved money. Like it took like 6 or 7 seconds, whatever I say. And I'm like, I'm not kidding. And I can totally appreciate the fact that anyone, regardless of even my mom or dad, who quite frankly probably trust most of what I say, would be skeptical about that number. And then Aztec sent me a message. He's like, dude, it literally took 5 seconds. I mean, it's good exchange rate, at least for me in US dollars to Thai baht. What about college motorcycles? Am I better selling what I have here or trying to bring it over? I believe you're in the US, Tim, but the short answer is you're better selling everything and then just coming over here and buying what you need. Now, the other thing too is that you cannot import used cars into Thailand as of a couple of years ago. So you simply can't do it. If you have any, the other things too that I always recommend, it's like, well, and it's right-hand drive here too, right? So, you're driving on the left side of the road. So it's going to be significantly different as far as those items go. And motorcycles over here, dude, you can get a brand new motorcycle for $45,000 for like $1,500, like a really, really good motorcycle, brand new. Use it for 2 years and then sell it for like 60 to 70% of the value. I mean, they hold. That's the other thing too here. You come over here and you're like, oh, cool, I'll buy a used Toyota for $1,000. You'd be amazed. Used cars here hold their value. It's ridiculous. Now, new cars over here that are not made here. So if you're like, you know what, Tim's like, look, Mike, I only drive Mercedes. I'm a German guy. It's either Mercedes, BMW, or what. You're going to be paying through the nose because it's like 200% duty on some of those cars, 300% duty on the really expensive cars. But I'm assuming you're not a McLaren guy. And if you are, that's awesome. But I will tell you that if you are, then the question of, oh my God, how much that costs, it's not like, right? Like I used to have a Rolls Royce, and trust me, I wasn't a millionaire back then, but I had a Rolls Royce. And of course the joke is, it's like, look, dude, if you have to ask how like people would say, oh my God, what's it get for mileage? What does gas cost you? And I'm like, dude, if you ask yourself that, you shouldn't be buying a Rolls Royce, It's like, oh my God, what does your Volkswagen Rabbit get for mileage? I get that discussion. If you're having it with someone who owns a Honda Accord, I got it. But again, it's like, oh my God, I bought this motorhome. Well, what kind of mileage? What's your gas bill on that? Bro, it's $110 land yacht. Like I just like $110,000 land yacht. I'm not worried about $200 in fuel kind of thing, right? But I understand the reason you ask, and I think it's an excellent question. And I think many people ask themselves that. And had you never been over here? Have you never been over here? Then it's a good one. Not just for cars and motorcycles. The short answer is that I would invite you, and I know this is difficult, at least it was for me, to get rid of as much stuff as you can and try and get your life and your moving over here, if you're going to do it permanently, Tim, to 2 or 3 pieces of luggage. Because I have a condo now. And so therefore, like when I showed up, I had 3 pieces of luggage. Now I have like 2, I have 3 laptops. I have a Bluetooth speaker. I have a TV that I certainly didn't travel with. I have a inkjet printer. I have, 17 masks that I can wear. I have a light ring. I have, a mic boom. I have a mic. I have a mixer. I didn't travel in it. So you're going to accumulate stuff over here anyway. And I'll tell you too, for me, Tim, it was so freeing to be able to do that. And let me just tell you right now, when I say I know that's not easy, give you a great example of what I had to go through. And it's not like I had to go through, chopped glass on a carpet barefoot. My point is that it took me a while to get there. The transition for me was I sold my house. I had a 4-bedroom, basically 3-bedroom house, because massive living room. It was 4 bedrooms. Then we did it in the massive living room. So it was then 3 bedrooms, 2-bath house with a 2-car garage. And I had stuff, because when you have a garage, you have stuff. And I had a whole bunch of crap that I was like, oh yeah, I'll just keep. And I literally like boxes and boxes and boxes of textbooks when I was in my bachelor's. I would travel with them. And so this calculus book, this physics book, this electrical theory, circuitry book traveled with me from house to house to house to house, via box to box to box to box, from garage to garage to garage, to storage to storage to storage. Anyway, sold my house, threw everything in a container. It sat there in a container for about a month. And then I found out where I was going to live, sent the container to my buddy's house, and we had a yard sale. Got rid of like as much as I possibly could. The rest of it I put in storage. And I put that stuff, and here's why I tell you the story. I put that stuff in storage for 3 years. And by the time 3 years was up, they didn't raise the rent too much, but every year it would raise like 5-10%, something like that. But at the end of the 3 years, I had absolutely purchased all of the stuff that was in there all over again. I could have thrown it all away and then just saved $3,000. And at 3 years, I could have gone out and literally bought every single item. The good news is that I had a vintage, very decent, not great, not pristine, but decent condition Macintosh vacuum tube amplifier. And that I bought off a buddy of mine who didn't understand the value. And I told him the value and said that he should really sell it to somebody else. Anyway, he sold it to me for $100. And I sold it via Craigslist to a guy who bought it for his dad, who also liked vacuum tube amplifiers, for his birthday, for $2,500. And so therefore the good news is that basically it cost me nothing kind of to have that storage facility for the 3 years. But my point is that it took me 3 years to let go, I suppose, of all of those items. And it wasn't, I mean, again, there were some that I absolutely had to keep, like physical manila file folders that held various documents and sort of thing. And then I shipped those to my parents' house before I moved here. But the point is that I had stuff in storage for 3 years, and over that 3 years, I paid for everything that was in there. I know so many people that make the same statement. They're like, dude, I should have just gotten rid, but it's a process. In other words, like, I don't really care if I only could have sold that amplifier for $1. I had to go through that process, and I had to have that experience to be able to be comfortable with it. Because the worst thing is to get rid of everything, like one of the gentlemen shared about how he, lost his house in 36 hours and lost everything. The whole ripping the Band-Aid off, that only works with cuts on your knee. It doesn't necessarily work with, because there's emotional attachment, for me at least, potentially for you guys too, to items, to things. I get it. It's like, oh my God, I got that t-shirt when I was 17 years old. Sorry, I got that t-shirt when I was 7. I know the one I'm talking about right now. My purple t-shirt from WMLN was the radio station t-shirt for the college radio station. It was my first radio show when I was like 14 or 15 years old. And I traveled with that t-shirt that basically didn't fit anymore, but I kept it around, and eventually I gave it to Goodwill. But there was a need, I guess, for enjoyment for me to keep those things around. So I didn't get rid of those. Anyway, as you probably have discovered by now, Tim, my answers to questions take time. That he posed that question at 10:36. It is now 11:05. So hopefully I answered it pretty well. Pig's head is highly coveted and delicious. In fact, it used to be the main dish before turkeys became a thing. I didn't know that, Mr. Mitch. Although I believe, yes, they told me that when we did a lechon, when we did a thing. The tongue, the cheeks, and the crispy ears. So I'm good, right? I got a whole pig face thing going on. Is that wrong? Kari Kari is oxtail stew in the Philippines. Is that how you pronounce it? Kari Kari or Care? That's good to know, Stuck. Thanks, buddy. That's good. I just thought I was looking in the mirror, Mike, when I mentioned your fat. Good job. So you get me. So you and I are definitely going for burgers then. Yes, we are definitely going. It's expensive to import. It's absolutely expensive to import too. That's the other thing too. Oh, another thing, if you guys are anything like me and you have a garage, that means you have tools. Anything that normally would plug into 120 sans a laptop or whatever that has DC to DC converters in the wall wart or in the charger or in the plug or something. All your phone stuff, that'll work over here, no problem. The blades, the actual physical, the plug itself, those will go into the outlets over here, no problem. But anything with a motor in it, anything that basically is reliant on 60 hertz to be normal, as well as 110 volts, will not work properly over here. Not just because of the voltage difference. It's actually the AC over here is 50 hertz too. And so motors, that they bum out for that sort of things. Todd, I'm so bummed I missed your out, dude. But thank you so much for coming by. I hope you're going to listen to the remainder of this and you'll get to hear me say thank you so much for coming by. I love your participation in this channel, no matter how you do it. The data that you give me, the emails you send me, the information. In fact, I'm going to probably bring up one of his emails and show you something that I found fairly interesting in one of the articles that he emailed me. So indeed, take care. And I'm thrilled that the guys at the Cool Kids table are a lot more attentive than I am. And let's see. I also saw some comments there from my buddies from Facebook. So that's cool. Good to see you, Matt. Thank you for coming by. I appreciate that. Anyway, Mr. Mitch, must be getting tired. I thought I heard Haagen-Dazs. Well, hey, if you heard Haagen-Dazs, then you might go running, buddy. You should definitely go running. 40 likes, 38 million viewers, and a special appearance by the other better half. Absolutely, dude. I mean, I'm living the dream. Luckiest guy in the world. Absolutely. Yeah, Aztec, but transfer-wise doesn't work for the applicants that are inexplicably rejected. Credit score, yeah. No, and again, you got to remember that stuff like that happens, and it shouldn't, right? I mean, I have great experience with Bank of America in the United States. There are many people that are like, every single experience I have with Bank of America is horrendous. I hate them. Their customer service is lousy. Much like the experience I've had with United Airlines, okay? So, and other people love them and or buy their stock, right? So love, it's everything. I mean, we fight wars over it. Yeah, I get it, Tim. It's pretty awesome, right? There's a lot of power to it, especially when it's correctly generated. Let me throw that out there. And I believe our relationship is, you might not think so, but I love it. At MedTech, that's what I'm confused. What do you mean, applicant? I simply signed up. Yeah, again, obviously he had some bad experience with it, and that's absolutely going to occur. I have signed up for things like that. I'm sure you guys have too. You've had great experiences. You've been like, oh my God, every time I'll give you a great example. In the United States, I can absolutely make the statement 100% of the time I've tried to return something at Walmart, the customer service has been exceptional. It's been amazing. It's been, quite frankly, as good as Costco. And in Costco, you walk up, you don't even need to tell them. You're like, yeah, I'd like to return my, okay, put your card in, sir. They don't care. They don't care why you're returning it. They don't care the condition that it's in for many things, not everything. They just give you your money back. Customer service, exceptional, exceptional. I will tell people that story all day long. That is precisely why they do it. And I like being comfortable in my own skin. Yeah, it's a good feeling. Yeah, here we go. Just watch some. Just go back a year in my year and a half. Go back a year and a half in my videos, and you can see. It's actually a dead rat, as it turns out, Joseph. It was on my head. Never seen a troller hater at the cool kids table. Only good vibes. Yeah, I mean, well, here's the deal. I've made, and I could make more people as well. I've made enough of you. Moderators kind of thing where you either remove them or Google remove, like just so you know, like the comments that I see, they're here in StreamYard. I'm not watching YouTube. So therefore that's what's nice about when guys like join via Facebook and stuff, I can see their comments in here too, as well as other platforms that I stream to, which if you don't know, I mean, I stream to Twitch and Africa TV, which is very common in Korea, and some of it in China. And, so yeah, that's it's kind of cool, right? I think so. I mean, again, I don't think there's anything here for them. It's kind of like you just come here and you say something stupid, and everyone's like, okay, well, whatever. We're not going to say it back. Delete, remove, block. Come on. It's pretty simple, right? I mean, it's just like, oh my God, she cheated on me 7 times in a row. I'm like, dude, why did it happen the second time? Or he, oh my God, he screwed me over in business so many times, more than the one. Like, how many lessons? Again, everybody's different. Many of you will be like, dude, 3 years, Mike, with stuff in storage. Grow up, right? So there you go. Takes what it takes. My sign up was rejected, so I consider it. Yeah, exactly. And here's the thing too. Don't forget the checks and balances that they have to go through for us Americans. It's not their fault. And many times these fintech companies, they are under pressure to do things that their technology simply does not have the ability to do. And you could argue that, well, they should have allocated money and they should have allocated time, and their leadership should have decided, hey, look, we need to be able to solve this problem easily versus sending some random person who will clearly put money in our coffers because they're going to use the service and they're going to talk about it positively on social media as well as with all their friends. And they didn't yet. And I totally get that. And, one of the things that I really like about YouTube is the fact that when they say, okay, we can't monetize this, and then I say manually review, every single time they've come back and they said, oh, we reviewed it and it's okay. But obviously there's some algorithm that says it's not. And I would submit to you that probably one of the reasons why a lot of the times they're like, no, we're not going to monetize this video. It's because the name of my channel is Live My Ass Off. I've tried to sign up for services and they're like, okay, choose a username. And I'm like, okay, live my ass off. One word, LIVEMYASSOFF, enter. They're like, oh, no, you can't use one of those words. There are certain words that we don't allow. And it's all one word, and thank God, like my middle name isn't Myas, MYASS, right? I mean, because it's like, right. But the point is that there's many reasons why technology will prevent us humans for doing something that we believe is absolutely trivial. And I have experienced it big time being in technology. I also realize how easy it is to solve that problem with technology. I also realized that there are humans in charge of that technology, and they have a whiteboard with prioritized things that they are going to do with technology in their company. And a lot of times those priorities don't match mine, right? I mean, there are many things in StreamYard that, as far as I'm concerned, they should do better, but it's not a priority. Their audio processing, their automatic gain control, their leveling, their limiting, that sort of thing, is lousy when there are two people on the stream. To the point of the last live stream that I did with Dana when I was down by the beach and I had a phone and my audio wasn't great. In his headphones, it sounded outstanding. It sounded fine. It sounded like I was in the next room. But the broadcast that went out on YouTube, it was horrible. It sounded like I was on the microphone like this the whole time. And I'm like, are you kidding me? You know that technology has been handling that for the last 4 decades, right? Via software driven, and they don't do that well. So I get it. I don't want to minimize the fact that he's doing that. I also, again, I'm really glad that there's someone who's like, you know what, Mike? Well, my experience with that was lousy. I don't like Costco. Walmart is lame. Turns out United Airlines is the best airline ever. Here's why I don't like Delta. And you're a moron. You're not a moron. But actually, the kind of discussion we'd have here at the Cool Kids table involves all of that, with the exception of just saying, dude, you're a moron. That's a troll thing. So I apologize for going down that road. But again, I believe that's why we are the channel we are, because you guys make the Cool Kids table that. Can we get first edition t-shirts for the OG? Good. Yes, is the short answer. I absolutely, Patrick, will figure out a way to do that. Yes. And because I pretty much know all your names. I mean, it's probably 30 to 40 of you core guys that I interface with on the live streams, as well as you've hopped over to other channels. You come to the Jeremy Do More Life thing when we do Sundays. You're over at Bangkok Strange. So yeah, so it's going to be finite. It's going to be easy for me because it's certainly less than 100, right? Because I mean, it's like, the Cool Kids table is ever expanding, but it's, it's a core group of us. And to that point, let me just throw this out there. I know it's kind of a solicitation, but it would be really cool if we could get the 2,000 subs today. I'm not saying, again, not a requirement, and the donations were amazing and absolutely not a requirement, and I'm totally honored by that. I can't wait to go buy a smoothie. Got like $15 to buy smoothies right now. What lottery did my soul just win? But I'm checking out YouTube Studio now because I want to see how many subs that I do have. Oh, 1,803. So that's pretty cool. And I've added 36 in the last 28 days. So for the most part, we add like 1 sub a day. And that's awesome. It, exceeds my expectations. That's for sure. So we'd have to get basically 100 and oh, hey, what's going on? I just I went over to YouTube just briefly, which I don't do a lot of time. And I see that Rike is on there. How far away am I? I'm at a comment that came in at 10:51 and it is 11:16. Whoa. That's all right though. I mean, Rike is very similar. I mean, he gets the comments, in the order that they come in so that he can address them. And so unfortunately the queue sometimes becomes long, and mine is, or like it's done this, why not making any sense to me. There's no, No, I mean, again, you got to remember that, the criteria that they use, I can tell you right now that there are systems in place that I've been rejected for relative to banking because the back end systems that they use to verify who you are, not just like social security number and that sort of thing, is the way that my street that I live on, it's called road, and the way that I would write that occasionally is ROAD, right? Makes sense. Kind of like street, STREET, but for the most part, you abbreviate that ST period, okay? Well, you know how there's like the official kind of address that the U.S. Post Office uses, and occasionally you'll sign up for something, you'll put the address in, and they'll be like, hey, this is pretty close to what we believe it is, but it's this one. Do you want to choose this one? And you choose, yeah. Like it's zip, or it's like zip +4. You know what I'm saying? Point is that I went through this whole process with Coinbase, now that I remember it, that I had to sign up, and I had to prove that I was myself. It was the whole, know your customer, right? KYC. And the database that they were basically banging up against to verify that a person was a person had the text describing the road that I lived on as ROAD. And everywhere else, I was like, okay, officially it's RD period, and that's the one I need to use. And if I put in the zip code 02043-3535 versus just 02043, then I have a higher likelihood of being accepted by this database. And for whatever reason, the one that they were using did not believe I was me, because the way that the street was spelled in their database was not mine. So therefore, it's just interesting, right? Very confused about the anti-Enrique stuff. I have no comment, just saying I don't really understand it. I don't understand anti-Enrique stuff either. Oh, wait, are we like way? No. I'm on par here. Am I right? Okay, cool. Any company can reject an applicant, and that's fair. I'm just saying that the reason should be provided. We can't tell you why is unacceptable. I completely agree, and you guys know how much of a reasonable, as far as I'm concerned, demand having good customer service is, because again, it's so easy. So that really stinks, man. That really stinks. And again, I have no problem with you telling the whole world that your experience with them was lousy. And obviously you found a solution, which is Remitly, which is great. That's what the free market allows, dude. Matt is a huge friend of mine. I love Matt. And Matt and I have experienced very little pain together in our friendship, meaning that like we haven't been through a whole lot. And like, you know, his life has been through some big challenges, but it's been great to know him. So he was always awesome. And I can always be a stripper if I run out of money. And that's why I love Matt, because he knows my strengths and my weaknesses. Joseph says, I'll buy a t-shirt to see Aztec have. How about we throw that on there, dude? Yeah, we get a caricature. What is Aztec's little guy there? We get that little guy there basically eating a spicy sausage at 2 a.m. and then we superimpose Soy Cowboy in front of it. Is that wrong? I love you, Mango. Thanks a lot for coming by, Matt. You're awesome. I'll repeat and snap a shot next trip. Good. When you're here, we'll both do it together, dude. We'll do it on Dana's GoPro Hero 9 Black. Is Steve's pick wearing rose-colored glasses? Exactly. Oh, is that what they did? Intermission track for. Oh, hey, cool, awesome. All right, dude. Hold on. Let me go back and get that. I don't mind. I love intermission tracks. Let me click on this and see what it's all about, and see if I could get. All right, wait, hold on. Well, am I going to get a copyright strike for this, Aztec? Explicit version, official video. Well, I've already. Oh no, maybe I haven't played a whole lot of it. I like your. If you guys have clicked on what he provided, it's a very risque video, and I actually like it quite a bit. But I wasn't sharing the audio in there, so as far as I know, I didn't just like play the audio. But if I did, then I get a copyright strike, and that's okay. I mean, I don't get a ton of AdSense for this anyway. And just so you know, because I get copyright strikes, the super chats and everything that still comes through. They don't remove that. So if you guys care about that, but good song, dude. Good video. Actually, good song, better video. Very nice. Well, Mike gets coffee. Yeah, everything. Oh, Joseph. Oh my God. I completely spaced on Pigeon Cam, dude. I mean, I could like turn this around and we could set it up together, and then I could throw that together. And then, look, any music I play in the background, basically, it's going to be a copyright strike, and that's fine because I don't need the AdSense money. And for the most part, it's not like, as long as I don't play AC/DC, then all that'll happen is that they just won't, any of the money generated simply goes to the person. So sold everything, and sometimes I regret the losses. Not shipping in a used car is a big setback. Yeah, well, I mean, I get it. If you're attached to this, and I totally get that, dude. I loved restoring cars. It was some of the funnest times I've ever had in my life. It was like awesome doing it with my dad. We restored a 65 Mercedes. That was so much fun. It was a lot of hard work and it was a lot of frustration, but it was really, really fun doing it with him. So $5,000 to replace a line model kits I sold for 200 plus months of searching. Indeed. Yeah, but you got to remember, the best things in life are not things. Tools are still missing our play. Yeah, you can potentially not get the high quality of them here. I get that. Moto Guzzi dealership here. I'm sure I pronounced that wrong. Is it Guzzi? Guzzi? Is it like an Italian and it's like Guzzi? My buddy shipped a whole workshop and only regrets not doing this as Model A Ford. Yeah, I don't. I understand why some people are into those things. I'm grateful that I'm not. So it was a freeing process for me. I'm not saying you should do what I do. That's another thing too. I hope you guys realize that when I describe, with the exception of the phrase that I like to use, which is "don't be an idiot." And trust me, I say that to myself in the mirror frequently, because yeah, you guys ever see the Office, right? And so they're you know how you would do like the interviews of like the people like throughout the show, right? And I guess they asked Dwight Schrute, right? And they said, "Listen, what's the best advice that Michael ever gave you?" He's like, "Don't be an idiot." He goes, "Whenever I think I'm going to do something, I think, would an idiot do that? And if an idiot would do that, I do not do that thing." So I basically consider myself living as Dwight Schrute occasionally in my life. And it's like, yeah, words to live by. I get the whole missing books thing. Believe me, there were some very important books to my life that I had made notes in that I gave away to friends or potentially gave away to Goodwill. And yeah, they meant a lot to me. And but Pigeon Cam or GoPro 9. So yeah, if I could get the GoPro 9, I don't know if I'm gonna have time to do that though. And yeah, yeah, you watched it. Yeah, exactly. Mom won't be pleased either. Oh wait, hold on. He did swing by, and I did. Oh, dude, how many comments did I miss? Darn it. Okay, there we go. There we go. Cool. Going through that, currently getting rid of stuff so not to be widged down when the time comes. Lots of value checking eBay sold. Yeah, and I get it, dude. That is like, it's an absolute process. And good morning, Rike, to you. Thank you so much. I'm glad I caught up to I saw your comments in there, and I definitely wanted to get to them, brother. I hope you're still sticking around. I know that I'm like, 20 minutes behind on my comments, but love you, dude. Been in Bank of America since 1984 and have only had a couple problems with them, and both recently. Indeed, some are good, some are bad. Some people like Target. Speaking of Target, same with Target. Return policy is easy. Yeah, and I have experienced actually bad customer service. I ordered stuff on Target.com. They said it would be there. I went there. She said, "Oh, it won't be there. It'll be here tomorrow." Went there tomorrow. After she said, "No, it's not available. It'll be." I said, "No. I trusted you once before." And I said, "You realize I can order this exact same item on like 75 other websites, right? I was trying you guys because you have this new service." And I thought, yeah. And so, and with that experience, much like MedTech, never going to TransferWise, I will never go back to Target.com. Why would I? There's so many other options. There's so many other Remitleys, right? So, but obviously you've had a great experience, and that's like totally good. My F-150 would have saved me $1 million baht if shipped. Would have saved you? I don't know what that means. You mean, in other words, like you've already bought it and we're using it, so basically it was just the shipping cost to get over here. But yeah, no, you can't bring used cars in. Congrats on 10 months milestone. Indeed it is, Rike. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. It's been awesome. Gracie was on earlier, actually. We were able to get past the internet in Hamandan and have her on the show, which was good. Some companies don't like your ass. Absolutely, dude. They don't like mine. Watch out, Rike. He's going for a personal best for longevity in the live stream. Indeed, I am. His standing record is 8. Is it 8 hours? I thought it was 9. But that's good to know. I'll have to double check. Glad that the cool kids are welcoming you to the cool kids table. My longest was just over 5 hours. Oh, that time? You haven't done a long one since then? 10 months equals 10 hours. That's the goal, buddy. 10 hours minimum, only one bathroom break. Well, so far so good, but my mouth is getting kind of dry. I've only had the 1 cup of coffee, and I'm kind of, yeah. Are you hoping for the Pigeon Cam? All right. Well, then obviously we're going to set that up together, and then we'll basically do that together, and then we'll go on a break together with the Pigeon Cam. It's pretty easy to do. And for the most part, I have one of those cool tripods that like bends around. It's not the, what is it? Like Monster or Gorilla or something like this. It's not one of those. It actually has it's like flexible, like really tough carbon, something like that. The carbon that basically is going to kill us in 7 years. He'll get the 2,000 subs with a monkey cam. I wish I had a monkey cam, dude. That would be amazing. With your history, the monkeys are a no-show. Yeah, indeed. I know, right? It seems like I attract them, and somehow Rike pushes them away, which I don't understand. He's so lovable. Need coffee. I do need coffee. Well, you know what? I don't need it. I would just desire it. Yes, indeed. I know. Nobody ever gets to have a monkey. I need a monkey. And no, I won't play that Aztec. Trust me. You guys can watch that on your own time. I'm not going to broadcast it. So yeah, I'll get a copyright strike. Interesting is usually every day my best things are things. Monk materialistic being screwed by. Yeah, the best things in my life are not things. The best thing in my life is my relationship with Gracie. And over 3 hours. Oh, look at that. 3 hours and 15 minutes. Oh my God. My bladder's like, bring it, Mike. Of course. I say that now. Give me another 15 minutes. You're still there. Awesome, buddy. We got this thing going on called COVID lockdown. Yeah, I know, man. You get the whole, gee. I was just talking about that earlier because Gracie was in lockdown for like 5 days, right? At her village, her province. Sorry, her barangay. Poblacion. And poblacion basically meaning there's Hamandan and then the Hamandan poblacion, kind of like where the market is and stuff in there. Anyway, they found 2 people that were tested positive for it, but she believes the updated data is that they don't have it, but they are doing 14-day quarantine themselves. When they found out those 2 people had it, they then put everyone in quarantine for 5 days, just the 5, not 10, 5. And so that was, disappointment and stuff, but then people got back to what they were doing. And actually, Gracie made a really fun comment. She goes, well, if someone comes up to the shop and they're wearing a mask, well, then I don't put a mask on. I'm like, that's incredibly efficient. I like that idea. Are you an engineer? So anyway. To Caesar Aztec asks, you wish you shipped a car there? Isn't that expensive? And how difficult sorting reg, not cheaper? Yeah, I completely understand how some people would want to do. Oh, dude, awesome. Totally cool. Let's see what we got going on here. Been 3-hour live streams lately. I've been slacking. That's all right. It's not a competition. It's a collaboration, Rika. You know that. Joseph, Mike wrote an ebook about life before Bangkok and your time to put it on Audible. I should put it on Audible. Anyway, 22 of you hanging out right now, and 7 hearts I got on Facebook. Wow, that's pretty awesome. And a whole 55 thumbs up over here on the live stream from YouTube. Can't thank you enough for that. That's totally awesome. We are at 6 hours and 15 minutes, guys. And why are we going for 10 hours? Well, because I thought it would be appropriate. And actually, I was just thinking about it when I was in the kitchen. Here's why I believe, at least. I don't know if I know, but I believe I know this. I know I believe, and I believe I know. That the last stream I did was 9 hours because I believe, or the last longest one, because I believe that Facebook will only stream live for 9 hours. And then I believe they cut it off. It could be 8. It could even be 7 for all I know. But I know that there is a number higher than 6. And so we're still probably going on Facebook, where Facebook won't stream any longer. As far as I know, YouTube has no limit. Because I have some friends that follow or that do the. Oh, so if you don't know, there's Koh Samui live streams, I believe is the name of the channel, and they 24/7 they have live streaming video of various webcams that are in Samui, and so like they're over the beach. In fact, they're over the one beach that I stayed at. I want to say it was Crystal Bay. I believe it was Crystal Bay. What was it called? Was it called Crystal Bay Yacht Club? And there were no boats. There is no yacht club. They just called it that. Crystal Bay Marina, that sort of thing. So anyway, they have some cool ones there. So my point is that I know that you can live stream on YouTube for days, weeks, probably. They may or may not ping you and be like, hey, are you still there? Kind of like have you guys ever like binge watched on Netflix? And after a while they send you a message. They're like, are you still watching? Are you still there? If so, click the okay, And so I think they're kind of like, yeah, glad you liked it, Joseph. That's a good story. I've tried to hang out on that channel, and it's just not me. I'm in the one you're talking about, modding Aztec. But again, that's it's not bad. It's just not me. 56 up, only 1 down, but 56 million shakas, brah, which is like totally what we're looking for. That's the real metric, quite frankly. As far as I'm concerned, that's where all the cool kids hang out. Yeah, so we're streaming on YouTube. We're also streaming on Facebook, but also on my Twitch, on my Twitter, which basically means we're doing Periscope. We're over at She's Africa TV, and that is basically Korea / a little bit of China. But VK.com, I also forgot. I wonder what the other one was. But yeah, VK.com, and that's the one that basically allows for sorry, it doesn't allow for. It is the Facebook of Russia, VK.com. And oh yeah, and I got one person following us on Twitch, which is awesome. Africa, it doesn't give the metrics on the back. So I'm not, or it doesn't give metrics back. There's no API for statistics. So I wasn't totally sure how much we got going on there, but yeah. And then Periscope, i.e. Twitter Live, there's no statistics. There's no analytics that come back. So that's kind of a bummer. Is that the link you put up earlier? I missed it. Are you referring to this one that's on the screen right now for the Hill Tribe funding, which is simply paypal.me/Bangkok Exchange? Bangkok Strange. If that's the one you mean, yes. But maybe it's this link. What is that one? Let me cruise over to the YouTube so I can actually click on it. But oh, that's the one with the, yeah. Yeah. You watch that one on your own. That's not, although to be fair, it's not like my vulgarity during my, during Bangkok Strange was, it's too bad really that, you can't, that doesn't like automatically get beep out, right? I mean, you'd think there'd be some AI that would handle that, or I could just be appropriate in an adult. So there's that. But you know what I was going to do? Hold on. So I want to make Bangkok Oh, I can't make him hold on. I need to go over here. There's a couple of people on my channel that I wanted to make moderators. I wanted to do it with Dana, but for the most part, he's usually kind of connected through the Bangkok Strange account. So I will. So let me add that in because that's pretty easy to do. There we go. Add moderator. So Bangkok Strange is a moderator. Who else was going to share? Oh, Todd. I want to make Todd I think he already is a moderator, actually. Because he likes to share links as well. Aztec, he shares links well. Let's see. Oh, Mariano. There we go. Yeah, Mariano shares really cool links. Add him as a moderator. For some reason, I can only go, oh, wait, hold on. Top chat, I need to go to live chat, and then that way you can see all the messages, apparently. I think, and again, if any of you guys want to be moderators, then just ping me. Just let me know. So, whoop, hold on. Don't want to do that. Lady boys, where? You didn't share any videos about that, but oh God, I mean, you mean his story? Yeah, no, I get it. Save for another time. Indeed. Good night. It's fun to hear about the good work you guys are doing in Thailand and contribute to the cause. Thank you very much for your contribution, Paul. I really, really appreciate it. I love how you contribute to the channel with your questions and your statements and your interjection. And also the other ways that you do it too. I'm honored, my friend. Absolutely honored. So thank you very much. I can nominate. Oh, yeah. That's right. I forgot because you are one. You can't. Oh, wait. You can nominate and then I got to kind of approve it, or you can just 3 dots and then add. Anyway, regardless, I mean, you guys do what you want to do. And again, at the end of the day, it's kind of like, when you find someone who's like making inappropriate comments that you might say, well, I don't particularly like that. I'm going to put him in timeout. No. The worst case scenario is you block the person and then we realize that we maybe been a little bit, too far. We can unblock them all day long. I'm not worried about making mistakes in that area because, I mean, if you guys truly believe that someone's not being part of the Cool Kids table or contributing to the Cool Kids table the way that we all know we want to, you can block them all day long. Additionally, if you make someone a moderator and that you realize that was a bad decision, that's fine. We can change that too. But I don't know how that nomination thingy works, Aztec. But anyway, feel free to go for it. Big time Thank you, Paul. Also, thank you, Aztec. Thank you, Roger McGee. You guys are absolute total rock stars. Be good, Paul. Not sure if Mr. Mitch is around all the time, though. He swings by pretty regularly. Aztec, I think you are ridiculously attendant. You are always here. You stuck. Actually, most of you guys, quite frankly. But thank you guys also for spilling over into the Bangkok Strange podcast. I really, that means a lot. Sorry about what? You don't need to worry about words like that on my channel. I don't believe that there is actually a negative consequence for saying things like that, because I can tell you that I have reviewed video. I can tell you right now that, I mean, again, I occasionally will drop an F-bomb. Sorry, Mom, on this channel. And I've said COVID tons of times on this channel. I've said quarantine. I've said, all these other things that I can absolutely, I appreciate and I absolutely respect the fact that, and I'm talking about like the words that Jeremy is concerned about having on his channel on Do More Life. First of all, I totally support the boundaries that he has. But from a technical analytics perspective, I actually, my analysis tells me that using those words does not decrease your potential for AdSense revenue. But again, I don't know. I know that for me, there's got it. Okay, cool. Fair enough, Joseph. Yeah. No, that's all right, dude. I mean, it's quite frankly, it's not like any of the language that you guys have put up here is as bad as Dana and mine, because as you can tell from the Bangkok Strange podcast, obviously I talk like a sailor when I'm on his channel. Try to keep it fairly PG-13, at least over here. So after 10 months, well, first of all, as you might guess, I still made the right decision to come over here. I still made the right decision to quit my job. I still made the right decision to leave San Diego. Not just leave San Diego and come to Thailand, but just leave San Diego in general. It was time. The other thing, too, that I didn't really sort of acknowledge or think about is if you guys have been watching my channel and you've seen, potentially my live streams or my, my videos that I upload, I was in Samui. And while I was in Samui, Miriam passed away. Miriam was a great friend of mine. She started out simply as my landlord. I found her in, she had an ad in the paper, right? And then I went over there and checked out the house that I would then end up living in for 6 years. The initial plan was to live there for 3 months. I was going to live there. I'm sorry, until March. So basically I moved in October. So the goal was to, by 3 months, I meant the first 3 months in the following year, which was 2013. And it was like, okay, I'm going to move in. And then a few weeks later, I decided, okay, now that I have a house and I have a place to live, I'm going to take my buddy Eddie up on his fair enough. Yeah, this is actually, I actually try and live by this as much as I possibly can too, Joseph. So same page, buddy. And it won't make her mad. It'll just make her disappointed. So that, honestly, that's probably worse. It saddens me the most when I disappoint my parents, let alone my mom, my dad, doesn't matter. It would sadden me if I disappointed you guys, but I know that, look, there's a lot more other words in the English language that I can use to describe that I can use to describe something or express myself that don't offend others. So, it's a fair boundary. And so I was in Samui and I did a live video, and basically my mom actually responded and she labeled it as me doing a eulogy, performing a eulogy for Miriam, because she knew Miriam very well. And again, the relationship started out by me basically moving into the guest house on her property. And initially I was only going to live there for 6 months. And then come summertime in Coronado, I was going to move out because effectively the rent would have probably tripled, really, maybe quadrupled. And so therefore it was like, okay, well, fine. It's good. And, you can do the summer rental and then everything. And I lived there for a while. And then I went to Thailand and went there for, I went there for 3 weeks. It was my first trip to Thailand. So I went to Thailand for 3 weeks and then I came back and then I was in Maui for a week. And so, I had lived there for basically, about 2.5 months. And then I left for a month. And then I came back, and towards the end of that month, when I only effectively had 2 more months left on my handshake agreement, and I was going to leave in March, meaning I was out of there April 1st or before it, March 31st. She's like, no, it's really good to have you here. And I said, why don't you just stay and everything? And that was great. And then I got to know her family. She became an incredibly good friend. She became a great friend. She became a mentor at times. I became a mentor to her at times. We chatted about very similar things. My mom came out. My mom and her became really good friends. And, they would talk on the phone for hours, about things that they believed in. And they were very similar in age. Miriam sadly had more, again, selfishly, I'm grateful that my mom doesn't have the health issues that Miriam had. But again, a lot of it is just, life path, right? It's not necessarily anything she did. She didn't eat great, but she had also had a heart attack. She had diabetes and that sort of thing. So, the end was closer for her than other people of her age, which was 88. No. Yeah. I think she was either 87 or 88. Regardless, she passed away. And, and that was before I had been here 9 months. But I remember, I thought back on that recently, and I said, if there were ever any time in my life where it was like, okay, I can understand why I can now let go of San Diego, if you will, it was basically the passing of Miriam, because I have guys that I love. My best friends are in San Diego. My best mentors, some of the people that have truly saved my life by their behavior, live in San Diego. But Gracie and I were talking about, okay, we're going to live here in Thailand. We're going to go to Vietnam. We're going to travel. And we're going to do all this stuff. And, that was our plan. And, so you do remember it. Thank you very much, buddy. So anyway, I reflected back on that. And, again, Gracie and I were talking about, once we do this travel, once we go back to the U.S., how are we going to do it? Are we just going to fly directly into Boston? Or potentially we're going to fly into San Diego, spend 2 or 3 days with Miriam. And then from San Diego, what are we going to do? Are we going to fly to Boston? Maybe we're going to drive cross country. That was one of the videos that I did last December. I think we're going to fly to the United States when Gracie and I get there, and we're going to drive cross country. It would be a great learning experience for Gracie. It would be fun for both of us, and it would be a neat way to spend time together. She likes road trips. I like road trips. She, obviously it's a road trip where she sits and I drive. But it'd been one of those times where, there could have been parking lots and she could have had, more experience driving potentially. Regardless, it would have been a really, really good. But it was really the only reason we were going to stop in San Diego is Miriam. You're going to spend some couple of days with Miriam. So then once she passed away, it was sort of like, okay, well, I can communicate with my guys, and it would be really neat to be able to see them. It would be really great. Additionally, though, another piece of sort of closure I think that I went through is I saw my mentor, Bill, before I left. And my mentor, Bill, is he's got ALS. And so therefore, the Bill that he is today is significantly different than the Bill that he was before from a physical perspective. From an emotional and spiritual perspective, he's still got an enormous amount of gratitude. He's still got a lot of advice for me to stay sane and sober and in gratitude, and that sort of thing. But he's just different. It's just different. Like if I break my leg and I'm on crutches, then I'm just simply a different traveler than I was. It doesn't mean I'm less of a Mike. I'm just a different Mike, right? So the point is that, I was able to see him, hug him, spend hours with him before I left and got on the plane to come over here to Thailand. So again, so that's sort of gone. There was enough closure there where he and I talked for a while, and he even said, okay, well, I tell you what, you're here next week, right? I said, yeah. And then I leave with him. He says, all right, well, why don't we see each other next week? And then he completely forgot about it. The car that I was borrowing to drive up there broke down on the way, so I couldn't make it. I had to call him and say, dude, I'm really, really sorry. I can't make our appointment when we had this afternoon. He goes, oh my God, I'm really sorry. Like I forgot you were coming. So I was like, okay, good. At least I'm not missing my appointment. And at least I'm not showing up when he, expected me not to be there. So it worked out well. It was what was meant to be. So I was like, okay. And again, prior to that, I had seen him for like 2 or 3 hours, and we had gotten reconnected and close, and it was closure. Miriam passing away was closure. So it was like, all right, well, I really got nothing, to keep me back to San Diego. So I know that was the right decision. It was the right decision to leave San Diego. I know that it was the right decision to leave my job because it was absolutely dysfunctional. And sadly, after leaving, speaking to my guys that still stayed there, put it this way, they weren't happier after I left, unfortunately. The leadership got more, there was less of the barrier, sadly, at my mid-management level, effectively, at my, you know, director type level, between the senior director and my guys. And so therefore, you know, they weren't, that saddened me, but I knew there was nothing I could do. I was absolutely powerless over the incompetence of the people that were higher on me on the org chart. And I'm not just talking about technical incompetence. I'm talking about, you know, not just lack of IQ, but lack of EQ. Their empathy for the people that reported to them and sought leadership from them. They didn't have that capacity. They didn't have that ability, meaning that it's not that they couldn't, but they also wouldn't. And they had an inability to tell the truth, you know, and so therefore that kind of trickled down into people that were like, well, wait a minute. I mean, one could argue Mike was overly honest and overly open with us. He probably should have had a few better boundaries as a leader, you know, but, you know, there was also that desire to be buddies with my guys. And I understand how that's a slippery slope. It's like, you know, parents want to be their son or daughter's best friend, but that's not necessarily appropriate, right? I mean, there's a healthy boundary that's there that involves the respect for discipline that is not necessarily available in a friendship, you know. And so therefore returning and seeing my guys and having one more lunch with them, or having Gracie and I, you know, take them, meet them at the beach and us all hang out. I knew that wouldn't have solved that problem. You know, there was an iterative process that is necessary through that bureaucratic organization to be able to make the people that work there happier by doing different things. And they will either do that, or those people will move on to be happier, or COVID will show up and that will change their level of happiness in the workplace. So my point to that is that I didn't have that dragging me back there. Not dragging. That's not what I meant. I didn't have that attachment that would make it desirable for me and Gracie as a team to return back to San Diego. So I knew that was good. And over the last couple of months, I've sort of reflected on that and obviously spent a little bit more time focusing on that. It disappoints me that I wasn't able to go back to Boston this summer to see my parents. You know, I keep in touch with my parents as I possibly can, obviously, or not obviously, but as you might guess, when I got my Canadian passport, you know, I took a picture of it, took a selfie of it, you know, that sort of thing. They were the first people to know about it. I mean, that was the first email that went out. That was the first message that went out. That was the first. I made a video, but I didn't end up sending them the link because I put it up on YouTube as private, but I didn't want to have to share it individually with their Gmail accounts. And I said, no. I'll just send them this and this message. And that was great because that was obviously something that we worked on together. Not the least of which is my mom giving birth to me, you know, to allow me to basically be physically born in the United States to a Canadian citizen. So there's that, right? I mean, and so, of course, and also, you know, being the responsible people that they are, having those original documents from 52 years ago to be able to send those to me so that I could bring those to the Canadian embassy. And it was just literally next finish. And all of a sudden, you know, less than 2 weeks later, and I don't know, it was a couple $100. It was like 200 Canadian. So it was like, you know, plus another 50 and swearing to, you know, doing so. I have a 10-year, I have a passport that doesn't expire until 2030, right? I mean, that's pretty awesome. So, you know, I mean, they're in my life. And if I ever iterate the statement, I don't need to go back to see my parents ever again, that would be ridiculously shocking. I can't imagine that I would ever say that, other than, of course, the ridiculously sad future reality, which is, you know, they're going to pass away. I mean, you know, this thing only lasts so long, right? I mean, the engine ages, and that's just the way that it works. It won't make the detachment and their lack of, you know, being physically available to me on the planet. It, you know, the prospect of that doesn't get any happier, trust me, because we're getting closer to that, not further away. And, you know, I'm also getting closer to dying than, you know, well, to be fair, I'm 52. One could argue that if I live to 104, that wouldn't be really shocking. Meaning 50 years from now, the advances in medicine, one could argue that, you know, there might be something out there that occurs. I mean, if I'll tell you right now, if Elon Musk has his way, I'm not going to be interfacing with this device with my silly fingers, right? There's going to be the neurons are going to be firing via, probably EMF and RF and that sort of thing, the way that I interface with it. So therefore, I'm quite confident. I mean, I'll tell you right now, if I had told you a year ago, oh, dude, I have this camera and it focuses on the horizon, and if I rotate the camera 360 degrees, it doesn't change. I mean, that AI and that ML, I don't know if it's ML, it's probably not learning, but it certainly is AI that they have built into that device where you can put something the size of your thumbnail that will hold, currently, I believe the biggest you can buy is 800 gigs of storage, 800 gigabytes of storage on something that small. But you can certainly buy 256 gigs. You can definitely buy 512 gigs and have a half a terabyte of storage in a device that is one half the size of a pack of playing cards, that will stay on and record everything that's going around you for approximately 2 hours. I mean, that's 2020. In 2030, like when I need to update my new passport, am I even going to be bothering updating it? Or is it just going to basically be a chip that's installed in me that says, well, here's who I am? I mean, it's not like my dog had that, and it's not like when I brought him in, they took his, paw prints, or they asked me who he was. They just went boop over his back and said, oh, Alias, good to see you, right? I mean, so it's like, I'm okay with that, provided I can trust the people that are going, boop, okay? And maybe I don't do that just yet. But I mean, it's not like, look, my passport's got RFID in it. I mean, yeah, that's the deal with the passport. I mean, if you walk through a scanner, they don't necessarily need to physically look at it. And I mean, they can identify who you are meters before you show up. I mean, you guys know that, right? I mean, that little square thing that's at the bottom of your passport that basically says it's got art. That's why they don't want you to get it wet, because if you do, then you've basically just got a physical passport. You don't have a digital passport, and they can't scan it as well as they can with other things. If you put it on a gigantic magnet and let it sit there, the circuitry inside potentially won't work as well. They do the best to shield it, and there's a ton of capacitive coupling in there. So, I mean, obviously, if you you walk across a shag carpet, right, and you get like that's not going to damage it and that sort of thing. But, other things too, don't bend it like crazy. There's circuitry in there. So to all of the, I mean, the technology that's going to be available to us could potentially make it pretty easy for me to be able to live to 104 along with all of you guys. Who knows what a live stream will be 50 years from now? Who knows what it'll be 5 years from now? I can tell you right now that 30 years ago, when I was first basically getting into broadcast, if I said to somebody, oh, dude, I'm going to do a live stream from my living room, the amount of equipment that was necessary, as well as humans, to accomplish exactly what we're doing right now for free, for me to transmit all of this for free to an unlimited number of people, literally an unlimited amount of people, to be interacting with you guys that are next door as well as on the other side of the globe. I mean, literally, all of you guys that are on the East Coast, you are literally on the other side of the world from me. It is a 12-hour, well, 13 because of the time change, but you're literally, I mean, it's the infamous, if I dig through China or if I dig through the United States enough, I'll get to China, right? I mean, that joke we used to have as kids. You guys are literally on the other side of the world from me. And there is potentially a 1, maybe 3-second delay, but that's it. When you guys type a message and hit enter, it's instantaneously basically available to me. So to think that like 50 years from now, they won't have the ability to say, well, of course you're going to live to be 104, Mike. You only smoked for 20 years of your life. That's no big deal. So all it does is take 20 years off your life. So you're just simply not going to live to be 120. Okay. Right? So my point is that there's so much possibility forward, dude. So much possibility that it just eclipses any disappointment that I have right now. I can't see my parents, yes, but I can also video chat with them immediately. And if I needed to do that, I can call them from a phone that is connected to my internet that, whether I use it or not, costs me the same amount of money. and I can dial my telephone number of my home that I grew up in and speak to my parents with the same ease with which I dial a phone number and talk to Dana. Actually, it's harder for me to talk to Dana on the telephone than it is to talk to my parents on the telephone. It costs more. It actually costs more money for me to call Dana and make a telephone call, just using like basically what is the phone app, but basically using the telephone. It costs me more to call Dana that way than it does to call my parents in Boston, literally on the other side of the world from me. I can talk an unlimited amount of time with my parents because it's VoIP and it's over the internet, and that connection is there whether I use it or not. So therefore the cost of using it is, I pay one flat fee every 2 years. I think I pay like $120, and I have a US phone number via VoIP anywhere in the world that I plug in and have internet. So, that's now. And here's the deal. I started doing that back in 2002 when Vonage was available, basically. I carried around my Vonage thing. Now I have a different company. It's called VoIPO, but the point is that I've always had, once I found out that VoIP was possible, I just ported all of my telephone numbers that I had for all of my physical installs. So anyway, it's a little bit about me and some of the reasons that I'm also grateful for 10 months here. It's been some of the best 10 months of my life. I mean, yes, Gracie and I grew because we were physically together. I would say that we're growing in a much different way than I had planned, obviously, as part of this relationship. But, we're talking about future plans too. I'm growing her ability to get here with like more foundational stuff here. The passport that I have, the second passport that I have, the visa that I'm going to be getting that is going to allow her to get the visa that she's going to be getting, and the marriage that we're eventually going to be able to sign off on. We can't do that right now via Skype for $0. I mean, that's not free kind of thing, right? Process that needs to be. And, the people that are selling that service, I question their integrity right now. I'm very skeptical that what they're giving you is actually viable. And what I don't want to do is come away with that $2,000 lighter, which is not all the money in the world, but I'd feel it. And have this piece of paper that basically is not valid and therefore show up at a embassy, not the least of which is the Thai embassy, trying to get Gracie the appropriate visa, saying, no, we really are married with this piece of paper. And them saying, no, this is false. What am I going to do? Go back to the people in the United States and say, give me my money back and rotate back time so that therefore the Thai embassy believes me the next time I should? No. That's got to be correct. And so while I am absolutely going to do it, the ability to do it, she and I cannot get married and get a marriage certificate valid from the Philippines. To do that, I need to physically be next to her in front of somebody. That can't occur right now. And I'm okay with not being able to get back to the Philippines right now. I'm not okay. I mean, I'm accepting of it, but I'm not approving of it. In other words, I accept it. It is what's happening, but it disappoints me that I can't just, I can't go to airasia.com and next finish, basically a few strokes of the keyboard later. I will see Gracie tomorrow morning over at Damwang or Savarnabhum. I mean, that's not happening right now. And that's a drag. I cannot pay my way into that solution, essentially. Meaning that I'm not good enough friends with Michael Dell any longer where I can just, send him a text message and be like, I would really appreciate it if you could cruise by Manila on your private jet, pick her up, cruise over here to Savarnabhum, and then you and I, walk down the street and we get some Thai food and then cruise over to the Dell office. And no, that doesn't occur. So bit of a deep stream, that one, my little eulogy, huh, Aztec? You think so? Yeah, I suppose it was. I mean, again, at the end of the day, it was a little bit more of my personality that probably didn't shock any of you guys, i.e. Mike crying out of sheer reflection on awesome relationship that I got to have in my life, right? So I don't know if I cried. I teared up, though. I mean, right? So somber video of it. Very grateful to Mike for sharing a wonderful person with us. Thank you for saying it that way, Stuck. I appreciate it, buddy. Yeah, That's interesting. I really didn't sort of acknowledge it that way, but if that's the result, I'm thrilled, because that was not the intention. Was sure to share with you guys, what I had gone through and some feelings that we all go through, right? But to kind of share my perspective of it. But I didn't really sort of label it as sharing that wonderful person. I didn't really sort of label it as sharing her with you. But that's awesome. That's really cool that I did that, dude. I didn't realize that I did that. That's pretty awesome. Okay. Did you seriously just call this? You son of a... How the hell do you know me that well, dude? How did you know that was going to lob? How did you know that by stuck lobbing that over the net? God, you guys. Yeah, she was awesome. And she is awesome. And it's what makes it so that I can see awesome in you guys. And I want to stay here. I mean, 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hour, 8 hour, 9. I may not get to 10 today. I may get in a different mood, and I'd be like, you know what? I'd really rather have some Ritz crackers with some peanut butter. Even though I love these guys, I'd rather do that than do a 10-hour live stream. Maybe. I doubt it. But yeah, it happens, Joseph, right? All your kids are your friends now. It does happen when you get older, right? I mean, I get that. But there's that initial sort of necessary boundary, I believe. But again, because you earn a different kind of respect initially, right? And then you earn one later on. And then, of course, when they're 14, they don't respect anybody who's like over 16. At least, I don't know, that's my experience. But I think, therefore, my iPhone works. There you go, buddy. There you go. Do you think there's a cure by then? For what? For cancer? Yeah, you bastard. If Brian was here, actually, he would say, you bastard. The way only Peter Griffin can. So, but anyway. Good call, you guys. Good call. Absolutely. I love it. There better not be a cure for gratitude attacks. I think there is a cure for gratitude attacks for me. It's drinking. I drink and use. I don't get grateful. My life's over. I wonder, in your life, what thing, what scenario, what possibility, what, not necessarily probability, but do you guys have in your life that you can pretty much proactively prevent? But if that were to show up, it would deplete your ability to even see a gratitude attack. For me, that would be, yes, the drinking and using, sure. But it would also be, being distrustful, meaning I would engage in distrustful behavior, and therefore people would not have the ability to trust me because I would not be trustworthy. So, oh yeah, COVID-19. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Are we gonna in 2029? Are we gonna be saying, "Well, man, remember 2020"? Oh, got it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when I have to renew my Canadian passport, am I gonna be like, well, thank God I got that C-19 shot? And I don't know about you guys, but I mean, I got the flu shot simply because, like, I would see my doctor for whatever reason. Like, I'd go in and be like, oh yeah, I've got dry skin on or, I'm kind of getting these headaches, or, my shoulders really hurt, or like, I don't know if I did, maybe I should go see a chiropractor. Maybe I should get massage therapy, or after I get in my motorbike accident, I need to basically go do physical therapy regularly. And and depending upon what time of the year it is, very often before I said, okay, cool. The nurse will check you out. This is great. This is the prescribed behavior. This is the prescribed behavior. This is the prescription that I believe you should take to be successful against this disease or this virus or whatever you've got right now. And then the conversation would turn to, oh, and have you had your flu shot? And, if I said not yet, they'd be like, okay, enter. And that would mean that when I would exit, the nurse would provide me with the paperwork as well as the diagnosis and the treatment for whatever I came in from. And then she would literally go over to the fridge, right, and open it up and administer the flu shot. And other than the annoying pain that it wouldn't be intense, but the pain that I had in my shoulder here for the next, I don't know, anywhere that I remember, the next 5 minutes to 55 minutes. I mean, I don't know how long it lasted. But other than that, it was as if they basically said, okay, Mike, drink this spring water. I mean, it was, and the result of this will be you not getting the flu or whatever. In other words, have this little pinch in your arm. And because of that, you potentially won't get the flu. Meaning, I think it's only like 64% effective. Isn't that true? So I don't know. But, so maybe I only had, 36% of the virus. Maybe I only had 36% of the symptoms. I didn't have a full headache. I didn't have 100 temperature. I had a 99 temperature or something like that. So I don't know. So I got it, and it was pretty much a non-event. So, maybe the next time, like a year from now or something, when I go see a doctor, I see a general practitioner for a stuffy nose I got to tell you though, since I got to Thailand, I don't take any medication for migraine headaches any longer. I don't take any over-the-counter medication for headaches anymore. I don't have I kind of get a stuffy nose, but that's just based on debris, quite frankly. And then I blow my nose, and then I don't have a stuffy nose. It's the reality of Bangkok in the summer months. Okay, there's less good air quality here. Than I get it. So there's that. But that's why I have this filtration system that was designed by something, that allows that bad air to not get into my lungs, right? And so I got that going for me, which is nice. No, but there's there's that ability, right, for your body to like take care of stuff. And so that's what my body has sort of been doing. I haven't had I never got earaches regularly, but my point is I've never had flu-like symptoms. I've never had a bug, and I'm going to either have to move or tolerate my bum being numb. This couch is worth everything I paid for it, which is zero. It came with the apartment. I've got a chair over there, so I may move over there. The good news, that'll be pretty easy. But the point is I've really, really liked almost everything that has occurred in my life since I moved to Thailand. And again, like, look, Todd, for example, he's got someone that he cares about who's not in his life, not physically in his life right now, too, as do many of you guys, right? And, so but that's not so significant that it makes me want to do the wrong thing. If anything, the anticipation or the architecting of getting Gracie and I getting the team back to full strength, that makes me want to do more right stuff, for God's sake. I mean, again, I'm also 52, right? And so I'm older, and I'm slower in certain areas. My blood flow isn't what it was. My drive wasn't what it was in other areas that it used to be when I was certainly 18 or 28 or 38 or 48 or whatever, right? So, I also label it as I've met the one, right? And so I've met my teammate. And that happens at varying degrees and varying levels. Additionally, I had no idea over the last 10 months. I mean, because I've known this guy, David. David is a friend of both Dana and ours. And after being here literally less than a week, he's like, oh, hey, I'm going to meet some buddies for coffee over at True Digital Park. You want to go come in? And I met Dana for the first time. And we exchanged, numbers, whatever, line message, eye contacts. And then we talked a little bit. And then like he was saying today, and then he's like, well, hey, why don't you cruise over and, we can do a live stream or whatever. So I met his wife for the first time, met him for like the second time. We chatted about some stuff back and forth in that interim. Because I knew he was like technically competent. I knew he had this podcast. I knew that like he was an engineer. He was the chief data scientist for this IT company that I was, kind of consulting with, and then ended up being, now I'm on the advisory board. So it was like, okay, we would bounce like, hey dude, where do I get a good tech something? Oh, go to Fortune Town. Hey dude, where do you think I can get, the blah, 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 like headphone? Oh, go to Lazat, whatever. We would just like chat. And then eventually ended up doing the first podcast, which was on his channel, the Dana Bluin channel. And then we, started this thing, and our friendship has just been like this. I mean, his wife is like just so she's like part of the team too, not the team of me and Gracie, but she's part of this ever expanding sort of sphere of influence that both Dana and I have. And then there's this Venn diagram of collaboration that occurs. So I've got this new friend Dana, so that's really cool. And I think actually there's this one girl who she works in they call it the juristic office, I think. It's like kind of like the administrative offices. For some reason, they refer to it as the juristic. Regardless, she's subscribed to me on YouTube. She's Thai, and on Sundays and Mondays, she'll be the person at the front desk who basically handles the packages. And so there's that. See my wife, my parent. Yeah, I'll bet you want to do that, dude. I get it. Everyone needs a gratitude attack as much as you have. Oh, yeah, it's pretty cool. Need longer. Yeah, do you mean like when I went like this and you saw my knee? Yeah, these are basically, they're kind of like workout shorts pretty much. I just kind of wear them around the house, and they're kind of like really long, really thick boxers, effectively. So, they work for me in here, but sorry for my hairy knee, Joseph. I get it. And thank you for calling me on that. Stuck says viruses are ever changing in billions that could possibly mutate and be transferable to humans. So it will never be, it's a never ending battle. Absolutely, dude. And I totally get it. Go Team Mackie. Good for you, Joseph. I also love Team BS. That's kind of cool. I mean, that's so simple, right? I mean, let's face it, Dana and I are, arguably childish. So it's kind of bizarre, actually, that, with Bangkok strains, neither of us have ever referred to it as, oh, man, look at all this BS. I mean, come on. And then you guys just like lob that over the net. So thank you once again. It's why the Cool Kids table is cool. Wow. A minute ago, we were at 6 hours. And in about, I see 6:58, 47, 48, 49, 50. So in a minute 10, we'll be at 7 hours, guys. And I think all of you guys that are here right now were here at the beginning. Is that a true statement? Mariano, I know, was here absolutely at the beginning, although right now it is 10 a.m. in Germany. So I can understand why he is, he's like, dude, I've got a life. So I can understand why he is off doing something. Quite frankly, as many of you do. I appreciate the fact that you guys are like, well, Mike, you're kind of interesting, but I got this whole life thing going on elsewhere. But again, I love hanging out with you guys, and I've got a life too. But I mean, this is part of my life right now. And quite frankly, I'm waiting for it to rain. I'm waiting for some energetic rain. I wonder if my Logitech cam. I actually, if you don't know, actually, Dana was like talking about it, and I was like moving my thing around. I did, in fact, physically hook up Pigeon Cam, but for some reason when I switched to it, the my screen froze, and so I'm not quite sure why that is. I'm not quite sure why that is, because again, I've got more than enough horsepower on this machine. I do have an extension to the USB. And it's only about 3 meters. I actually have a 15 meter, or not 15 meter, like a 15-foot USB cable, and it's braided, and I thought it had enough shielding in it. But, I mean, again, USB, 5 volts, limited current, limited power, rather. So I know that at distance, it doesn't really scale. So anyway, I wanted to let you know that I tried to hook up Pigeon Cam, but I wasn't effective at it. All that means is after this live stream, when I am in non-live mode, and I'm basically, my life is occurring off camera, I'll see what I can do with Pigeon Cam and try and get that hooked up. But that would be pretty cool. But Aztec said, this is simply why don't get the whole vaccine solution hype. I get it, buddy. I'm right there with you. I mean, every year's flu shot is for the strain that was going around last time. Really, SARS has been making the rounds every year. I didn't know that. What I thought, and I'm probably wrong, I was in my doctor's office. This is in San Diego. And he says something about the flu shot. And I said, hey, so here's the deal. Like, should I get the flu shot? Because I'm going to Asia, I'm moving to Asia. So, like, I mean, should I just wait till I get there and get their flu shot? Like, is that how it's supposed? And he says, no, actually. He says, this is the best time. He says, because the strain or the version or the manufacturing of the flu shot that we have here is based on what has happened in Asia. And he said, so basically we get our information on how to design the flu shot based on what happens. This is what he told me. I believe he believes that. And I'm not saying that he lied to me in any way, but that is what was conveyed to me. And I believe that's accurate the way that I remember it too. So in any case, yeah. And it could have been because and he may have said this, but I forgot, Aztec, that he said, yeah, based on, what happened in Asia last year. But I could have sworn he said what we think is going to happen in Asia, but regardless, it doesn't matter. I actually believe you more than I believe my brain right now. So thank you for that. Why would COVID be any different? Totally agree, dude. Why have we swapped? Well, I mean, again, regardless of whether I believe it or not, this is what is happening around me. I mean, at the end of the day, I am not powerless over everything. I can make choices and I can have, personal sort of accountability and that sort of thing. But at the end of the day, I'm absolutely powerless over the price of my Apple stock. I'm in control over whether I buy it or sell it. But, it's just like one of those things, right? And I mean, I'm absolutely powerless over the fact that Gracie isn't here for me right now. And unfortunately, I have to swallow that. I have to be like, okay, here's the thing. Here's what we can do in the future. Hopefully, here's what we will plan for. It might happen. It might not. But we have plan A and we have plan B and this sort of thing, I really don't know what else we can do. I guess I'll just say that. I'm not saying that I am powerless completely. But again, I kind of have to accept it. Otherwise, I'll be disappointed. I cannot accept it, but then I'll be unhappy, right? I believe I'll be unhappy. Stuck says that we set his alarm for 6:30. I'm going to try and get a nap before work. Thanks, everyone, for a great stream and have a great day. Stuck, thank you very much for everything you do for this channel, not the least of which is promote it while you're here, as well as support it in many, many other ways. I'm honored to have you here, dude. Please get some sleep. I know it's like 4:18 in the morning, bro. I hope you get a good 2 hours. 6:15 p.m. in Australia. Andy, thank you so much. I forgot that you were from down under. Glad you're here, buddy. True for you too, Mr. Mitch? Yeah, I get it. Big time good vibes. Thank you guys so much for all the hugs that you give everyone else here at the Cool Kids table. Not the least of which is all of our new friends, right? It's kind of cool. Almost. I started about 30 minutes or an hour in. I started about 30 minutes. You mean work? I think that's what you mean. Need to go outside and get more coffee. Good job, Joseph. That's smart. I considered more coffee. What time we got right now? It's 3:20 in the afternoon. Honestly, I've discovered that if I drink caffeine, which I'm having some sips of, which could potentially not scale well, of my Coca-Cola, my Diet Coke, rather, or my Coke Light, like it's called in the whole rest of the world. But I'm having a little bit of caffeine. I usually try not to have caffeine after 3 p.m. So that's sorry, I don't try. I'm just telling you that my experience is that when I do have caffeine over 3 p.m., then I stay up later. But I'm on vacation. I'm tired. So I mean, I planned on sleeping in tomorrow anyway. I mean, this morning, I think I finally, I woke up about 4:15 and I was like, all right. So I did a few things. Then I'm like, I'm going to kind of, so I finally got out. I think it was like 6:20 or something like that I got up, but not exactly, but it's the best guess at the strains are going to be upcoming in a year. Got it. Thank you, doctor. Really appreciate it. If you don't know, he's an MD in Hawaii. So I absolutely trust him. Be good, Stuck. Indeed, buddy. Indeed. Andy's from Wollongong, New South Wales. That's right. That's right. I remember him saying that. You're all welcome. Anytime. No big whoop. Very cool, Andy. All right, so I heard my line going off. You guys don't hear it because you don't. Bangkok Strange is going back and forth. Oh, yeah, so we have a Bangkok Strange group, which is basically me, Dana, and that guy Bear, who was on the thing a while ago. Mike's away next week, so I was thinking about the week after if you have some free days. Oh, cool, Dana. So you're going to have those guys? That's awesome. 2 weeks away, we could do something. The Return of Strange. Oh, yeah, that would be awesome. Yeah, that would be really cool, Dana. That's great. Really, really cool. Those guys are awesome. David and Bear. There's 2 new friends that I met. David, Bear. I also got to meet Tony Huge, right? Anthony Hughes, right? Who is this potentially controversial guy, bodybuilder, takes steroids, that sort of thing, has his own supplements. Again, controversial topic, but met him. Totally great guy, awesome guy, honest guy, open-minded guy, and then again, he's got certain things that he does differently in his life than I do. But I don't believe he intentionally harms anybody along the way. That's for sure. I would submit to you that there are more people in his life that try to intentionally harm him based on him doing nothing to them. And that's an interesting observation. But he's in the public eye, and I get it. And, thank God that the table that we have here, guys, is the cool kids table and not the, hey, let's complain about everything around us that we simply can't do anything about anyway, potentially table. And so I'm glad that you guys are part of this one. I got to tell you, Joseph, great, amazing call on that gratitude attack I had a while ago. I don't know how you saw that coming, dude, but I was like, oh, yeah, I just figured I was talking about stuff. And then all of a sudden I kind of felt a little bit weird. And I looked down and there's your little 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And I'm like, what? Dude, you got a crystal ball, buddy? Because clearly it's nice and clean and you're taking great care of it. So good on you. Good on you, my friend. That's absolutely awesome. Ooh, we got 57 thumbs up, only 1 thumbs down. 25 of you guys watching right now. 6 hours. How far are we in? Oh, 7 hours and 8 minutes, guys. Come on. I mean, this is just, there you go. Absolutely. Caffeine is a big part of a food group. So here's what's interesting. Let me see if I can share this with you and kind of let you guys in on this is what's happening with my new, let me do that. This is what's happening with my machine. So yeah, obviously this is going to go crazy there, but this is what just popped up on my screen. 100% guarantee I can buy McAfee protection. Sorry, it's McAfee, John McAfee. ASUS recommends McAfee for protection against dangerous hackers, viruses, and more. Act now and take advantage of the savings before it's too late. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. You're so pressuring me. Your level of urgency in your marketing is so effective on a guy like me. You tool. All that does is make me not want to buy it ever. Not buy it now so I can save money or not kick myself later because I didn't buy it when it was only $25.49. All that says to me is, Mike, this is not for you ever because of the culture of our company and the way that we market to you. I find that so offensive. And you want to talk about potentially having intelligence and talking down to some people, much like you guys cited before, me not doing. And thank you for that observation. I don't believe that I talk down to people. Maybe I do sometimes, but certainly not you guys. That's for sure. Promotional discount offer. Typically the first year price is $39.99. Oh my God. It's a total savings versus my renewal price. Well, guess what, buddy? You want to know how much money I save and you want to know how much money I spend by not buying your product? I save everything and I spend $0 and I am even happier than when you presented to me that option. So thanks a lot for basically having no integrity and indicating to me why I will never do business with your organization. Sorry. Because guess what? For free, the Windows operating system comes with a pretty good antivirus, anti-spyware algorithm and engine that gets updated regularly. So I don't need you. Now what I got to do is I got to figure out how these annoying little, ooh, you guys didn't hear that, but that was thunder. Guys, I'm thinking some energetic rain, which might mean it's cooling down outside, which means I need to open up the window. Because what do we do when it starts raining outside? We turn the air conditioning on and we open the window. This is what we do. This is what happens at the Cool Kids table. This is why it's cool. This is why it's a table. It is a big part of a food group, though. I completely agree. Same with you, Aztec. Yeah. Rob must have popped in. Why? Because of the caffeine? Really? Does he do caffeine? I mean, he drinks Coke, but for the most part, he's a beer guy, right? Rose cooler glasses. I know you meant to speak colored, but I like rose cooler. That's really cool. My rose cooler glasses, seen it coming. I know you meant to say colored, but I like cooler. Blame ASUS for shipping it with Mac. Yeah, absolutely. I know it's a relationship that they have. I get it. You know, but I don't blame ASUS. I blame McAfee, as in McDonald's, McAfee. It's imperfect, but whatever. Little dopamine rush clicking the close button in the McAfee. Yeah, indeed. Well, plus, I mean, if you know anything about John McAfee, I mean, the guy's a complete disaster. Here's the thing about AA. It's for people that want it, not for people that need it. If everyone who needed it went to the meetings, it would be the most popular organization in the entire world. It would be it would be more popular than Google. And I'm not saying any of you guys should go there. I'm just saying that it's for people that want it, not for people that need it. People that need it our ranks would swell, as is said. Oops, sorry. Rob must have popped in on the. Yeah, no. The good news about Rob is that I know that that's literally one of the last things he would do. He would only do it if he knew I did it, if he could take credit for it and give me a hard time. Rob and I also do not have a relationship that has any eggshells on the floor that we walk on. That is not yeah. Oh, there was just lightning too. Oh, dude. Awesome. Did you guys hear that? Probably not. But yeah, the lightning was like, I mean, I literally saw like the light there, but it's not raining yet. Now, I do need to let you know that because Gracie is in my life, and I do believe that she believes that if I turn off my data right now on my phone, turn off mobile data, she has the experience and the belief that if I have mobile data turned on my phone during thundering and lightning, she has experienced people in the Philippines having that happen on their phone, lightning happening, and then they die. So she has read enough stories that and believes that will happen. So therefore, she shares this with me, and she encourages me, because of her love for me, to turn off my data during thundering and lightning so I won't die. So rather than just say, okay, honey, I will do that, and then not do that, I do that. So I don't believe that having my lights on, we haven't discussed this either. She hasn't encouraged me to turn off my soft boxes or my laptop or my Wi-Fi or my condenser mic or my Behringer mixer or my other laptop or my fan or my air conditioning. And no, I'm not mocking her and making fun of her, but none of those have been discussed. And so therefore, I am not shutting those things off. But I don't know if you guys share that belief or not, but Gracie's belief that it is safer to shut off your data on your phone during thundering and lightning. Why wouldn't I do that from the woman I love and care about? It adds value to my life to engage in that behavior. It does not detract from it. Jesse Lee Peterson, John McAfee on recently. Holy crap. Was it one hell of a crazy interview on, I don't know who Jesse Lee is. I know who John is. He's kind of bonkers. Cool Kids Club, colored glasses. Indeed, buddy. Cool Kids. I like it. Cool Kids colored glasses. That's awesome. That was a good crack. Did you hear it? It was okay, do you guys do this? Like, I literally do this every single time. Not 50% of the time, not 98% of the time, 100% of the time. I see lightning. I don't necessarily see the exact, but the light occurs, and I count until I hear the thunder. 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000. Because my belief is, from what I heard when I was a kid, and I haven't received contrary data up until now, maybe, is that every second that I count until I hear the thunder from the time that the light occurs, indicates the number of miles away that the storm is from me right now. Because effectively the lightning, if it's near me, right? Because of the delta in the speed of light versus the speed of sound. And so I do that. And I don't know whether I like it. It doesn't cause any harm to me. But do you guys do that? I don't know. I do that. You guys eat peanut butter right out of the jar? I rarely do that. I have in the past, and I kind of like it. I like peanut butter on Ritz crackers and a fresh apple. A little bit about me. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. She believes that occurs. Can you leave your Wi-Fi turned on? So here's the interesting thing about that. She hasn't indicated that I should turn my Wi-Fi off. I think, though, what she probably does on her mobile device, I believe that she puts it in airplane mode, meaning that she turns off all of the RF. The way that she describes it to me is not to say, you know, Mike, you should really eliminate the amount of RF IO that you've got on your mobile device. So, and I don't expect her to say it that way. So here's what I'll do. Airplane mode. How's that? Why not? And also, I'm quite confident that I'm going to be able to turn it back on shortly, because there was the lightning, there was the thunder that happened almost immediately. The second thing I've now done is, ooh, it's raining. Oh, and it's energetic rain. This is going to be epic. Hold on. She has it. Yeah, she has it in for you. Absolutely. For sure. All she wants to do is provide me with data that she believes will not cause me harm. What other kind of teammate could I want, right, Joseph? I was going to say, if your hair stands up, we know what's happened. Yeah. It's in there. It's in there. I just decreased the length of it. It's in there. Good one, Andy. Good one. I do exactly. 1,000, 2, 1,000. Oh, okay. Well, geez, it must be 2.5 miles away. Speed of sound is 334 meters per second. And the speed of light is, let's see, it is 2.9 times 10 to the 8th meters per second. Is that right? I believe that is it. Do it in Oklahoma. We get lots of thunderstorms. I believe it's fairly accurate. It's fun to do, right, Roger? I mean, it's like, well, I mean, I don't know if it's fun to do, but it's certainly not disappointing. I find it entertaining to do it. I like to do it, and I continue to do it. Yes, I do the same test. Okay, guys, here's the deal. When we're hanging out next time, like physically, like at some point, and there's lightning, the first one to start going 1,000, first one to start counting, we, all of us at the rest of the table, we buy that guy. What do we buy him? You know. Smoothie. So about 1 kilometer takes 3 seconds. And yeah, right. And a kilometer is, well, right, 5/9. Or sorry, nice. A mile is 9/5 of a kilometer. Give me two. Actually, I'll just here. Hold on. Let me, if I do this. Okay, so now I believe what I'm doing. Sorry. Now I believe what I'm doing is using the microphone from the laptop. Let me just verify that. Let me just turn my Wi-Fi. No, just kidding. Because actually it would be sort of interesting to see the quality of or the potential quality of the microphone on the laptop. Obviously, I'm still using the camera in the laptop. And it indicates to me, let me make sure I can, yep, okay, cool. So I've got speakers and microphone that I know are working there. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, sorry, hold on. Here we go. I'm going to twist this way. And I'm going to open up the window because, of course, it's raining. Hold on. Ow, my foot. Oh, yeah. Energetic rain, guys. I'm a big fan. I'll tell you what. Since I've got you this way, how about I do this? So if you don't know, Pigeon Cam is basically an SJ Cam SJ4000, which is simply a knockoff, if you will. Ooh, lightning 1,000. Ooh, so what? 2 miles, right? You guys saw it and heard it. All right, hold on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take Pigeon Cam. I'm actually going to set it up outside. I don't have the waterproof case for this camera. I mean, I do, but of course, if I put it on, then it won't allow me to connect it. Oh, remember how I was talking about the? Here, hold on. You guys remember how I was talking about the oh my God, what do you call it? Tripod that I have? That's not the Gorilla pod, but it's got the thing, right? So it's got these really bendable kind of things. You can wrap it on anything. It's made by Ulanzi. I'm a big fan of Ulanzi aftermarket, products, essentially, accessories. They make a good product. And anyway, so that's what this is. And then I just kind of, I put it in my bag and carry it around. Point is that you see that railing right there? I can wrap this around the railing and then the Pigeon Cam goes there. But that means it would get wet right now. So I'll take my tripod and I'll mount this outside while I get to some of your comments. That sounds great, Thunder. Okay, so I just want to make sure you can hear me well enough. I mean, again, I'm on the microphone on my laptop, so I'm quite confident the fidelity of it. Okay, so hold on. What did you guys say? You guys did it, right? Okay, hold on. What did you guys get? Do the same thing. Tell us how far away it is. Nice, Andy. You're awesome. See that? U.S. and Australia. We all hang out and do the same thing. See that? Other side of the world, and we still have the same habits. 1 kilometer takes 3 seconds. And 1, 2, 3. That was Tom Young Sissig. I have not seen you here for a while. I have seen you before. I remember you from before. I also, I believe, am subscribed to your channel. But now that I think about it, I guess I did not click the bell. That said, I know that I have notifications turned on for a number of channels that I don't get regularly notified on, so I apologize for that. But I do remember you, and I believe I've watched some of your videos because I remember that, I know that both of those nouns, Tom Young Sissig, are food. One of them being what I refer to as a food from Thailand, and the other one is a food from the Philippines. There it is. I forgot it. Hold on. Yeah. So basically, all I do is I take my SJ Cam 4000, which again it's got a display on the back, and I just put it in this thing, basically this case here, which allows, and then I connect this USB, which allows it to work as a webcam. Now I could also use my Logitech webcam, and one could argue, Mike, the Logitech webcam was designed to be a webcam, and so therefore it's a much better webcam. But the field of view is not, it's tighter. And so this one, it kind of gives an almost, it's close to about 135 degrees, which really brings the pool in, from outside. So that's the reason I do it with this one. But now, to be fair, remember the USB cable I was talking about? So this is the one I got here. This is the USB extension that I have here. And, and again, it looks, well, it's braided, right? Which to me tells me, okay, that it's got decent shielding. But again, it's USB, right? So, I mean, it's 5 volts and 5 volts DC, obviously, Square the resistance. It's going to decrease the current. Well, it's going to decrease the voltage, really. But obviously, there's only so much current that can go through. But nonetheless, I'm going to put this outside, and I'm going to see if we can't see the pool. And I'm going to have it closer to the window this time. And with any luck, we could potentially, I don't know how many pigeons we'll see with it pouring rain. But still, this is how the Pigeon Cam gets instantiated, just so you know. Actually, now that I was thinking about it, instantiated really isn't the correct word. So I apologize for that. I don't like to be incorrect. So what happens is I plug it in. Oh, and then it turns on, and then I got to push the button, and I got to go from basically it operating like a device, meaning I plugged it in and I'm going to transfer the data, into operating as a webcam. So stand by. Yeah, the options are mass store. The last USB device you connect to this computer malfunctioned and Windows does not recognize it. Really? That's weird because I can like plug it into my Chromebook and it works just fine. Hold on. I may need drivers for it, and if that's the case, obviously I'm not going to download them now. That might have been why this froze last time when I tried to do this, but I don't know. It's not showing up clearly, but oh, not bad. I think I saw your audio. Yeah, it's not showing up. Anyway, so that was how Pigeon Cam used to get installed when I used the Chromebook. So I'll figure that out. One of the reasons why I want to get the GoPro Hero 9 Black is because you can also use it as a webcam. You can use it as a live streaming camera, which is pretty awesome, right? And because then I could literally have like, with that camera and this laptop, I mean, again, all I would need is potentially another 8 gigs of RAM and I can maybe live in the dream. So that would be great. Not bad. You mean the audio? Yeah, I'll have to listen back to it and see what the delta is. But when was the last time you streamed live at Lumpini Park? Oh, it's been a while, Tom Young. The last time I did it, well, interestingly enough, there was a huge storm that came, right? And I believe it was Kevin. I believe Kevin Coe. I believe that's his YouTube handle. He was the one that was telling me, you know, Mike, there's a storm coming from up here near Don Muang Airport. I'm like, yeah, but I should be fine. And then I almost got hit by 3 trees in a row. Apparently, you can't these days as it's well, I mean, not every day and not all day. So, Tom Yum Sissig, wait, I know you did YouTube, or you had a few YouTube videos walking around Lumpini Park, right? Now I think I remember that. Thundering and lightning too. Yeah, well, that's the energy, man. That sounds great. Thanks, Andy. That was within 686 meters, 2 seconds. Oh, dude, somebody's showing off the cerebral awesomeness. Good for you, doctor. I still fight with my Redis server. Yes, well, things that run on Linux can be loud and clear. Good to hear. Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, for sure. Thank you for coming by, man. I appreciate it. 1,000. You see, exactly. That's what I totally do in my head, Joseph. I'm like, 1,000, 2,000. See, that was just thunder. Did you guys see lightning before just now? I didn't see it. Mike, live my ass up. The Energizer Bunny of love keeps going and going and going. 6,000, boom. GoPro 9, totally badass. Oh, did you get one? Yeah, I mean, my friend, my buddy, my business partner, to some degree on some things, Dana, he just got one like 2 days ago. It's amazing. And I agree, I got to get one. Everybody owes Joseph a smoothie. Absolutely, dude. No disagreement. What noise did I just hear? Was that a bad one? Did something just fall over? Hold on. It's raining, but it's not too bad. I'm definitely not going to play another. I was just going to say I'm going to take a quick break, but I'm definitely not going to play a clip from Bangkok Strange because clearly I can't count on myself to use appropriate language. But I'm getting kind of hungry. That's the downside. So what time is it now? 3:45? We've only been going for 7.5 hours. I hate to cut it early. But let me go to the kitchen. I'm going to grab like some peanuts or something like that. And then I'll come back here and I'll let you guys look at the outdoors for a little bit. I'll be right back. Energetic rain, right? That thunder was awesome. Oh, thank you, 18 of you guys. I know I'm not on the microphone yet. I'm just putting this on. Thank you, 18 of you guys, for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I know that there was like dead air there. If you've just done the channel, that's not normally what I do. Normally I do this. It'll be interesting to, so that was, did you just see the lightning? 4-1000? Okay. Normally I do live streams and I don't walk away. But we're at hour 7, 33 minutes into this baby. I kind of need some low end. I think I got a little bit too much highs. Let me see if I can add a little bit of low end there. Maybe that's much too end. Oh, that's not enough low end, and that's a little bit too much. So that's like right in the middle. So that's a little bit more. You see how technical I get? Man, oh man. So I don't know about you guys. These are my favorite peanuts that I get here. And obviously there's going to be chewing noise. What I really should have done, so I don't chew in your ears, is I should have made a protein shake, because that would have been, because if I get protein, right, then I won't have like sort of the cessation of eating. Maybe I'll go do that. You guys mind if I do that? 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, 9,000. No, I don't think so. Wow. Okay. 10 miles, right? Fair enough. I know it sounds like I'm eating peanuts. You know why? Because I'm eating peanuts. Say that with a lisp. Time up. Oh, he's got. Oh, okay, here I'll sit 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, 9,000, 10,000, 11,000, 12,000, 13. Okay. I don't know. And there it happens again. Wow. Pretty far away. Moving fast, right? Coconut water. Big fan. Hero 7. Still happy with it. No point in upgrading unless you lose an arm and a leg getting a new one. Yeah. I'll tell you, I think the new one, the pricing scheme they have, man, you sign up for that annual thing, you get $100 off. Come on. Makes sense for me. I'm going to do it after the show. But the 7, to be fair, apparently if you do the firmware upgrade, I don't know if you've done that or not yet, Tom Yum. Apparently if you do that, then you can use that to do live streams with it. Or have you ever done a live stream with it? Have you ever done a live stream from the Lupini Park? I can't remember. Boom. Scared me a little. Did it really? You want a hug? That's what we do here, Joseph. Psh, high five. Boom. 4 kilometers away. Okay, fair enough. I'm trying to picture these buildings. Oh, so like I'm in one that's kind of like L-shaped. So mine goes like this way. And then to the right, there's the window up there. And then there's that building in front of me. I'm the pool building. And that's the garage building, which really doesn't make any sense. Now, my balcony overlooks the pool, like you guys have seen. So I guess that's why they call it that. The building on the other side, all those rooms on that side, they overlook the pool too. And in fact, underneath the pool is the garage. Now, if you've also seen me do videos like kind of like on the other side, like behind me, right? Oh, so behind me is Sukhumvit, just so you know. So behind me is Sukhumvit. Building goes this way, and then it turns to the right. Okay, so on the other side, that grassy area that I've been at before, there's also a garage underneath that. So I guess I can understand why that one is they call it the garage building. But the ones in the distance, those are newer ones. Those are down towards the new Bangkok Mall past Udom Suk that's going to be made. 5,000, boom. Good for you. To work out the area he's in. So, okay, well, the easiest thing to do, dude, is just to type into Google True Digital Park. You may have to type in True Digital Park, Bangkok. If you do that, you'll get exactly where I live. But yeah, I'm down on effectively Lower Sukhumvit or Punawiti or Udamsuk. Usually there's just the rain, but today you got the whole gang in one afternoon, rain, thunder, and lightning. Absolutely, dude. It's the ultimate cool kids table, isn't it? I really like coconut water. I love it out of a real coconut. That also scared me a little. Fear not, my friend. What, me hugging you? Or the more thunder? How many times have you been to Thailand, Aztec? That's all right. Wasn't totally dead air. Thunder sound great. Oh, cool. I know it was dead air, though. Thank you. Try to go every year. Went to Bali instead one year. Big mistake. Really? Why, man? Gracie and I want to go. Well, Gracie wants to go there, and I do too. I mean, but both of us, as a team, right? Never been. And again, right now, right, that like wicked, crazy touristy area, there's no tourists there, right? So it'd be pretty awesome. But for the past 10 years-ish. Where's the Leo? Oh, what, beverage? I don't drink beer, dude. Welcome to the cool kids table. We'll see if anyone else responds to your comment there. No, I haven't had a drink in a while. Salty nuts for Mike. Absolutely. Yeah, there's nothing quite like it. You got them peanuts. How's about that Chang Leo? Yeah, exactly right. I'll see if anyone else responds. There you go. Yeah, apparently alcohols are prohibited. Oh, no, they're not prohibited. I see my buddies drinking that stuff all the time. Boom. There you go. There you go. Love you, Hugh. Thank you, buddy. Thank you for holding up the cool kids table. Counting the bot for BS. Wait, did I get more? Oh, I think I turned my phone back on. I mean, my data back on. What's the weather report for right now? This thing is actually pretty accurate, like within 15, 20 minutes sometimes. In the 4 o'clock and the 5 o'clock hour, we're looking at 60% to 50% chance of rain. So this may continue. It's 4 o'clock right now. So it kind of indicates to me that at 6 and 7, we're not going to get any more rain, but 29 degrees outside feels like 36. At least that's what the feeling is. It's kind of a feeling, but again, it's only a feeling. Wait, hold on, Joseph. Did you seriously just do me another? I can't remember how this thing. Hold on, stand by. I seriously think was that lightning? No, that was for Big D 3 hours ago. Awesome. I love that you guys. I love you guys labeled them Big D. Ever consider moving to the Pano? They've got a $1 million view of the Chao River and the city skyline. To the Pano. Is that short for anything, or is that exactly what it's called? Like, in other words, is it called the Panorama and you just call it the Pano? I don't know of it, by the way. I kind of like it down here. There's basically 2 reasons why I moved here. There's many others, but there's basically 2 big ones. The first one is that I wanted to be near the BTS. So this is like the first half of that reason. Wanted to be near the BTS so that I could get on the BTS and easily get to, Gracie and I can get to BTS, easily get to Airport Rail Link and or Mo Chit, and then take the bus to Don Muang, or obviously Airport Rail Link to Suvarnabhumi, right? So the goal was, okay, yeah, we want to get a place in Bangkok as a central area so that we can easily get to either of the Bangkok airports and go elsewhere. And I'm able to do that now, but unfortunately Gracie's not here, so she's not able to travel with me. And of course, I'm not able to travel outside of Thailand, which that is hardly a hardship right now. I'm having more than enough opportunity and more than enough options to really enjoy myself traveling in Thailand only. So that's awesome. So there was that to get on the BTS and do. But it was also to be far enough on the BTS away from basically the central, if you will, Bangkok financial district kind of area. So, so Nana and Asok and all that. And we used to live near On Nut. Now, several years ago, On Nut was basically far enough away that like not a lot of people would get on the train. And we lived there for about a month. And I'm like, no, like it's 7 a.m, we cannot get on the train because we have our luggage. And we don't have a ton of luggage. I'm talking about like a backpack and a carry-on. And sometimes if it was a roller carry-on, like you literally could not get into the train at like 7 or 8 a.m, to get into the BTS, then airport railing. So we're 2 stops away from that, which is at Punawiti. And actually we're more close to Udam Suk. And every time I've tried to get on there at like 6, 7, 8, 9, and I've done it at various times, and look, I've been always able to get on. There's only been one time where it was like 6, 7, 8 kind of in the morning area where I could not get on and I had to wait for the next train. But again, of course, the next train came 2.5 minutes later, right? So it wasn't a big deal. Point is I wanted to be far enough down the BTS away from the central area where I would be able to get on the train with luggage and go to either Suvarnabhumi or to, Damwang. So therefore, that was the first reason we did it. The second reason I really liked it down here based on because it wasn't just, hey, be a distance. It was also like, well, I'd like to have some stuff around me. In other words, if there was like just a giant field here and there were no like motorbike taxis, there was no street food, there was no mall, I'd be like, yeah, that's okay. But I'm not willing to live in Samrong, right? Just because it's like easy to get on the beach. It's near it's near True Digital Park. And as far as I'm concerned, in the next 5 years, unless something goes completely wrong, and again, one could argue that, yes, Mike, things went completely wrong. It's called COVID, right? Focus. But the point is that unless something else goes really, really completely wrong and the world doesn't need any technology or new innovation ever, which I believe is something that's going to continue, it's just that the rate of it will continue to be lower. The rate will be lower, along with my peanuts. And so I wanted to live near True Digital Park. And so True Digital Park, if you don't know, is the largest Southeast Asian sort of innovation and startup incubator sort of thing, collaborative time, in Southeast Asia. And it's here in Bangkok, and it's called True Digital Park, okay? And it's all under one roof. Now, again, obviously, there are other areas in Southeast Asia, not the least of which is Singapore. And there, you can also have a lot of innovation and a lot of collaboration and a lot of, co-working spaces, right, where people like get to get. Anyway, True Digital Park is it here, and I dig that energy. I dig that opportunity. I like being around that energy. I like to basically just go to pitch, watch people do pitch decks, pitch competitions. I love to interface with venture capitalists. I love to work with young people who aren't young enough and naive enough to think they're going to change the world, which means they will. And so I like to be around that energy. And so those were the main reasons why I live here. Now, moving to Pano, I'm not quite sure whether that would provide me with both of those desirable scenarios. I also like the fact that I can literally walk out my street and, well, first of all, I can walk out and there's always a 7-Eleven no matter where I am in Thailand. I mean, they're every 100 meters, right? So there's that, and that's like kind of a convenience. I can like walk out of first of all, I can walk down to my lobby and the Grab guy will drive right in front and pick me up. And then I just walk outside to that. So there's that. I can also walk right out and there's a 7-Eleven and there's a bigger 7-Eleven across the street. There's also there's markets and arguably they're everywhere too. But additionally, I can walk down the street about, wow, peanuts. I can walk down the street about 3 blocks and there's a great night/day market kind of thing, right? In other words, like it's kind of constantly going since the morning, but there's different people. Like they don't sell fish in the mornings, but they sell fish at night. The salad lady there that I like, she isn't there till 5 o'clock. But then there's also a noodle lady across the street, and she shows up about 4:30. Anyway, there's that. Additionally, on my way home from the BTS, there is my coconut shake guy, or there's my shake guy, but for the most part, I just get the coconut ones. Coconut shake guy, and then right in front of the next 7-Eleven is the fried chicken and sticky rice lady. So I got that. So I can basically go boom, boom, pick those things up, bam. By the time I'm back home, I got dinner and I'm good. Which, interestingly enough, you guys like gave $5 or did like the super chat or whatever, or did the super sticker for like 99 cents. All I need to do is have that money. And I get 1, sometimes 2 nights worth of meals with that cash, just so you know. I mean, it's amazing. So I love the fact that I get like $2 because it's like, I can eat more food than I need tonight for that amount of money. I just love it. And it's good quality food. And the people there know me, and I like walk by enough, and I've bought from them regularly enough that they smile, and I like smiles, and I like smiling back at them. And I like the fact that I'm giving them money versus going to KFC and giving them like 399 baht for like 4 people, whatever. So there's that. The places that I go to around here that I walk to are not awesome. I will say that. In other words, there's a lot of awesome places, but it's like I really like Lumpini Park, and I get to take the I take the BTS to Lumpini Park. Okay, so I'm not near Lumpini Park. I can't walk to Lumpini Park, but that doesn't bother me. Like I like exploring on the BTS. I like being able to take the BTS to the MRT to then be able to go to or to the airport rail link. Or to go to Hua Lamphong, right, and take the SRT, right, State Railway Train System of Thailand. I can take that all over the place, and I've done that. So I can do that from here, too. I'll tell you what. Got my notes here from today's broadcast. So here's what I'm going to do, Tommy. I'm going to check out this Pano thing, and I think someone later, let me read down through the comments. Chao Phraya River. I mean, I like the Chao Phraya River. I mean, it's not clean or anything, right? Ooh, thunder. But I like it over there. It's kind of cool, and there are some areas that overlook it that are nice. I mean, and again, if I can get a 58 square meter 1-bedroom apartment that is quiet, that has a nice balcony, that has a balcony outside big enough that doesn't have the washer out there, that has the washer in the kitchen, you know, if I can get all that I have here for 12,000 baht or less, then yeah, I would absolutely be willing to look at that for sure. Will there be an uprising this weekend? I don't know. I mean, I guess there was last weekend, but I don't, you know, it doesn't affect me at all. I mean, I'm nowhere near any of that. And apparently, like I guess there was some photo that showed up in my feed, and there was, you know, an entire area filled with thousands and thousands of people, all of which were wearing masks, by the way, United States. I know you guys are better at it. I'm just kidding. But they're very accommodating over here. I mean, they'll protest all day long, but they're like, it's not like we're going to spread COVID. I mean, we'll object to the government's behavior, but safety first. Love Thailand. Love everything about Thailand. Feel me? Okay, good. And trust me, I'm American, and I will always bleed red, white, and blue. I just may balk at what they do. At Hugh to what? Coconut water it is. Absolutely. Thank you for that, Hugh, by the way. And thank you also, Tom Yum. That's neat. 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000. Boom. Is that what we got recently? Oh, it's kind of clearing out. It's getting a little lighter. It's not as dark up above. Pano area in northeast. 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000. 5, 1,000. You guys do it with me. 6, 1, 7. Come on. Oops. Okay, so about 8, 9, 10 maybe. What did you guys get on that one? The Pano condo. Okay, so P-A-N-O. All right, cool. I'll check it out. Pano Riverfront on Rama 3. Very close to on Nut Circumvent 77. Oh, okay. So yeah, okay, so 77, right? I mean, I lived at the base, so you're basically right there. And so the base was okay for me and Gracie. It's newer units. They're smaller for more money, effectively. It's very clean. It's got great customer service. I liked Habito. I mean, that was a neat little area. The guy that we got the Airbnb from when we first stayed there, he was on the board of Sansiri. So it was very interesting to learn through him what's going on with the Sansiri projects. Sorry. Yeah, the internet was fast, but you know, the balcony was offensive. It was tiny. It was ridiculous. And so I didn't particularly like that. Physically where we were, I would have lived in that building, but not on that side. Kind of like I live here and I overlook the pool, which is great. If I lived on the other side of the building, then I would be overlooking the street and it would be loud. And where we were, even though we were on the 40th floor at the base, and I believe we were Base Park West, if you care, because I know Sukhumvit 77. I mean, there's like a whole plan on Sukhumvit 77. Like they have the S77 bus and everything, and that took you to the BTS, which was great. I mean, there's a lot of opportunity for comfort over there. I get it. But the problem with that, again, was when I would get on the BTS at On Nut, it would potentially be too crowded. So I think I messed up and I sent Thai bot for the Hill Tribe. Hold on. For PayPal, included some for that smoothie fund. That's how I messed it up, and I send it all to you. No, yeah. No, Hugh, I'm sorry that you weren't around when I said that. I totally get that. I got that. What I'm going to do, and I made a note of it, so I do it appropriately because I can't log into two things on my app at the same time. Two PayPal accounts at the app at the same time. I'm going to move the 3,000 bot from my PayPal account to the other PayPal account. That won't cost anything to do that, PayPal to PayPal. And so you did not mess up. And I will absolutely take care of it. I promise you. Promise you. 3,000 bot will definitely go to the guys in the Hill Tribe. And so because of that, I believe our balance is close to 32,000 right now, guys. And we will update you. I envision a little thermometer. You know how we do that. But what I don't know is I don't know what our goal is. And so therefore, starting the thermometer really doesn't, right? But Hugh, you're great. I'm honored. Thank you so very much for all that you've contributed, regardless of the amount of money you contribute to this channel. And you make the world a better place, dude, by being part of this whole spinning globe thing. So thank you very much for that. I have photos of that building from October. Pretty sure they were still finishing it. Oh, is it that new? Is it a San Siri property? Almost headed to the government complex for my 90-day. Good thing I checked their website. Didn't know they moved the 90-day to the impact area. Yeah, that's actually the last place I went to. I have to do my 90-day again October 15th, which basically means I can do it October 1st through the 21st, right? 15 days before, 7 days after. I'm going to try it online. Dana said, like, literally 2 days ago, I think it was either 1 or 2. Yeah. He did his 90-day reporting online on his Mac in Chrome. That is awesome because all I've ever heard is you got to do it in IE and that sort of thing. So I'm really excited. So come like October 2nd or 3rd, I'm absolutely going to do my 90-day reporting again. I'm going to try it in Chrome here on my new laptop, and I'm pretty stoked. I think it would be pretty good. So, but yeah, I mean, again, I have things going on for sure, but like when I go do something, I don't have the expectation, okay, I'm going to get it in and out in like 5 minutes, or I'm going to get it in and out in 5 hours, whatever. If it takes me 5 hours, it does. If it takes me 10, okay, fine. I will definitely be done this 90-day reporting before tomorrow. And then tomorrow I will just have a better life than, you know, as my life goes on, it just gets better and better and better, right? So if I have to spend a whole day at the, you know, Changwatana, fine. I've never been disappointed leaving Changwatana. In fact, based on other people's reports, my expectations have always been exceeded going to Changwatana. They took great care of me. Now the impact area. So Tom Yum, if you have the ability to say impact area, I'm quite certain you know exactly how to get there. But it's not at impact. It's in the impact area. It's not at the convention center places. If you know Thunderdome, okay. So basically from impact, if you were to look over Thunderdome, past that to the right, there's a parking structure. It's inside the parking structure. But you probably know where it is. If you don't, I made a video on how to get there. I made a video getting there. I made a video leaving there, and I put it all together, I believe. So, but good luck. It's pretty easy. Google Images for the. Oh, hold on? Did you try and upload something? I just briefly saw that too. Write down Lucky Strikes. I actually will. Hold on. Because I will forget, right? Gracie's never smoked, right? So obviously, if I say, yeah, honey, I'm gonna go get a pack of Lucky Strikes, she'll be like, more cookies, So I'm sure she will. Pana Riverfront. All right, cool. Some not even 100 meters, more like 50 meters. This is Thailand, a haven for 7-Elevens. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Between 7-Elevens, yeah. So you live in the base? Right on. Oops. ABC stores in Hawaii. Totally. Oh my God, Andy, I totally forgot about that. Is the doctor still here? Doctor, I forgot about ABCs in Hawaii. Oh man, you mentioned the fried chicken lady. Got me craving some. Gotta head out to the Pax after. Good for you. Absolutely, dude. I mean, the fried chicken here on the street, like I've always said, the best food in the entire world is made on the sidewalk in Thailand. It is freaking spectacular. I mean, I love it. I've probably eaten in the last week, since I've been home on Saturday, today is Wednesday, I think 4, if not at least 3 of the last 5 nights, I've had chicken and sticky rice from my chicken and sticky rice lady. She's amazing. Well, her recipe is amazing. She's actually pretty pleasant. I mean, I don't know if she's amazing, but I'm amazing. Gracie's amazing. You guys are amazing. She's a wonderful, nice lady that makes chicken. There's a lot more exploring to do now that they're about to open the gold line. Somebody said, yeah, I'm really stoked about that. I took the purple line the other day. I hadn't done that. I took that like all the way to the end, went to that mall, had some lunch at the, I forgot the name of the mall. Shoot. Anyway, all the way, tons of students take the purple line when it was crazy. I took that all the way to one end. I've done the blue. I've done the MRT circle. I hadn't done that before, and then did the one end too, because the one end of the blue or of the MRT, you end up in the purple line, right? So that was kind of cool. I did that. But yeah, the gold line I'm excited about. I think they're calling it not the red line, but the dark red line for whatever. Regardless, it's the one that's going all the way up through Dam Wong, right? So you're going to be able to just take that. That is going to be rad. Because right now it's imperfect, but it's hardly a challenge. I just like push a button on my phone, and then because if I'm going to Dam Wong and I don't need to leave till like 10:30 in the morning, then I basically just go BTS. I go right to Mo Chit. I walk downstairs. I take the A1, the A2, or the A3, and blam, I'm at the Dam Wong airport, and I'm good to go. That bus maybe costs 40 baht. Usually it's like 30 baht. I think one of them's 50 baht because they take the toll road or whatever, but it's easy to get there for that. But, if I leave early in the morning and I need to physically get there at like 7 in the morning to check in, or if I have, actually my last flight left at 7:30 in the morning. So I kind of needed to get there about 6:30-ish, whatever. I don't really check in, right? I mean, I check in before I leave here, and then I just show up and have a piece of paper that I give to the gate. And so I just like walk through security. I got my backpack and that sort of thing. It's no big deal. So I need to check in with the person at the desk, right? I just go right to my gate. So, but for taking Grab from here, it's pretty simple, right? I mean, I just simply go down there, I push the button, and then at that time in the morning, like sometimes 5:30 in the morning, the Grab guy shows up in seconds. We're having trouble streaming to Facebook. So it just clicked over 8 hours. So that must mean the limit to Facebook streams is 8 hours. Having trouble. This may be an issue on Facebook's end. Trust me, it is. Is it possible the stream has ended or deleted on Facebook? We'll keep trying and let you know if it's resolved. Please check Facebook to ensure the stream looks okay. If this continues for a while, try creating a new broadcast or just remove this destination from the broadcast and then re-add it. Well, I'm going to remove it because it's just simply not going to stream any longer. And then I will save. Actually, I'm just going to get rid of this. So yeah, so we're still streaming on YouTube and the other platforms because I'm cruising through Restream, which then restreams it to a bunch. And hold on, just before I say this, Joseph, I definitely wrote it down. Lucky Strike. Yeah, I'm sure you can't read my handwriting, but trust me, that says Lucky Strikes. It doesn't say that. It's what's written. It doesn't talk. A lot of story. Yeah, and so the gold line. So I'm really excited about that. That should be good. You counted to 10 on that one? I stopped counting, right? So I mean, just woke up. Did I miss anything? You're still on. Hello, Go More Hike. How you doing, buddy? Yeah, actually, you were on at the beginning, weren't you? And then you, because we were talking about my laptop, and I didn't get the Zephyrus, but I got the Tough Gaming, which is, I dig it, man. It's a really, really, and it's only $679 for amazing power. So anyway, yeah, you haven't really missed any. Pretty much, we've just been talking about you and hiking in Atlanta. That's pretty much been the entire topic. Nobody else has been on. Gracie hasn't been here. I haven't talked to her in months, actually. So yeah, same. I heard it only works in IE. Chrome must have done something right this time. I actually would submit to you that it's probably not on Chrome's end. The fact that their registration website only worked in IE 9 and potentially 10, I would argue it is the origination of the code, not the end user browser. So Anyway, so I see that Dana's here. So Dana, I don't know if you touched on this, but I just told the guys that you were able to do your 90-day reporting on your Mac in Chrome. And so please verify that I am correct in that, because I think that is, this old man is still streaming. No, I'm not you. I'm me. This young man is still streaming. Talking about 90 days, just did mine online. Yeah, so verify, please, if you would, that you did it in Chrome. I know you did, but I just want you to say it. Hugh to Dana, he's doing better than me. I nodded off a couple hours. I am old. You are not old. You took your beauty sleep. I, on the other hand, clearly got enough beauty sleep last night. Unlike Dana, no, I'm just kidding. He just gives me a hard time because he's able to stay up late and enjoy himself. I'm able to go to bed at 8:30 and enjoy myself. And I'm able to wake up at 4:15 in the morning and enjoy myself. Hello, doctor. Good to see you. I know I asked something. What did I ask, dude? I completely forgot. Sorry, buddy. Anyway, how behind am I? I'm only 6 minutes behind on comments. Look at me being amazing and attentive. I'm kind of in the mood for some peanuts, and I know I'm going to sound like I'm, eating peanuts, but I'm hungry and I want some peanuts. I keep telling people I'm pushing 60 and it's pushing back. Good one. So far, I'm closer to 50 than I am to 60, but I know what the trajectory is. It's inevitable, right? Dana, what do you think of the clarity of this camera that I got on the thing? I think it's pretty good, right? Probably better than my old one. Probably as good as the one in your Mac. Maybe not as good as the Logitech. Central and the I apologize. I'm not quite sure what that's in reference to. 8 hours and counting. Energizer Bunny is doing superbly well. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's pretty cool. 8 hours, right? I outlasted Facebook's technology. Pfft, no big whoop. Big D. You guys are going to have to make Big D t-shirts. Giant D. Med D. Laugh out loud. Still young man. I feel pretty. I got to tell you, I certainly feel better today at 52 than I did at 32. But I also felt better at 42 than I did at 32. So, and I think I need some. Wait, you mean there's a reason Mom told me to not chew with to talk with my mouth full? It had to do with my ability to breathe. So there's that. Let me show that. Let me highlight that comment again. Thanks a lot, Tom Young. Because if it's written down on the internet, it's accurate. Mike got labeled as a young man on his YouTube channel. Well, there you go. I mean, I Googled it. I want to make sure that I don't. Very cool. LiveMyAssOff.com is coming up for registration. And as you might guess, it's on auto renew. No big whoop. LiveMyAssOff.com. Tell your friends. Yeah, as soon as you started talking last night, I nodded off. You're welcome. Welcome to the human version of melatonin, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here for you. Yep, did it in Chrome. No issues. Totally awesome. Chrome is the only browser I use because you're smart. It's good until you're typing on it, and then it needs a gimbal. You think? It's actually on a card. It's on top of a cardboard box. And the only reason I do that is because the table is basically at the level of this, and so it's kind of like more eye on. And I like when the camera kind of comes down on me. Plus, with my fills, or my soft boxes that I have, it's better if it comes up a little bit above. So better than your old one. Definitely on par with my Mac. Seems to work pretty good for me. No love for Firefox. I use Firefox all the time. Actually, you know what I do? I use Chrome the majority of the time, but I always have Firefox installed, and I have it set to absolutely save nothing, like no cookies, no, it always sends the do not track right to the, and again, I set that up Chrome too, but Chrome I have save a lot of stuff. Like, thank God my machine is password protected, because if all you have to do is open up Chrome on my machine and type YO, and it auto completes to YouTube, YO, enter, and it will log in to YouTube, right? So there's a ton of stuff cached in there. And obviously, if I lost the machine, it's very easy to log into Google. And of course, disconnect those immediately. I can disconnect. But there's a lot of stuff that I have cached in my browser, and I do that with Chrome. There is nothing cached with my browser in Firefox, which is nice, because I have definitely opened up an incognito tab in Chrome. And I've been like, why is it autofilling? Like, why does it know any? So incognito is not 150% incognito. But if I close Firefox and open up Firefox, I definitely get a brand new version experience, which a lot of times is very helpful for testing. So that's what I use Firefox for. I mean, again, it's pretty good. And I can understand why you, Aztec, for example, as well as many other people, choose it for their default browser. I get that. Hold on. Did I miss something? There we go. Yo, Mike, did you see the stickers just came in? What? You mean the not dapper villains, right? Hold on. Did you oh no, I'm still logged into line. Did you send me some? Ah, there you go. Dude, awesome. Okay, cool. Sorry, hold on. I don't know. Oh, maybe I didn't have it. Hold on, guys. Boom. What do you guys think? Not bad, right? Look at that. Dude. Boom. Good job, Dana. You're so awesome, buddy. Psh, boom. Yeah, minimum. If you guys don't know and you're watching the Bangkok Strange live podcast or live stream rather on YouTube, the requirement for Dana and I, well, first of all, never use Excel, never use PowerPoint, never use PDF. The second thing is high five. We need to do a minimum of 7 high fives during the live stream. So again, there's the third one just right now based on Bangkok Strange. How do you get those, Dana? I don't believe those are a Teespring item, right? We just gonna like give those to guys and gals, put them as like, you know, couples covers. Younger than me, says Joseph. Yeah, by a little bit, maybe. Mike has Firefox. Yes, exactly. That's what I do. That's what I use for it. No, that's what I do with incognito. But, you know, I mean, I'm all about incognito because if you guys don't know, oh, by the way, I have 2 passports. No big whoop. Pretty much Mike's born. Jason, singular. Mike's, plural, born. Enough said. Canada, ksh, USA, ksh, done. Second U.S. passport, ksh, done. Boom. Yes, I did. Thank you. I didn't hear it go blip, 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 blip. Which is, of course, why I made the noise, because I missed out on that earlier. Yeah, they're pretty cool stickers, right? That's pretty cool, man. I'm digging it. Yes, they are. You can get them in the shop. Let me just go to this so you guys know what we're talking about when we say shop dot. I type in shop. Wow. Shopify. $954. Amazing. I bought it at 90. It went up to 120. I got really excited. It went down to 110. I sold. That's all right. All I would have done is probably bought a $750 laptop today instead of yesterday instead of 681. If I was in fact, well, a multimillionaire. Shop.bang. Yeah, no, I know. I'm got the whole gimbal thing going on right now because I'm shaking. Strange.com. I gotta tell you, it doesn't really render super quickly from here in Bangkok. I'm a little bit. I mean, it's it's fine, but buffering. But was it? Was my stream buffering? Just because I was using another tab? That seems weird. Hold on. I'm sorry. It certainly wasn't my goal. Ah, I see, said the blind man with a hammer and saw. The die cut stickers are $8, $7.99. Our first generation. Yeah, how big are these? 6 mil count of vinyl. Oh, so they're vinyl. Okay, that's cool. Gloss white finish. All right, that's fine. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. How big are they? Oh, 5x5. Okay, that's cool. 5 inches by 5 inches. It's rectangular. I'm assuming that they auto-populate the data for the individual product. What happened over here, broken image? Did they just auto-populate this, or did you forget to upload something? Seems like your QC on that old shop.Bangkok Strange is a bit Bangkok lame instead of Bangkok Strange, buddy. No judgment. I'm just throwing it out there. Just holding you accountable, as I know you would for me, because I know you love me as much as I love you. Boom. Really, it was buffering. Not swirling here. Maybe refresh. Thank you, Hugh, and thank you, other people, because as you guys know, I really want to have decent audio and I want to have decent video. I understand that that doesn't always happen, and I totally appreciate that. I like to be told that, but I also really appreciate a second opinion. So, Hugh, thank you very much. You're here, though. I know. Wait, are you at the base? I know you're at S77. So, anyway. Yeah, nice merch. Thank you very much, Tom. Yeah, I appreciate it. That's really cool. Let's see. Well, we'll just leave it here with the ha ha ha. Why not? So the rain is completely stopped, and that's Southeast Asian rain. When did I start talking about the rain? We're at like 8 hours and 15 minutes. What did I started talking about it before 8 hours, right? So who knows? I'm definitely going to get chicken and sticky rice tonight. Can't wait. Actually, no, that's not true. I went down to the market the other night, and I got 2 salads, and I only ate one salad, so I got to finish up with my salad lady. She's awesome. 50 baht for amazing salad. Makes her own dressing. Awesome. Awesome.sauce. Yeah, I'm waiting for the... Okay, I got to stop doing that. Stand by. Michael, don't eat with your mouth full is what I just heard in my head. I'm kidding. Don't talk with your mouth full. But I like the play on words that I used. Waiting for his coffee mug. Might modify a sticker for a keychain fob or dog tag. Dude, that would be pretty sweet. Dana, can we get dog tags? I can't remember the types of merch that you get to choose from with that. Keychain might be good. I kind of like the idea of a dog tag because one could argue if you make a dog tag, you could easily make it into a keychain, right? Versus just wearing it like around your neck. Got it. I see. No Gracie C means cute. She just laughs at that stuff. So I think one of the next things I'm going to do is, and as many of you know, and as many of you experienced with other YouTubers, many of us during live streams use StreamYard, which is what I'm using right now. And let's see, meaning that I could easily have it go like this, right? But instead I go like this because I pay. But the point is that it's pretty decent. And it does, like I've said before, one of the statements that I make, one of the sort of colloquial little things I say is, okay, cool. Thank you. Let us know if we can get dog tag / keychain. I would really prefer dog tag, but I get it. It does about 10 things really, it does only about 10 things, but it does 10 things really, really well. That's sort of the way that I label StreamYard. It's very reasonably priced. I can stream to multiple platforms. It's got the chat built in. I can view the chat. I can show the chat. Additionally, what I really like about it over Restream, using Restream in the browser to basically do, with a webcam, is that Restream does not display the entire comment. They only display like the first, 100 characters, which is pretty damn short-sighted, quite frankly, because it's not like you have a finite number of characters you can type into YouTube. So when you were like designing the software, weren't you like, well, how many characters in a comment should we display? Well, the same number as YouTube does, dude. It's not like it's 5,000. I mean, it's only going to, so anyway, I don't know what their justification on that software mod was, or design. It seemed pretty short-sighted. Regardless, Restream does a million things really, really well. I use them a lot. They're the reason that I'm able to restream to Africa, Periscope, i.e. Twitter, VK.com, that sort of thing, multiple other platforms. So I really, really like Restream.io, which is their URL. But there are limitations to StreamYard, meaning you can't do layers, and the green room is okay, but there is this product called Lightstream. Their URL is golightstream.com. And that has the ability to do like an additional 20 things on top of like what StreamYard does, with layers and fades and that sort of various transparency that you can put in. You can basically drop a URL in, i.e. a widget from some other website, and it will take that URL and display it with transparency. So that's kind of nice. You can put a URL in Diam to like play the video, which is kind of nice. You don't have to like upload the video or upload the image, that sort of thing, like you have to in StreamYard. But so I want to try that next. The last time I used it, I hit the rails big time on performance. I did it on my Chromebook, where I knew I had like decent performance, i.e. much better performance than my last ASUS. However, I hit the rails and there was some little, and that bugged me. So now obviously I have a lot of horsepower. I've got the dual GPUs, which again is pretty amazing. I think one of you actually mentioned like, Mike, that's normal. Like that's the way it goes. So I didn't know that. Additionally, I've used OBS before, and I really liked that on my previous laptop, which of course was the ASUS, which is a Windows machine, which was totally underpowered by even 1989 standards. No, not true. I mean, it was just underpowered by today's standards, basically. And so therefore, I'm familiar with OBS. I really like OBS, but I have not used Streamlabs OBS. I've used the Streamlab boxes, Streamlab widgets, Streamlab plugins, whatever you want to refer to it. And those are actually very lightweight, and they're kind of cool. And I like them because when someone like does a super chat or something, it shows up. When someone does a super sticker, it shows up. When someone becomes a member, it shows up. When a member comments, that shows up highlighted over so they've got a lot of neat features. And Streamlabs OBS, meaning that like Streamlabs took the OBS engine, which of course is open source, right? And then they put their stuff on top of it, but they also offer that for free too. So Streamlabs OBS, or SLOBS as they refer to it, it's really, really decent. And I have enough horsepower on this again to run it really well. Whereas before I could only really run OBS, not SLOBS. So I like SLOBS a lot, and I'm going to install that and download and use that because you can do multi-camera. But for the most part, it's really only good in the studio. Like if all of a sudden I'm on OBS or I'm on SLOBS and Dana's like, hey, dude, can I come onto the broadcast? Or I'm like, hey, would you join me on here? Hey, honey, can I invite you? And I give her a URL, and bam, 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 all of a sudden from the Philippines, there she is. It's hardly even 1/10 as elegant as StreamYard as that goes. So go Lightstream again inside the browser. That would be a good idea. I'm going to that'll be my next step. But then OBS and SLOBS, I'm going to definitely use those for like in studio stuff. I talked with Dana about this, and we may be using those. I mean, again, it does a lot more, which means it's got a lot more things that you won't necessarily use, right? And again, in my opinion, like that's sort of the reason I use Google Sheets and not Microsoft Excel, because Microsoft Excel is ridiculous. I mean, it's got a million features that are awesome that I would submit 500,000 people never use. And certainly I don't. I need like 9 features, which is why basically I run my very sort of limited amount of financial analysis on expenditure and that sort of thing inside of Google Sheets. Well, for one, because it's like very lightweight and it's always available on my Android phone, and I can get anyway. So it's kind of like that. OBS does indeed have a lot of features that you might not potentially use, as well as SLOBS. SLOBS has a ton of plugins though that are great. It's very stable, and again, it's one of those deals where if Dana and I get big enough, if I get big enough, if we outsource any of this to anybody, being able to, kind of have a job description that says, oh, and you must be able to use OBS. And that's, kind of like you can use Chrome, right? I mean, I guess I've used OBS as it relates to my experience with streaming. It's a very common platform. It's free. And from a computer that has a 4 gig amount of RAM on its GPU, as well as 8 gigs of RAM, as well as a 0.5 terabyte hard drive solid state, I'm quite confident that it's going to be essentially pretty lightweight related to the underlying hardware. So that's going to be cool. So I want to start using both of those. And so, okay, hold on. Let me check. Not yet. They don't offer it. I'm looking for a new merch. Oh, yeah. That's true. And so, because we basically have reached we banged up against the rails of the options that are available inside of Teespring. It just doesn't offer enough. It doesn't offer hats. Like, we want a trucker hat kind of thing, and that would be like really cool. But so we're going to be doing that. And have I streamed on Streamlab? What's the difference? By the difference, do you mean the difference between Streamlabs OBS and OBS? Because, it's not this simplistic, but basically Streamlabs OBS is simply a skin on top of OBS. It's got a lot more features than just basically putting a different skin on Winamp, which is, as of course it really whips the llama's ass. Let's see if I can find that. I haven't played that in forever. I just thought of that the other day, and I'm like, man. Hello, what's up? Not too much. Glad you're here. Thank you so much. Product test. Haven't seen you before. Welcome to the Cool Kids table. But I bet if I type this in a global searching platform, really whips. There we go. Let me see if I can get this. And oh my God, this is funny. Let me see if this does it for me. And then I will, then I'll share out the audio. Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay, hold on. You guys are going to know this for sure. Any of you that are, part of the Cool Kids table, right, frankly, should know this. And if you don't, well, then we potentially need to have a discussion. This is the absolute original voice over for this, which is awesome because I remember this original, and then I remember how it changed. It got a little bit faster towards the end, but yeah, this is the beginning of all of the internet right here, ladies and gentlemen.
Winamp. It really whips the llama's ass from every direction.
You guys remember that? That was the original, absolute longest one. And then, of course, they changed it to, they updated it, basically, to the shortened version.
Winamp. It really whips the llama's ass.
Remember, yeah, so you probably remember that second one more than you remember the first one. But I remember the first one. I was like, oh, yeah. And then they shortened it. I'm like, hey. Here, give me all llama all the time. I don't want to hear any of this half llama nonsense. Kind of board of directors you guys got going on over there. But that's one of those things that I hear and I think, yeah, my first Ubuntu install from floppy. I loved Winamp. I still love it. It's incredibly lightweight, right? Okay. Just wanted to make sure none of you were communicating with me, and I didn't acknowledge it. That was why I was doing that. You are back from the gym. Good to see you, Dave. That's pretty awesome, buddy. Well, shoot, if you've been to the gym and now you're back from the gym, one could argue it's high time to make a quality Dave pizza. Go to Live Thailand makes very, very good homemade pizza. And well, at least it could be made out of garbage for all I know, but regardless of, it looks awesome. I've never tasted it myself, but I trust that he knows what he's doing on a number of levels. So welcome back from the gym. I have not streamed on Streamlabs, like live like this. Like, in other words, I tested it, but I did not have enough horsepower on my silly lame $160 laptop that I had before. So I I'm very excited to use it on this machine. I do want to get a few other, as you noted, when I just tried to basically simply plug in and hook up Pigeon Cam, it doesn't work. So therefore, there's either not enough current there'd be. Oh, Dana. So you know what I found out? I found out potentially one reason why this isn't, $1,000 and it's $700. Not a deal breaker. I can always get obviously external converters, no problem. It doesn't have a USB-C connection. So that's imperfect, but it's got HDMI. It's got 3 USB. Here's the interesting thing about the USB. It's got one USB that basically just has, the USB symbol, like the two kind of like arrow thingies and go. And it's got that. And then it's got another 2 USB connections, which, I put other USB things in, like a keyboard and a mouse and everything, and it operates the same in all 3 USB connections. However, those two, the distance between USB 1 and then USB 2 and 3, 1 to 2 is not significant. It's a longer distance than the distance between USB 2 and 3. And on USB 2 and 3, it's got the standard USB symbol, right? And then it looks like what it says on it is SS. So I don't know what that means. I don't know if there's solid state USB. I know that there is USB 3.0. I believe there is USB 4.0. I don't know that for a fact. But as far as I know, USB 4.0 is also synonymous with USB-C. So, again, I'm ignorant to that, and I don't know what the delta in... I also, off the top of my head, I also don't know what the standard USB 2.0 throughput... oh, God, what am I thinking? What word am I thinking of? The standards, my God. I don't know what the standards are for the USB 2.0 protocol, the USB 3.0 protocol, and 4.0, and that sort of thing. So I don't know what the throughput is on each one of those. Obviously, the physical connector for 2.0 and 3.0, I believe, is the same, meaning it's USB-C. Or sorry, it's USB-B, right? Isn't that what the wide thing is? And then USB-C, obviously, is the... They finally did. It's like, whether we turn it upside down or not, it doesn't matter. I loved when USB came out. USB-C came out. I'm like, oh my God, I don't need to put it in the right way. I can put it in either way. Wonder how long it took them to figure that out. My God. So anyway, I was very happy that came out. And, but it doesn't have USB-C on the side. So I'm thinking about getting a converter. But additionally, I'm thinking about, because it only has the one HDMI in, out, right? Which is fine. But again, if I get the if I get the GoPro Hero 9 Black and I can stream with it, unfortunately, it's only via Wi-Fi connection, which kind of bums me out in the sense that I guess I have to tether it to my phone on the app, and it's like, okay, that's fine. I would prefer to be able to use Bluetooth to tether the Hero 9 Black to my laptop and use that as a, secondary or tertiary input for cameras. But again, obviously in StreamYard, I only get one at a time. But regardless, I would really like to be able to do that and use that as sort of like a webcam / live streaming device. So we'll see how that turns out. I'm not quite sure how that's going to go. Right now, I have I have a to-do list, which of course is not anything mind-boggling. I do want to order the Hero 9, and we'll probably do that, I guess, this evening. Although, it hasn't been a long day. I almost said, oh my God, it's been a long day. It's been a fun day. It still is a fun day. We're at 8.5 hours. So basically all I got to do is go another hour and a half and we should be good. That's easy. Considering Dave's back from the gym, so that's always going to be awesome. Dana says, I would always listen to all of my legally purchased music in Winamp. Your legally purchased music in Winamp, huh? Purchased for $0 a month on Napster. Napster changed the world, didn't it? Man, around that time, Napster came out. Satellite radio was being beta tested and came out. It was just such a really, really interesting time. It was a disappointing time for a lot of people that relied on terrestrial radio for 150% of their livelihood. I kind of got out of it around that time, but yeah, it was a great run. I'm really, really glad that satellite radio, I mean, I'm talking about in the US. I'm really, really glad that satellite radio took hold as it did and has become, as successful as it has been. I believe it's an outstanding technology. The XM technology is superior to the Sirius technology. But the quality is decent. The automation system behind it is outstanding. That got that to advance big time. But yeah, Winamp was amazing. Laugh out loud at your pizza. I hope not, Dave. Back from talking with my girlfriend. Hey, Jay, good to see you. While you were driving, and you know how a Filipino can't talk. I do, but Gracie's never really sort of done that excessively, which is sort of interesting. But she's also, she's also fairly introverted. So, but I mean, when she's with her girlfriends, obviously she's having a great time. When she's with her family, she's having a great time. So it's really neat to see that. I just sort of watch it from afar and smile, I'm like, so sorry, falling asleep, need bed. So good to all the cool kids table, to all the cool kids and the big D. Joseph, thank you so much for all that you do, man. Thank you for all your comments. Thank you for all your questions. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for your laughs and smiles. You're awesome, man. Thank you for your compliments as well as your, let's see. Well, I don't know if you've ever given any sort of constructive criticism, but quite frankly, Joseph, I would welcome it. And because I know that you would mean it to basically make stuff better. And so anyway, feel free to fall asleep, Joseph. Thank you for being here for the Mighty Broadcast. And you're always, always welcome here at the Cool Kids Table, as I know Gotta Love Thailand will absolutely agree with. And look, there he goes. The rain stops. Got to get me din din. Cheers, y'all. Tom Yum, thank you so much for coming by. I really appreciate it. Good to see you here. And thank you for your participation, man. I miss Winamp on the Mac. VLC or the built-in player are no alternatives. I would probably agree with that. I will say that, I like a lot of things about the Mac. I really love the hardware. It's stellar hardware. It's sexy hardware, but it's also incredibly reliable and robust. And the performance, quite frankly, for what you're getting. In other words, it's not like it's not a gaming device. Okay. So I get that. And, but like the onboard audio card effectively, right? Really decent quality. They've always been big on video and big on audio and that sort of thing. I really like it. As far as the software that comes with it, the operating system is outstanding. The Aqua interface that they designed years ago, amazing. The fact that they basically said, look, dude, we're going to make, yes, our own operating system, but it's going to be based on BSD Unix. That was a genius move. That was just absolutely a genius move. There was the opportunity for them to base it on Linux, and I'm really glad that they went with BSD Unix. It is a superior operating system as far as a Nix product. Fedora, right, being the core of course, Red Hat. Red Hat is incredibly bulky. It's also very reliable, and their customer support is really decent, provided you pay for it. It's very expensive for an enterprise to get support from Red Hat, but it's a very reliable operating system, and but it's not cheap. As far as I will tell you right now, that my annual licensing for Red Hat, right, free Linux, no, it's Red Hat Linux. My licensing for our enterprise for Red Hat Linux was approximately 5 times the cost of our Windows licensing for server, right, for the server operating system. So. But yeah, I miss Winamp too. And to be fair, I mean, the Windows Media Player that comes with like the OS, it's kind of like, okay, well, that comes with it. That's good enough. I don't do a whole lot of MP3 playing like on my laptop and that sort of thing. So, I'm basically, when I listen to music or I watch videos or something, it's in browser, right? And it's either here or it's, I was just about to say simulcast, but that's not right. It's cast, right? It basically on my, Google. What do they call that thing? The thing you plug into the USB in your TV. Wow, I'm like missing nouns left and right all of a sudden. And maybe I'm getting too tired. Maybe I need more peanuts. That would probably be smart. Google Chromecast, right? So the Chromecast thing that I like cast from my browser onto the thing. That's pretty much how I watch stuff. So yeah, interestingly enough, you can download Winamp, just so you know. It's a cached sort of version. Obviously, it doesn't have any sort of upgrades to it for years, but I've downloaded it before for Windows, meaning like, in the last year I've done it. VLC I've used on Mac, of course, for some testing and that sort of thing. VLC I've also used on Windows. VLC is a really great, also lightweight player, but it also allows you to test RTMP streams. So that's nice if you're trying to test out, basically doing live streaming video streams. Indeed, cheers to you, Sir Tom Yum, for the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 gratitude attack. You know it, buddy. You know it. Indeed, Joseph. Mac Life. I'm glad that you support Mac the way you support Mac, Dana. Although I will tell you, one of the things that, and again, I've used the products. I like the products a lot. I like the company. What I don't like is the annoying juvenile culture of the people that are so into Mac that they are unwilling or unable to view other products on the market with any degree of objectivity. It's the standard thing in IT where you would get guys who would sit there and they would complain and bitch and basically show their, I was going to say their technical brilliance, which of course all it did is show their technical ineptitude, about the discussion about using Linux versus Windows, or quite frankly, using Mac versus, PC. And it's like, look, dude, here's the deal. I'm not going to debate the fact that Mac makes really, really good hardware. There's many other companies out there that make really good hardware, and it's good. I understand the fact that they have this ecosystem, which quite frankly is about as cool of a word as cloud or windscreen, or that's, these sales words that these guys would try and engage me with. Like, Mike, well, what's in your windscreen, really? What are some of the challenges you're facing right now? As a salesman, having you in my office rather than me getting work done. How's that, sports shoes? No, it's not Chrome Stick. It's Fire Stick, and it's a Chromecast, but I get it. And they would be like, oh my God, I hate, they would say, I hate Bill Gates, meaning that they hated the Windows operating system for some whatever reason. And yeah, there's some degree of elegance. I get that with the Mac operating system. And again, the Aqua interface is great. Obviously, Linux is a stellar, Nix is a stellar platform. But it's like, look, dude, if there wasn't any Bill Gates and there wasn't any Microsoft, the chances of the world believing that every single person needed a desktop in their life were pretty slim. Because if you don't remember, when people were getting into desktop machines, Apple was a joke. Okay, it was basically like a bunch of people that were like, they really believed in this product, but it's not like it was technically different. Okay, and you can say, oh yeah, it'll do graphics better and it'll do other things better, but it's like, no, look, Windows was a horrible operating system. Mac was a horrible operating system back then with their green screen and stuff. The hardware was lousy and it only ran on that thing. But obviously, as the entire technology platform globally has evolved, right? It's become a stellar product. It's absolutely stellar product. But I've used the iPhone and I've used my Android phone and I've used Mac and I've used PC. And I can tell you right now that when I used my Mac, it was awesome. And I spent a lot of time at the command line. I had a lot of windows open. I liked the applications as they ran on the Mac. That was great. But the other thing I always did and had to do effectively on my Mac is somehow have a Windows environment running, whether it was a VM or whether basically what I used to run VMware, because of course I was very engaged in VMware and their virtualization technology from a server perspective. But I also ran Fusion on my Mac, and so therefore I had the ability to basically spin up a Windows machine. And then from there, I transitioned into workspaces in AWS, and so effectively I ran a Windows machine in the cloud on their proprietary app, the AWS proprietary app, on my Mac. So my point is that yes, I love Mac, I love their operating system, I love their hardware. And it's also sexy, and there's some degree of cachet. Like, in other words, if you walk into and you open up your Mac and there's that little Apple symbol versus this like black ASUS thing, you're cooler. Let's just face it, dude. Okay? So I can appreciate that. The fact that Apple has convinced the world that their product is not only technically superior, which one could argue it would be pretty easy to technically prove that from a consumer perspective, not from a business perspective. Their servers were like, okay, but at the end of the day, they lost market share pretty damn quick. And there's a lot other companies out there that make server hardware for data centers much better. Not the least of which is Dell, quite frankly. But I really find that you gotta look. I own Mac stock. It's Mac stock. I own Apple stock, and I have for years. And I bought and I sold, and I bought and I sold, and the only thing that's happened is my wealth has gone like this. Okay, so I mean, I'm a huge fan of that, and I also believe in the company. I believe that they have, but again, but what I find amazing. And again, this is a good thing. In other words, they've convinced the world that like this is like something that you should have. If you own an iPhone as a young person, you are somehow more financially viable than someone who is basically using a Huawei phone. And that's awesome. If you're the company that makes that product and people stand in line and wait hours to be able to be one of the first few people on the planet to purchase your products, that's amazing. There is no marketing in the world that you can just double click on and have that happen. I mean, that is phenomenal. And I like that. But the way that it sort of manifests itself down at the consumer to consumer level, traditionally with people that are, they're certainly not enterprise IT people for the most part. I had some guys that worked for me, and they were systems administrators. They were high-level systems administrators. I mean, they supported enterprise gear, but they lacked the ability to sort of really see the big picture about IT. In other words, people, well, this is a business project. It's not really, it's a marketing project. It's no, dude. Ever since about 2010, every single project that exists in your enterprise is an IT project. Because without the foundation, you don't have anything, okay? So that's the issue with the top part of the organization. The issue with the bottom part of the organization, i.e. the IT part, is that those people just believe that all that they needed to do was take into account the technology. And so that's where a lot of these guys hit this glass ceiling in the systems administration or even the systems architect field, is that they see this glass, or actually they hit this glass ceiling. They have no clue where it is. They don't understand why they can't advance their career. But they have this attitude towards not being able to see the grand business vision. It's like people used to say to me, okay, so like, higher education, University of San Diego. It's like, you guys are in the business of providing this. And then, you're the technology, you're the technology arm, Mike. So, even the CIO sometimes, we are in the business of providing technology or whatever. I said, no, dude. We are in the business of selling $250,000 bachelor's degrees. We just happen to need IT to make that happen. It is an absolute requirement, much like it's really important that we have electricity, okay? But at the end of the day, we are not a electricity redistribution company that provides 120 volts at every jack for every student that's in a dorm room. We are in the $250,000 higher education experience business that sells that. And it's a difficult transition. And believe me, in my 20s, I did not have it. In my 20s, I believed that the only reason radio stations existed is because of the amazing engineers and the amazing technology that we did. They would have nothing without us and their vision of like selling this and doing that. No. So I had to learn that, right? And there's no way to take a class, I don't think, to be able to learn that, to have massive technical competence, but and just go take a class on this is big business. I mean, it takes a while, and I think that Apple has done an amazing job at really being this sought after product for the most part. I mean, they kind of bungled a bunch of stuff that they did in China, but again, I mean, it's not like they're making less revenue today than they were yesterday, kind of thing, right? So, I mean, again, they'll get that back, but they lost momentum as far as the China market goes, and they tried, I would submit, to get a little bit of the Indian market by coming out with, I believe it was a brand new iPhone version, but it was very, it was like $399 or $299, and they tried to get into that, sub $400 iPhone, so sub $400, market, which, arguably like Huawei and, oh God, what is the other version? Xiaomi, right? Xiaomi They are killing it. I mean, they went from nothing to something like overnight. And then all those other brands that you see in like this part of the world, like Oppo and that sort of thing. ASUS even has a decent, solution out there, but they don't have much market share. But globally, when you consider how much iOS penetration there is versus Android penetration, I mean, it's a big delta. It's not like, oh yeah, 49, 51. No. Android penetration globally eclipses anything that iOS has. But Apple makes a hell of a lot more money selling iPhones than Google does licensing their Android products, right? And their Play Store. So again, I mean, they're doing a million things right. And that's the reason why I will keep giving them $1 million, because every time I do, it turns into 2 million. I mean, this is metaphorically, right? Of course. But anyway, one more cup of coffee in a pot, and I'm staying till it's gone. Joseph, you're my hero. I thought you said you needed to get some sleep, dude. Let me see what you got going on up here. I thought was it you that I was quoting? Oh, there we go. Mike, so sorry, I'm falling asleep. Need bed. Good day, cool kids, big. And then all of a sudden, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then he goes, bam. One more cup of coffee. Look at you, dude. Absolutely. Look at you sticking around no matter how much it hurts your body. That's healthy. I'm just kidding, dude. I'm honored you're here for as long as you feel like staying. Feel free to leave whenever you'd like, but you add massive value, dude. I use it because I can code my SEO projects or some coding stuff at the plane flying from Europe to KL. BKK takes around 13 to 14 hours. Don't need Wi-Fi on the plane. Aha! Look at you, dude. That's outstanding. That's a great... Whoa. I skipped something. Aztec says Mike's right. Well, I mean, regardless of what you were referring to, and I don't specifically know what you were referring to back, let's see, 12 minutes ago. But I would say you're pretty much point. You're pretty much spot on, Aztec. No matter what you're referring to, we're going to go with your statement. King Lele says, I didn't like Streamlabs as much compared to StreamYard. StreamYard is easier for even walking tours than I do. Since I saw you do it with no problem, I decided to give it a shot. Yeah. So here's the deal. It depends what you need to use it for. I absolutely agree with you that using StreamYard, especially on my phone, oh, that's someone's AC unit. I was like, what is that squealing? But it's like kind of like a loose fan belt sound. Actually, you know what? Let me close. I'm standby. I'm going to close this because I think there's a possibility. That my voice might be carrying. See, that way I can cut out the dead air and there would be no sentence dropping. That my voice might be carrying outdoors, and I want to bother my neighbors as least as possible, even though I'm quite certain I probably do to some degree. I like to decrease the intensity of it. So StreamYard is amazing in the sense that if I have a stream going on my phone, for example, and I drop data, that stream goes for quite a while. I don't know if I've gotten to the point where I've lost connectivity for so long that it dropped out. I may have, but it was minutes. It was like several minutes of just black, 4, maybe even 5. And then I rejoined again with the URL in the browser, and bam, I went back in. And obviously in post, I cut out the whole black part. It was it was dead air basically with no video. But yeah, they're awesome at that. And again, StreamYard does like 10 things very, very well. They're excellent at it. Their customer service is attentive, but it's not real technically competent. In other words, when I give them sort of a detailed version of what happened in the experience, their default response, and because I know this because I've gotten like 3 or 4 responses, exactly the same text. Well, you might want to move closer to your router. I'm like, okay. Or plug in or whatever. Now, I get that. I get saying like, look, we have no idea what environment you're in. So our default setting is going to be get the hell off of RF where there's a lot more interference and plug directly into the connection that's provided. Fine. I get that. But the fact that like upon responding to that, you're unable to say, well, maybe we should kick this up to level 2 and get some more. Okay. So that's a little bit frustrating. And But again, you're right. It's very easy, and they do what they do very well. Streamlabs, on the other hand, now, if you're talking about comparing using StreamYard in the browser, which quite frankly has only been a feature now for the last 3 months or so, if you're talking about comparing that to the Streamlabs app that you can install on your phone and then do multiple screens, I get it. And only if you buy, right, the additional upgrade, you pay Streamlabs some money, which again, you have to pay StreamYard some money too to get additional features, which I do, as does Dana. Streamlabs, that reconnection feature that I'm talking about not dropping right away, you got to pay extra for that in Streamlabs app. So there is that for sure. The options, though, that you get with the Streamlabs app on your mobile device, it's a lot more, right? I mean, you can do layers and you can do textual descriptions. You can put an image in there. You can put a second video in there. So, I mean, again, it's got more features, but and if you don't require those, then quite frankly, it just makes it bulky, right? So, I mean, it's awesome that I think that there are so many features out there in StreamYard, many, 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 many more features in Streamlabs if you want that. But if you don't, it's like, dude, why in the world would I work with this bulky annoyance? So I get it. Maybe you can use it in my Chromebook. I got to tell you, dude, the Chromebook, I balked at it for years. And then I started basically realizing that I was using Chrome on my $2,600 Mac 99% of the time. The other 1% of the time, I had a text box open. God. Command line open, and I was, doing stuff at the Unix level, at the command line level. So that was pretty good. Dana says, for me, it's seamless workflow across devices. I made the switch about 10 years ago for that one reason. Also, I find Windows to be a bit heavy. I don't know what that analysis means. I understand what you mean by that. But I will also report to you, Dana, that being over your house in the last several days, you've had to do a whole lot of maintenance, basically, at the OS level on your Mac that I have not had to do on a PC for a long time, which is a bit odd because, again, the foundation that OS runs on is very, very reliable. I mean, BSD Unix is one of the best platforms out there, man. But yeah, I mean, I can understand. I mean, look, here's the deal. There's something out there which is for everybody. And I've used both, and I see massive benefit in different areas for both. And but for me, I would rather spend $680 on the laptop that I have now versus potentially $3,000 for a comparably equipped Mac. I could be wrong. Potentially, I could get the same thing for maybe like, $1,600 or something like that. But basically, it would be about 3 times the cost. I would submit to you that the $22,000 baht that I spent for this, if I needed to go Mac for comparable sort of performance and experience, that would probably be close to 60,000 baht or more. So, I mean, again, you got to remember for the last 15 years, I've used Macs that someone else has bought for me. And that's why I love those Macs. So mad when IBM abandoned OS2 Warp that I migrated at least one of my PCs to Linux. MS Windows has always seemed too bloated and inefficient. Still use Windows due to work, but OpenOffice is nice. Yeah, I tried to adopt OpenOffice. It is, as far as I'm concerned, if you're going to change Office products, meaning if you don't have to pay for it. But yeah, I mean, because let's face it, Microsoft Office is massive. Way too, it's bloated. The code is written pretty inefficiently, and of course memory is cheap and CPU is cheap and that sort of thing, so there's less of a demand to make it efficient. OpenOffice is decent, but if I'm going to not use Microsoft Office, I am using the Google products because using Docs and Sheets, I haven't had to do a PowerPoint in a long time. I will tell you that using Microsoft PowerPoint on a Windows machine always worked for me. Transporting that to Mac and using, I know it's not called PowerPoint over there. What's it called? Desks or something like, regardless of what the transition and name is, product name. It always worked like 95% of the time. And there was always that chance where it wouldn't display correctly or it would shift things. And that would bug me. Using a PowerPoint in in Google. Remind me what it's called. I forget what their equivalent product is, but I need to check my email anyway, so I haven't been over there for a while. And by that, I mean all I got to do is go to Gmail, and then, of course, all I got to do is bam, 9 dots. And I get to go to my Google suite of products, which is so elegant. You also got to remember, too, that, they did a good job convincing everyone in higher ed. I mean, they got us hooked, right? Because if you don't know, Google's entire suite, their G Suite of products that is available completely free with unlimited storage for an unlimited amount of time. Basically, you get an account for life, and that's available for everyone with a .edu domain. So, and of course, as you might guess, then Microsoft is competing exactly against that market with their Office 365 product. And their cloud products and that sort of thing, and they give away the same thing. So if you want, like, Exchange, right, for your EDU, you get unlimited storage, and the size of attachments is massive and that sort of thing. But I'm trying to let me go. I can't remember what the heck. It's not publisher. What is it? God, it's horrible that I can't remember this. Slides, Google Slides. Sorry, Sergey, that I forgot your product labeling. That doesn't work real well either. So, again, the good news is that the PowerPoint presentations I've had to do, someone else has sort of been in charge of. I've had to do a few, but for the most part, it's always been someone else. And they're just like, here you go, Mike. Here's the clicker. Do you want to run through it? I'm like, no. How much time do I have? 15 minutes? Okay, done. And then I would do the presentation, right? Drop the mic. I'm out of coffee and gone. Joseph, come on, buddy. You just double-clicked on some more. How can you down it that fast? Ouch. I'm glad you're here, buddy. You can leave anytime you want. Dennis said, arriving late, or am I? Hello, Mike and everybody. You're not late, buddy. You're just early to the beginning. And we are at, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1, bam, 9 hours. How you doing? You guys ready for the next 60 minutes? And boom, there we go. Okay, I'm going to start talking right now, and I'm never going to stop talking. I'm going to stop talking for entire 60 minutes, and I'm not going to stop talking. All I'm going to do is talk about me. I'm going to talk about me for 60 minutes. I'm going to do it for the next hour, and I'm not going to stop talking, and therefore we're going to be at 10 hours, and then we're going to celebrate 10 months of me in the Kingdom of Thailand. Or I could listen to you guys talk. For sure, Joseph. Good night from Hugh and the team. Yeah, absolutely, says Daztech. Yeah, Dennis, you're not late. We're just getting started, dude. We're only in single-digit hours, for God's sake. I'm actually really, probably not a used one, a used Mac. I'm really looking forward to Dana and I actually doing literally like a telethon, if you will, like a absolute monster marathon live stream, and engaging, obviously, with Jib, but potentially with his professor who talks about teaching Thai to foreigners, and raising money, like specifically for the Hill Tribe, not just like, kind of having like as an aside here and doing it. And again, I know Dana said it and I know I said it, but I just thought of it again and I wanted to say it again, guys. Thank you so much for the money that you've basically committed, that you've donated, that you've given away to Dana and I, and believe that we would be responsible and spend it accordingly to improve the lives of the Karen Hill Tribe, because it's an honor, and I know that I speak for Dana. Rarely do I try and do that. Usually try and speak for myself, but I absolutely speak for Dana when I say that we are obsessed with being accountable and responsible for what we do with this money. And if you, and here's the other thing too. You probably never saw Dana have a gratitude attack, did you? So that was pretty sweet. So I don't know whether it's rubbing off. I actually probably blame you guys for our success at having him have a gratitude attack. But clearly, again, he's got a heart just like I do, and he's awesome. Dana says, for me, the workflow is being able to work between my phone, iPad, computer, seamlessly move across the same work as needed. I was never able to do that with PC. And I don't doubt that. And I am able to work well this way. So, yes, thank you, Keynote. That would always bum me out. Like I'd make these PowerPoint presentations or have these PowerPoint presentations made on a Windows machine or even in Google Slides. And then we would port it over to Keynote, and there would always be this modification in fonts that we'd have to do. And I'd be like, ugh, which sucks because here's the beauty of a Mac, right? I'll tell you right now, I have never added printers to machines more elegantly and more quickly than on a Mac. Like you just open it, and if the thing is anywhere on the internet, I mean, obviously, literally on the LAN, right? But if it's anywhere, it finds that computer. It finds that computer. I'm getting tired, clearly. It finds that printer, it installs the correct drivers, and then literally you're printing within seconds. And it is not that elegant on a Windows machine. I will absolutely guarantee you that. But you guys also got to remember that what might be mildly disappointing and frustrating and, you know, bothersome for many people. I mean, you know, that's what I do for a living, right? So, I mean, you learn the tricks in the trade of like, you know, getting around. And I'm not saying, you know, really, well, what does that mean? Well, all that means is that I've learned to, you know, figure out how to drive a car with a 3-speed transmission with duct tape wrapped around it, and I can make it, you know, get me from point A to point B. It's not quite, frankly, that ugly and that disappointing, but yeah, I mean, there's probably too much work on my end to do it, but there's also some degree of enjoyment for me to do that. So, but again, that's just me. Thank God for the open market. And I can tell you right now, I also own a significant amount of Microsoft stock because they're no slouch. And I can tell you right now that, yeah, iPhones sell well and Apple's doing great and they do a ton of money. They make more money with iTunes than they have with any other products for a long time. There's a massive amount of money that they generate with that. There's also a massive amount of money that they generate by selling iPhones, okay? So there's that. But I can tell you right now, in the next 10 years, the world is going to be using a hell of a lot more cloud and AI that run in Azure and Google Cloud Platform and Alibaba and AWS than they are buying iPhones. So long term, trust me, you know, Azure may not be the best cloud on the planet, but Microsoft is no slouch. And there's a lot of contracts that they've developed. They've grown a lot. AWS is absolutely the leader. They are out in front with about 90% of the products that are on the globe right now. I will tell you that Alibaba does AI better than AWS. Google does AI pretty damn well, but attaching to it, they don't make as elegant as AWS for sure. Alibaba doesn't make it real elegant to attach to it either, but the back end is just over the top amazing. You also got to remember, though, that that's because the data that they got to train this AI via ML and do facial recognition and that sort of thing, you basically couldn't do that with the input of data in the United States because of privacy issues. I mean, you can do facial recognition all day long with literally every single citizen in China using the Alibaba Cloud Platform because those people don't have rights as individuals. And so therefore, in the United States, if you try to like flip on some AI and do facial recognition and, you know, hit back to the database and say, well, you know, given this person's facial recognition, I should be able to generate their social security number. No, we don't allow that in the United States. And so therefore, it's got a little bit more training to catch up on, right? And so therefore, you know, it's got its pluses and one could argue enormous minuses. But nonetheless, AI from Alibaba is just amazing. It's just amazing. Oh, sorry, did I miss something? Hugh, gosh, I remember going to presentations trying to plug OS2 Warp. I would have been like 15. Yeah, OS2 Warp. I didn't have a whole lot of experience with it. OpenOffice, LibreOffice, yeah. It was okay. I will tell you one thing that I remember being interviewed for this by someone who was basically anti-Microsoft, right? And they're like, well, you know, what do you think about, you know, Microsoft? And oh my God, they're a monopoly. And I said, well, hold on. I said, look, here's the good thing about a monopoly is that is a guy that runs IT for like 10,000 of you people who bitch about their customer, their device not working great. is that I know when Microsoft comes out with an update, like it's pretty much going to work. Like I'll tell you right now, my guys and our team and many other teams like it, we would update hundreds, sometimes thousands of Windows servers about twice a month. And trust me, we didn't back up the entire Windows server and then update the OS and then test it just to make sure that it worked and had all this. No, we just updated it and rebooted. And if there was a problem, we fixed it. But it was so rare. And again, I'm not saying other operating systems don't have this elegance. But man, I was thrilled about the monopoly that Microsoft had, because I could go into any shop anywhere in the world and I knew that your Microsoft was the same version as my Microsoft. Your Windows Server 2008 R2 basically was the same, and it wasn't different or whatever. And there were a lot of different flavors of Linux, you know, and there were times where there would be a guy sitting in my office and there would be two guys effectively, metaphorically, sitting in my office, Resume A and Resume B. And Resume A had experience with Red Hat, and Resume B had experience with SUSE. And he loved SUSE, and all he talked about was how awesome SUSE was, and it was never as good as Red Hat. Well, spoiler alert, in my organization, I run Red Hat. Yeah, they're both Linux, but the file structure is completely different. And it's a complete pain in the ass to change the thing. I can hire this Red Hat guy, and I can literally give him access this afternoon, and within 15 minutes, he can start fixing servers. He can start spinning up servers. He can start giving servers. And this SUSE guy, because he's so passionate about his one operating system, he can't do it because there's no monopoly on Linux. Whereas if I have a Mac guy, any Mac guy in the world can work on any Mac anywhere in the world, and he's a Mac guy. I can hire a Mac guy. Any guy that knows Windows as he knows Windows knows Windows. And, you know, I mean, look, at the end of the day, there's more Windows servers in my environments than there are Linux servers. If you're into high performance computing and that sort of thing, then Linux is absolutely your flavor, and I get it. Arguably, there are more Linux instances running in AWS than there are Windows ones, but it's pretty darn close. There are definitely more Linux instances running than Windows instances in Google Cloud Platform. I guarantee that. But you know, it's one of those things that there's something to be said for monopolies, especially as a guy who hires people that work on things. Put Google Sheets through its paces as much as LibreCalc, though. Yeah, I mean, again, they've got finite amounts, right? Hill Tribe, where are we at? And thank you to every single one of you. So as far as I know, Dana, I don't remember exactly. I will check the amount, and then I also need to move 3,000 baht from my account over to the /Bangkok Strange. But wherever we are at Bank, oh, you know what, Dana? Here, try this. I believe I added your email address. Meaning, I believe I added BangkokStrange@gmail.com to the account. However, just because I added that email address, I don't believe that you have that account. That email address has its own password. I can't remember. I will do this. I will log in with that, because what would be nice, of course, is I'm going to teach you how to fish versus, you know, and then feed you for a lifetime. I want you to be able to log into this account too. And so therefore I will figure that out. The short answer is that we have at least 25,000 baht, and we could probably have more. Hey, Junior 11. Hey. Glad you're here. Thank you so much for coming by. I really appreciate it. Andy's still here. Just have been driving, so I've not been able to add to the chat. You're doing great, Mike. Keep doing it, man. Just pulled over to write this. Dude, I'm honored. Thank you very much. And I'm really glad that you pulled over to write that, because I have texted and driven before, the whole time knowing I should not be texting and driving. It's not a good thing. So thank you for setting a great example, Hugh. You're awesome, man. And to Hugh, spent too many younger weekends building off-grid retreats for rich people. You want to help a remote tribe? Just wish I was able there to physically help. Dude, you're awesome. Hugh, I'm telling you what, man, I am so stoked. Dana says, by the same token, I am upset that I cannot buy a monster Mac for 21,000 baht. And I'm always sad that I cannot build a monster editing station, but PC owns that. Yeah, again, pluses and minuses for everything, right? And again, you see, that's why Dana and I would submit, one of the many reasons, they just keep coming up, why he and I do things, I believe, enjoyably. But I believe we also, when we get together, it's not just 1 and 1 equals 2. It's 1 and 1 equals friggin' amazing. And because of his open-mindedness. I mean, we joke around about that. Yeah, I mean, I joke around like my 3 in 1, which is quite frankly just not even coffee. It's sugar and flavoring. But that's my coffee, right? And then, of course, his coffee is completely 180 degrees out of phase. He's not just like, well, yeah, instead of your 3 in 1, Mike, I'm going to drink 2 in 1. No. He's got like a Briggs & Stratton engine that heats his water to a certain amount of degrees. He's got a mercury thermometer. He's got a digital thermometer. He's got a gimbal that basically floats his coffee in the middle of the air. He's got bellows that he puts underneath at the charcoal and heats it up to a certain temperature. And then he distills it. And then he basically puts it in his bathtub. And then he removes all of the water. And then he reintroduces liquid nitrogen just to make it, and then he chills it, and then he cracks it, and then he adds hot water, and then all of a sudden he's made a full 8 ounces of coffee that he believes tastes better. And he's right. He's right. And so therefore, that's why we get along and hang out. Sorry, what? Line is like sending me messages about something irrelevant. So indeed, good job to Andy. Aztec says the problem with most Mac products is that your machine dies 3 years in. You can no longer get hold of replacement parts or love nor money. They simply don't exist. Okay, that statement is it's 5,000% false where I live. Now, you may have a limitation on your ability to do that, but I had Macs well over 10 years old. And I could absolutely get parts for it. And I can tell you right now, yeah, the warranty was up 3 years in, but I absolutely got parts, and I pretty much only had to pay for the cost of the part to have it replaced. So I'm sorry that was your experience. I'm also sorry that MedTech's experience with TransferWise was that they were basically unable to make a good customer out of him, which was very short-sighted on their part. So again, all of these experiences occur. That has not been my experience. So therefore, texting and driving, oh my God, face. Yeah, I completely agree, Jay. I'm right there with you. And, look, I've done it. I've also consumed far too much alcohol and lied to people in the past too. But guess what? I don't do that anymore either. And so there's a lot of things that I used to do that were like, oh my God, face. And thank God I don't do that any longer. 3 in 1 equals sugar, fat, and water. Absolutely. And guess what brownies equal? And I eat those too. I also eat donuts. And I used to smoke cigarettes. Yeah, I would imagine it's probably not true in Bangkok either. I mean, I can understand if you're living in Cha Am and Hua Hin and you go to like, Blue or whatever. I can't remember the name of the mall in Hua Hin, and you go to the Apple store or the iTech store or whatever it is, and you're like, yeah, I'd really like to get parts for my 3.5-year-old Mac. They probably look at you like, what the hell? What is your name, Aztec or something? I know you. You're going to complain no matter what. So there's no way we're going to dangle this brand new Mac in front of you saying this is the only solution we have. But in Bangkok, I mean, in any major city, Apple understands the need to have parts here. They understand the need to have people that are trained by the factory. They understand that they need to train people to work at the Genius Bar, and they need to be able to provide infinitely better customer service than the majority of people that work in a tech shop. Not that Jib was bad or not that Banana was bad, but I'll tell you right now, dude, we walked into Jib and Banana. We did not get the experience that you get when you walk into an Apple store. You are a friggin' king when you walk in there. People bow at your feet, and they will sell you a product to the best of their ability. They will support a product to the best of their ability. And if they can't, they're usually pretty damn ashamed. So, kudos to them for that. But again, it's of course it is, Mike, because you pay 3 times the cost. And, that's just the way it is. But again, they do that on purpose. I mean, you got to remember that, like, look, dude, there's plenty of people that would only buy a Tesla if it was at least $50,000. If you started selling Teslas for $15,000, yes, there'd be a certain market share that would buy it. But they would be like, I mean, meaning the first ones. I mean, obviously they've come out with the 3 series or whatever that was like supposed to be 30,000, but for the most part, it was like 45,000. Okay, I'll give you an even better example. The far right hand side of the supply-demand curve, okay, is for people that if that product does not cost that amount of money, if it is not that expensive, they will not buy it. And to be able to get over close to that and be able to convince people to buy your product because it is overpriced and want to buy it because it's overpriced, and where it is a badge of honor that they buy a piece of hardware or software or experience that is overpriced. I mean, I'll tell you right now, dude, Ritz-Carlton, the markup on that service is amazing. And if you went to Ritz-Carlton and all of a sudden they're like, oh yeah, our rooms are only $99, people would be like, well, it must not be any good then, because the Ritz-Carlton, I mean, it's at least it's $650. It's $700. I mean, I can understand. Okay, maybe it's COVID and you're selling them for $399, but I'm not going to get a Ritz-Carlton room that's $99 for the most people that would buy that product. There is absolutely, I would submit to you, if Aston Martin started selling their cars for $27,000, they would be bankrupt in less than 3 years, because people want to do that. When additionally, though, you also got to consider the fact that the brand new iPhones are always very expensive. If iPhones that are $1,000 all of a sudden started selling for $300, I don't know about you guys, but when I heard Apple was coming out with an iPhone to hit that sub $400 market, the first thing I thought was, well, I wonder how cheap it's going to be. I wonder if it's going to be lame. I wonder if it's going to be a rebranding of the iPhone 5. And I don't know exactly what the technical specifications for it. Obviously, it didn't have 7 cameras, 9 gyroscopes, and it certainly didn't have the video technology that is in the GoPro Hero 9, right? But it's very important to maintain that. And that's also one of the things that I was not aware of, and I didn't think was valid when I was 20 years old and I was only into technology. And I am not saying that's who you are or what you are, but I can tell you right now that I'm really glad that I was able to study that and global business and be able to get an appreciation for it. Because, again, it really impresses me. And one could argue the fact that they still have that, Apple I'm talking about, one could argue that the fact that they still have that level of cachet, that level of excellence, that level of extra, that level of it's better, I'm worth more. Because I can tell you right now, dude, there's a lot more people that would much rather, you know, the really well-made bags that you get when you like buy something in a store where something's expensive. It's like really thick cardboard. It's beautiful. It's got like braided handles and that sort of thing versus the plastic bag you get at like Big C or something, you know. But if you go to, I mean, if you got, okay, so Nordstrom's, right? You go there, they give you this bag, or like what the big brown bag, right? That if you guys don't know the big brown bag, the reason people really like this is because that's what you get when you shop at Neiman Marcus, okay? And you get the experience and that sort of thing. There are a lot more people that would much prefer, and they probably would turn down their nose if you were to hand out Apple bags at the average mall so people could walk around with it as if it were their purse, and therefore they could potentially show off the fact that they can buy and or afford an Apple product, they will do that all day long. They will not have that experience with an ASUS bag, okay? If I hand out free ASUS bags, if I have a gorgeous girl handing out free ASUS bags, and I have me basically handing out Apple bags, people will line up for my free Apple bags. This is the bag. And they will like look at the girl and be like, okay, that's interesting, but trust me, they want the Apple bag. And these two bags could actually be made of the same exact quality. They just have a different logo on it. And that Apple logo, I mean, come on, man. Valuable. The Nike swoosh, the Apple logo, the Mercedes-Benz emblem, you know, Apple versus ASUS, tilted sideways. No, globally? Are you kidding me? I would submit to you there are kids in the Hill tribe that if I show them the Apple symbol, they know what that means. But if I show them 4 letters that say ASUS, it's not going to be a socioeconomic decision. It's just the level of penetration. I don't know if you guys know this. Coca-Cola makes more deliveries globally than all of the three big delivery companies in the United States combined. Coca-Cola has Coca-Cola products in places in the world where they don't have fresh water. That's actually changing pretty much 100%, because if you don't know, I mean, obviously Coca-Cola owns Dasani, and so they can get bottled water exactly where they can get Coca-Cola. But their market penetration is so ridiculous for brands like Coke and Apple. Look, there is a very good reason why they are the world's first $2 trillion company. They've rolled back from that. I get it. But they're also the world's first $1 trillion company. And trust me, the Walton family, they were like, oh, no. Trust me, we're going to be the world's first $1 trillion company. Well, spoiler alert. I'll tell you something too. When I was younger and Amazon.com only sold books, the joke used to be, if you want to put Amazon out of business, order a book from them, because they lost money on every single book. And if I had said to you back then, dude, watch what you say, because someday Jeff Bezos is going to be the richest man in the entire world, you would have been like, dude, what are you talking about? I mean, he's just kind of this goofy guy. He wasn't bald back then. He wasn't fit back then. And, he's just this guy. He's like kind of arrogant, and he thinks what he said. He thinks he can do nothing wrong, and he takes money from his investors, and basically he's got zero return, His company loses money like crazy. They just went IPO. They can't get the stock over $50 to save their lives. And there's this tech company. And now you talk to anyone in IT who's in the cloud business, good luck convincing them that there's a better, easier solution than AWS. I mean, if they're really technically competent, I get it. Google's technical competency is world class. But the customer support from AWS, it is off the charts, and it is not expensive. I used to pay $100 a month and then 10% of my bill, which is no big deal because you're getting such a good discount. Adding another 10% to get world-class customer service is amazing. There's 3 buttons inside of the customer support window when you're in AWS, if you guys don't know this. Open up a ticket via email, potentially chat with someone when you'll have to wait because there's a queue, or call me, okay? I have done this. I've tested it. I've done it at 5 p.m. on a Friday. I've done it at 9 a.m. on a Monday. I've done it at 3 a.m. on a Wednesday. I've done it at 2 p.m. on a Saturday. I click on the radio button that says call me, and I hit submit. My phone has never rung faster in any testing of any telecom product in the entire history of the world. And there is someone on the end of the line that is not opening up a ticket for me because I need to fill out the ticket before I press that button, which is fair. So I fill it out with as much technical skill as I possibly can, and I push that button, and it rings. And it is someone who has never hung up on me, who has never transferred me, who has never done anything but say, hold on, let me ask someone else for some additional help, and then brought a second person on the call. And then at the end of that call, they've solved my technical problem, and they've brought on a third person of technical competence to review the entire case to make sure I'm happy. Okay? You fantasize about getting that kind of customer support with Azure. Azure is horrible. Alibaba customer support is not great either. But AWS, nailing it. So anyone who says, I cannot believe that Jeff Bezos is the richest guy in the world, well, he deserves it because he is obsessed with the customer. Obsessed. If you learn anything about the culture of Amazon, they are obsessed. My mouth is so dry. I'm out of coconut juice. I'm at 9 hours and 26 minutes, though. And I promised you guys 10 hours after only 10 minutes. Well, I did promise you that, too. But I also promised you guys 10 hours because of 10 months. So is the lightning over? Yes, it is. You can go back from flight mode. Very good. I think I did. Oh, there we go. Look at me. Look at me getting line messages. Look at me being so popular. Dana just sent me a YouTube video. Dance. Okay, is this the Jib video? Is that or the JIB video? Oh, yeah. What did you say? should look good on your new laptop. Those stickers are going to look amazing on my new laptop, dude. Thank you very much. That's a great point. I'm going to play this video in a second. However, I also want to make sure that I did not miss any other AliExpress affiliate program. No big whoop. What else did I get here? My point is there are brands out there that are ridiculously world-class. And to learn about them and to learn the reason, I mean, here's the deal. They could be obsessed about the customer at AWS all day long, and their servers could fail every 15 minutes. Okay, that doesn't scale either. But man, they get it. They get it from a human perspective, and they start there. They are obsessed with the customer, and they measure everything. Human-wise, they are obsessed with the customer. Technology-wise, they measure everything, and they iterate, and they obsess. And they are just world-class. I love Amazon. Every single time I thought, I should buy Amazon right now. Every single time in my life I thought about doing that. I should have taken every single penny I had, even taken money out of my credit cards, bought Amazon stock, and just waited. Back in March when they were at 1,600 and he said, look it, dude, here's the deal. The globe is going bad. Amazon is going to hire 200,000 people when everything is going sideways. The world is literally going to stop spinning or start spinning slower. Everyone's going to die. You're not going to be able to do anything. Spoiler alert, Amazon is hiring 200,000 people, and our stock is at an all-time low compared to the last year. All in. Should have gone all in. I'd be buying all of you guys $679 ASUS laptops. But shoulda, woulda, coulda. Albert says that is not correct. It's 5 years, and you can always get if you send it to Cupertino. Yeah, well, you could always. That's true, Alberta. You can always do that, but you don't need to do that. You don't need to send it to Cupertino. 5 years in, my God, 5 years, you can get parts all over the place. Any major city, dude. Any major city. Their market share is held because it takes care of its customers. So that's a bummer that you had that experience. Just installed Ubuntu 20. Did you? So, oh, wait, Lumbuntu? Oh, yeah. And so on, and 212 MacBook Pro. Oh, is that the one that you can install? Okay. I assume that you typed that right? Is that what that is? It's Lumbuntu, meaning it's like a version of Linux that runs on. If not, if you mean Ubuntu 8.20, that's cool. I haven't done 20. I have 18 running on my RTMP relay service, which reminds me, I need to shut off my server. No, I don't need to shut off my server. I'm still streaming, aren't I? Okay, yeah. I forgot. Facebook is the only thing that dies at 7. When do they die? Yeah, 7 hours, right? Or maybe it's 8 hours. I don't know. I can't remember. But anyway, they're the only ones that do it. Periscope will stream all day long, as will Twitch. Why will Twitch do that? Because they're owned by Amazon, and they're amazing. Fix anything in MBK. I have heard that. There's a part of me that, well, so that's true, Dana, right? But by the same token, you have that MacBook Air that's like from 2012. They can fix anything, but the cost to fix that would arguably be more than the value of the item. So, but yeah, that's true. Including hibernation and lid down. Ooh, I missed that reference, Mariano. Runs like magic, including, oh, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah. Meaning that it takes the I.O. from the actual hardware from the Mac, and it knows what to do. Good to know. Jace is being a truck driver in the middle of Washington State at night. I have to confess, I'm Jay, and I'm a texter and a driver. Well, I know a little bit about step one, Jay, so trust me, you're on the right track, buddy. So, Jay, being a truck driver, what do you think about these autonomous vehicles? Because as you might probably guess, because of the technology, I'm a big fan of it. And unfortunately, one could argue the forward-facing trajectory of that is possibly putting human truck drivers out of business, which I'm not a fan of that. Trust me. But there's a company, it literally was right down about 20 miles away from where I lived in San Diego. And they have amazing technology that runs these trucks. So anyway, I'm curious because you could argue that if you have the let me text and drive button, then, Jay can drive as many hours as he wants through Washington. Even during the day, you can text and drive. So I really hope you pulled over to make that comment, though. And I'm honored that you watch, by the way, Jay. Thank you so much, man. It's always great to see you there. Oh, that reminds me. Write this down, Mike. On Saturday live stream, we'll talk about why the guy at Jib had a long pinky nail. Thank you very much. I think I know. Is it that reason? Because, I mean, I kind of... I hung out with those people. I just didn't. I just wondered, is that here or whatever. But if it's not, regardless of what it is, that's good. So, and I also got to do that. I got to put Saturday 9 a.m. in my calendar as a recurring event for the Bangkok Strange live stream. Tuesday mornings 9 a.m. Bangkok. Saturday mornings 9 a.m. Bangkok. You guys definitely need to tune into the Bangkok Strange live stream on YouTube. Dana, I can't find anywhere in the world I can get a replacement MOBO. I don't know what that means. For my $5,000 27-inch POS Mac. Actually, it's probably 6 years old now, but secondhand or new, zero exists. What does MOBO mean? Motherboard? Okay, seriously, dude? You can't find a replacement Mac motherboard for a Mac? Is it a MacBook Pro that you paid $5,000 for? Dude, you know the United States has some in it. I mean, if you can't find one in Australia, now arguably to get it in Australia, Dana and I have talked about shipping stuff to Australia. That is not cheap, dude. And it is much closer than the US from Asia. And so that is a real bummer. That may be the reason. But I would bet you a smoothie that Dana or I could walk over to MBK right now and we could find you a replacement motherboard for a $5,000. Oh, when you say 27-inch, so that basically means it's an iMac? Yeah, they might not have those over there. But I don't know, dude. I got to tell you, because, I mean, you got to remember I was at a university, right? The majority of the students had Mac. And so we had students that were trained to be certified Mac tech guys. And they could get stuff that I had a 2012, and this was in 2000. So I had a 6-year-old one. I had a 2012 model. It was 2018. Again, it was a laptop. It wasn't an iMac. So anyway. Apple Shopping Bag is known in KL. They don't have Apple, but authorized resellers called machines. Interesting. You know, the other product that I absolutely disagree with its quality and the fact that they have massive market share and belief and cachet is Starbucks. You see girls on the BTS, instead of having a purse, they have a paper Starbucks bag. And that thing gets wet and your stuff is gone. But they're carrying that thing around like a purse instead of a purse because it says Starbucks on the side of it. Mike, that would be a Nike swoosh, not a swish. Oh, did I say it wrong? Swoosh? Yeah, I actually knew that it was a swoosh. I apologize. I know I said it wrong. Not that there's anything wrong with that, Mike. San Diego County Inland Chicken Inn. Howdy from Ramona. Ken, good to see you. Aloha, Ramona. Really, really good friend. Lady that I respected a lot. I still do respect her a lot. Her name's Tina. She was the telecommunications and networking manager at University of San Diego. She lives in Ramona, and they have a beautiful place. It's awesome up there. Loved Ramona. Loved driving through Ramona to get to. Oh, my God. See, I'm getting it. I'm getting tired. 9 hours and 36 minutes, guys. We only basically have 24 minutes to go, and we have done 10 hours, and I blame you guys for my success. Welcome back, Stuck. How you doing there, eyes? So hold on, what time? Yeah, because it's what time? Oh yeah, it's 6:50. So your alarm woke you up at 6:30. 20 minutes in, and you're already back here, dude. You are a champ. Awesome. Total friggin' rock star. Total friggin' rock star. 10 hours. You're crazy, man. Kudos. Oh, well, you know, I mean, hey, look, it's all I'm doing basically is answering comments with you. The problem is that when you pose a question, it takes me 75 minutes to answer one question. Extrapolate that out to the 75 posts, you've got 10 hours. So Dennis says, Mike, I'm a bit jealous of the depth of your knowledge of, oh, come on, don't be jealous, dude. It's just, okay, here's the deal, Dennis. I'm old. So I'm 52. But the other thing, too, is that my personality is I obsess about things that I am engaged in. And there's very few sort of like, you know, phrases and that sort of thing that, you know, are said by many and believed by a few that, you know, potentially are true or potentially not true. one of the things that I agree with is the phrase that I've heard in like business books, and I can't remember. I think it was Wharton, Tim. I can't. Anyway, I know I actually just said his last name wrong, so I know that that's wrong. Anyway, and he said basically that after 10 years of experience with something, and you're an expert. And I was in radio for over 20 years, meaning that I was fully time employed at a radio station, working at a radio station, being on air, understanding the technology, understanding the business model, understanding the sales. I'm an absolute expert in everything that is commercial radio. And then I left, and then I did it consulting wise. And so I still did it. And quite frankly, I'm still kind of on the radio, and I could walk into any radio station right now. I tell you right now, and from the microphone all the way to the antenna, I know the entire chain. It really hasn't. It's improved a little bit as far as like vacuum tube technology versus solid state technology. But I can guarantee you, at least I bet you right now, 50% of the transmitters that project FM out here in Bangkok, 50% of them have vacuum tubes. And it's not a bad thing, trust me. In order to get 10,000 watts outdoors, with basically taking about 20,000 watts in, because these things are not super efficient, you need a vacuum tube. It's about this big to get 10,000 watts out of it. And so that's one vacuum tube to get 10,000 watts out of it. Or you could do it in a solid state way, and then you need this many daisy chained, basically integrated circuits, for the sake of argument. Let's just say that. You got to put a lot of diodes together. You got to put a lot of transistors together to get that. And that's the only way you do it in the solid state world. You don't just take a massive hunk of silicon and basically hook 3 leads to it, and all of a sudden you've got one in, and you get a 10,000x out just because with a massive heat sink. Doesn't work that way. There is nothing like a vacuum tube if you want to get tons of that. But I'm honored by your comment, Dennis. I like it too. So maybe that's why I'm really into it. They should be able to get it done in MBK. Even with an iMac, Dana, I mean, I can understand why they would be more laptop focused and not be able to go with, a big 27-inch. Now, that said, though, was the 27-inch the one that like really didn't sell really well, and they just simply didn't manufacture enough of those? So never going the Apple road again. That's fine, dude. I totally get it. And I really like to have discussions around that. And I like to know those pieces of data, because it is actually, I'll give you a great example, Aztec, right? You and I, we think transfer wise is freaking amazing. I could literally transfer $10,000. Well, not 10,000, 9,000, because there's this anyway. Thousands, okay, of baht or dollars. Let's say for the sake of argument, baht. From me to Aztec right now, or from me in the United States to my bank account here in Bangkok, in seconds with 100% reliability at a great rate. Oh, wait, hold on. What's going on? Oh, some euro. Oh, dude. Alberto, talk about, he like praised me. Money where your mouth is. Thank you so much, Alberto. Craziest streamer ever. Yeah, well, I blame the caffeine in my 3-in-1 and my crazy ass shirt for all of that. But I'm honored, buddy. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate that. €5 goes a long way, dude. What is that? That's like 200 baht, right? Man, Alberta, if you ever been to Bangkok, you know how much awesome street food I can get for 200 baht, man. So thank you very much. I'm honored. That's really cool. What do we got here with Jay? I'm excited for them, but unfortunately, I don't see how they could chain a truck up going over the mountain passes. And again, that's a great point. I never even thought about that. And again, I know you're not just saying, oh, yeah, sure, come on, man. Buggy whips are never going to go out of style. How are you going to get a robot to smack the back ass of a horse, right? Okay, I know you're not saying that, because that is a very real need, dude. I mean, I lived in Southern California, and you only got to drive about 3.5 hours in December to get to a point where there's a sign that says chains only. What autonomous vehicle is going to pull over and be like, okay, let me flip. Now, to be fair, I, as a boy growing up in New England, we would have snow tires. Now, this was before all season radials were like basically a lot more popular, and you were able to but I had studded snow tires. Okay. And I would run those on my car for about 2 months or something like that. There would be days, of course, where the roads would, clean off, and then the spikes and stuff from the studded snows would be kind of annoying. But there were months in a row, like January, February, we would have so much snow and so much ice and that sort of thing that there was always sort of a layer that you were going off of on the majority of the streets that I would be on. Side streets, not main streets, but side streets. So studded snows were something. And one could argue that the people that are designing these things are like, well, right, but like what we're going to do is there's going to be tires on there and there's going to be like spikes that come out and they're basically going to be the equivalent of chains. And that's what's going to, that's, you know, and they're going to be specifically for that roadway. They're not going to be on every single truck. Much like, not internet, hold on, Kenworth, right? So Kenworth, I believe that the history of that company was that they started making trucks that were designed to go up and down of like the hills in Colorado and that sort of thing, the hills in California, where the previous trucks, Mack, right? I don't believe the Macks had the ability to go up those hills. So then Kenworth came out and they said, well, we're going to design bigger radiator, whatever they did. I don't know if that's the case, but I know that there was this sort of need, right, in the market to be able to get the trucks, if you will, up the hills, right? And so they made a different kind of thing. So there was a competing company that did that, and then they became, you know, world class and that sort of thing. It could have been International Harvester. I don't know. I believe that actually came out of more of the plains area when they had a need for like farm trucks and that sort of thing. And I believe a lot of those were going on flat surfaces. I don't know if any of this is right relative to I believe that the paradigm that I'm describing to you is fairly correct. I don't believe the manufacturers that I'm choosing to describe them are necessarily accurate. However, how are you going to put chains on a truck to go over a mountain pass? And you could argue, well, we're going to have tires that go, right? And, you know, possible. You won't be able to find me one in the U.S. either, or they don't. Okay, that's fine. Clearly you're, okay. Anyway, my experience has been different. But also, Aztec, you and I have had a different experience on TransferWise than other guys, right? So. Just watched Retired Working for You vlog on Riley Beach, a must-see in my opinion. Writing it down, Roy. Thank you so much. Oh, yeah, Retired Working for You. Is he a fairly new guy that basically, I believe he does videos every single day, and he has become very popular. So good for him. Retired Working for You. How do you pronounce it? But it's Ray Lay, right? Because I've also seen it written, i.e. in English, the phonetical spelling. Julian, thank you, Ken. I'll get to that in a second. Thank you very much. R-A-I-L-A-Y, R-A-L-L-A-I, R-A-I-L-A-E. I've seen it written. So I don't know if it's Rayleigh or Rayleigh Beach or whatever. Regardless, I know exactly the beach you're talking about. And I'm going to go to that E beach, that R beach. Retired Working for You. Thank you very much. I'm psyched to watch that. And if you're actually, if you post a URL, it may not show up, but then one of the guys can turn it on. So if you want to post the URL in here, finally feel free. Thank you very much, Ken. Yes, of course. Julian is where I would be heading to through Ramona. And arguably, you know, I can't believe you're still alive. Well done. Yeah, I mean, it's not too bad. I mean, don't forget you guys were like with me through the restroom breaks, and thank God for Dana that he came by too. Additionally, thank you, Mother Nature, for some entertainment along the way, for some thundering and lightning. I think the Tesla truck is amazing. It is, right? And I mean, it's like pretty good. I can't remember the name of the company. I mean, I could Google it, right? It would be very simple. Autonomous Truck Carlsbad. I believe they're from Carlsbad, or Autonomous Truck Southern California Company. And I believe it would show up. Those guys, they're doing they got a ton of investment going on right now. They're hiring like crazy. Talk about awesome, man. Talk about getting out of IT right now and being like 22 years old, knowing how to code Java blindfolded, knowing how to be able to do this stuff, and going up and getting to work for an autonomous truck driving company that's like on the verge of being able to make a product that actually works. That would just be so amazing. So amazing. Made it back, Todd. Good to see you, buddy. Thank you. See, this is kind of cool. So, see, now I know what I need to do. Basically, if ever I want to like hang out with you guys at the beginning and then hang out with the guys and basically let you take naps for like 6, 7, 8, maybe 9 hours. Because I think Hike took like an 8-hour break, right? He was here at the beginning and then he kind of showed up in the last hour. So, yeah. So all I got to do is be able to roll over 8 hours and then I can hang out with you guys all day long. If you go 10 hours next week, you can catch me in Taipei. Ooh, dude, that is right. I forgot about that. 1:20 a.m., right, is your departure time? Yeah, we're psyched for that, dude. We are psyched. I cannot wait for your updates, dude. I am so psyched for you. Look at that. Dub BT. See, Aztec is so cool. Welcome to the Cool Kids table, dude. Dub BT. Welcome back, Ty Dorman. Dude, you're awesome. Vlogger Steve Montelli used to be on the radio. He has a cool voice for it. I don't disagree with his voice. I don't resonate with his personality. I believe that he focuses too much on the negative, and so I'm not a. I believe that he adds a lot more value than I do, clearly, because a lot more people follow him and a lot more people engage with him and that sort of thing. It's just that what I've seen over there. That said, like, ThaiVisa.com is an infinitely more popular and referenced website than livemyassoff.com, but I do not go over to ThaiVisa.com if I want to remain in a positive view of things. I'm not saying he's not unrealistic, but yeah, he's just not my cuppa. Welcome back, Roy. Indeed. Thank you so much, Aztec, for always being the awesome guy you are at the front of the Cool Kids table. Todd, I love Taipei. Wish I could go there right now. Yeah, I mean, Taipei is going to be gorgeous, man. I know he's only passing through. Obviously, he needs to on his way to Cambodia. But talk about an easy place to transfer, man. Taipei is outstanding. So efficient, right? Got to run, guys. Thanks, Mike. Take care, everyone. Hey, Mr. Mitch just throwing it out there. Basically, I'm only 12 minutes away from 10 hours. So, you know, if you feel like sticking around, that's great. If you don't, totally awesome. Just come on back, start all the way at the beginning and watch all the way. Great to have you here, Mitch. Seriously, man, I really appreciate it. You're great. You're awesome. Dennis said, did you see the second video from the other half of the Split from Divert Living YouTube channel? Dennis, I did. I watched her next video, and again, I'm 52, and I have observed as well as worked very closely as well as led and taught young people, right? And so she's definitely a young person. She's got her bachelor's, and she's like looking out into the world. And she's one of these girls that I've heard she didn't necessarily self-label herself as this, but I've heard other people around that vintage, around their mid-20s, label themselves as I'm having a quarter life crisis, meaning at 25, I'm going to be doing some stuff, but I'm not quite sure what that means. I'm not sure what's going to fulfill me. I don't know what I'm going to do with this silly bachelor's degree that I have, that I paid all this money for, and then I have massive student debt, possibly. I can't remember whether she said she had student debt. The quick answer to your question is yes. The Mike's answer to your question, which of course will be long, is that I really honor her for sharing her honesty. Also, the production quality of her videos, as well as his, and their videos, as well as the ones they did together, it sounded to me like she was probably a little bit more into the production of it. He was probably more into the generation of the content, meaning that he was like more in front potentially, but he also did some narration. Obviously, it was a team effort. But her production quality on that video was outstanding. I mean, she had cuts and sweeps and everything was like on time, and it was timed and it was perfect. Her audio levels of her voice were fantastic the entire way through. The audio level of the music in the background always ducked to where it was supposed to. I mean, she was absolute pro. So, and I noticed things like that. Many people don't. It was a great length for me. One could argue that it was probably too long of an explanation. The average YouTube person that's like, well, you know, anything over 7 minutes basically isn't going to track real well. Okay, fine. But she was sharing from her heart. She was very diplomatic. I did not have the ability to describe the loss of something that emotional at that age, that well, and that mature. So that was very impressive for me. I understand why she got into this, but she did very little of it. But there was a little bit of blaming in her voice. And let me tell you right now, it was very little. And again, for a young person of her age, of her level of experience that she got, obviously traveling the world, learning different cultures. She was from a different culture. She was obviously tightly knit and close to a guy from the Western society. She was Westernized to some degree too, but she obviously came from, you know, a more traditional society, Thailand, right? I was very impressed with it. It was awesome. There was literally, I watched it and I said, man, good for her. I watched it, I listened to it, and I said to myself, man, when this girl gets a little bit more clarity, or even if she's just willing to ask someone who's like 10, 15, maybe even 20 years older than her, help me get some direction, I would hire her in a second. I would overpay her all day long. What would I hire her to do? Doesn't matter. I hire smart people to bring their brain to work to be freaking spectacular. I don't hire systems administrators. I don't hire systems architects. I don't hire network engineers. I don't hire Linux guys. I hire freaking smart people that exceed expectations at all costs and get seriously emotionally distraught when something doesn't work that they told me would, that they told other people would, that they promised the community would. They are engaged. They are exceptional. They are world class. And if I don't overpay them, someone else will, because they're worth it. And I need to keep them around to the best of my ability. I would hire her. I would get other people to hire her. I would tell my friends at Google. I would tell my friends at Dell Technologies. I would tell my friends at Cisco, world-class companies. I would call my friend Arthur at Apple. And I would be like, you hire her. So she's got a lot going for her. And I hope that the YouTube community that arguably pays attention to her, she's got a lot of followers. What is she at right now? I mean, Divert Living's at like 250,000 subs or something. I think she was at like 35,000, 40,000, something like that already, right? She's got a lot of learning to do, but the thing that came out more than, oh my God, I have a lot of learning to do in her video was, I cannot wait for all of this learning I've got to do. Again, I've worked in the IT industry that is, I've worked in several industries that is not, female dominated, let's just say that. And so therefore any opportunity to bring diversity in there, not just to hire someone because they're female, but to hire someone because they're freaking spectacular and they just happen to be female, which then of course I would submit motivates the other part of the minority to get their act together and to take, you know, knowledge and learning and that sort of thing and bring that to the table to be another example for another woman or another black person or another Mexican or another white guy in an Asian society where he's the minority, provided they're technically excellent. And I think that she's a great example for young women, because whether you're a YouTuber or not, or you're a vlogger, I think she basically got out there and conveyed the fact that she took a risk. And man, if there was anything my 52-year-old glasses like to give to people that are in their 20s or 30s, I'm like, take risks. Take a boxcar full of risks. Travel. Give up. Feel the fear and do it anyway. Find a best friend that is going to save your ass before they save your face and ask them for help. And God, just get out there and be the best follower you can by being the best leader you can. Because at the end of the day, the people that report to you on the org chart that are down, that are there at the top of the pyramid, you work for the people at the bottom of the pyramid, dudes. Throw that thing upside down. Take that. And the great thing about her is she's basically done a lot of this stuff by herself with her partner. She absolutely admitted the fact that she is obsessed, that she is obsessed with perfection. And that could lead to a lot of negative things, but she admitted it. I don't know if that says I want help with it, but it definitely, you know, again, step one. She's basically at the same point that Jay is, which is like, hey, listen, here's the deal. In the middle of the night in Washington, this truck driver is texting and driving. So suck it. And he's got his hand on the window, big red, driving it down the road. Texting. That was Jay's voice, by the way, if you don't know. So I hope that a lot of young women watch that and either give her some input, either constructive criticism. I pray to God that she doesn't pay any attention to destructive criticism. And that's difficult to do. It's also difficult to do when you're in an emotionally vulnerable state. And one could argue that when a woman is in an emotionally vulnerable state, she's potentially more open to negative energy than a guy might be. Maybe. I'm just throwing it out there. My experience with women that are very strong like her. But again, you're going through a breakup, okay? So again, I really hope that she doesn't pay attention to lousy comments on YouTube by jerks. But by now, she's probably got the infamous thick skin. I hope her skin isn't too thick, that she's not going to pay attention to people that love and care about her. I'll tell you right now, it's the kind of video, Dennis, that I can think of about 3 young ladies that are in my life, pretty much from a totally professional, meaning that like they basically worked for me. They reported to me on the org chart, and they were this one. Colette is literally one of the best women in the entire world. She, from the University of San Diego, she worked for me as a systems administrator, and she exemplified awesome. She still does. And because she is so awesome, she absolutely got a better job offer for making more money and more responsibility than I could absolutely afford to pay her or have her around with, because I didn't have a spot in the organization. I didn't have the budget, and I didn't have the need for someone else to basically lead the team. Had she been around last November when I was getting the hell out and I was going to move to Thailand, she absolutely should have taken my place. She was the youngest person on our team. She was very aggressive. She didn't have the technical competence of the guys that had been doing IT for the last 20 years, but you can bet her ass she would be willing to learn it. And as a manager, you don't necessarily need the world's most technical competence. You need logic and the ability to understand it, describe it, ask the right questions, ask the technically excellent people to help you solve problems in an empathetic way that will allow you to basically exceed expectations of your customers. She could have done that nonstop. I could have left on a Friday. She could have sat in my office on a Monday morning. Bam, nailed it. And if she was ever questioning, like, what do I do next? Because we would talk. She was like my younger sister, is the way that I referred to her. Oh, I'm telling you what, when she resigned, oh, I cried. And she's just like, you can't. I'm even tearing up right now. She's like, you can't do this. You can't do this. We talked about this. You cannot do this, And I'm like, oh my God, I'm so proud of you, And so that was a very exciting moment for me, as well as, emotionally. I'm like, oh my God, I'm losing one of my friends. I'm losing one of the people on our team that keeps the team together, that gives me great advice when I can't see it. There you go, guys. 10 hours. 10 hours, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds. So we're over 10 hours. And guess what? I still got a topic to go with, because I love talking about the success of others. And so she was rad. So Colette was amazing. And if her or any of her friends, a lot of her girlfriends looked up to her. She was the president of her sorority. And if you're a president of a sorority at a decent university, trust me, you're not like saying, oh my God, how many boys can we go? No. You're herding cats. You are looked to as the leader, and you are criticized big time. Even if you're the most attractive and the smartest and the richest and that sort of thing. And yes, Colette, believe me, she was in a category of one of those. She wasn't necessarily a 10, okay? But she was emotionally, she was an 11. Technically, she was a 12. Look at, there is physical beauty, and there's difference in physical beauty. I can guarantee you right now, her fiance, the guy that she's dating right now, who is the coolest friggin' guy in the whole world, he's probably like, I'll tell you right now, a lot of you guys will look at Gracie, probably say, oh yeah, she's cute, whatever. She's a friggin' 17 for me, And so beauty is in the eye, right? But anyway, I would totally share that video with young women in my life that were really, really proud of one of their successes. I'm like, oh yeah, that's totally cool. I agree with it. Watch hers. I've also had young ladies come to me, and be like, Mike's like, I don't know what to do. Like I got this, I got this guy, and I'm like, all right, well, first of all, any girl in her mid-20s that is talking about another guy in his mid-20s and she's like confused or disappointed by his behavior, of course you are, because he's a jackass. If you come in here in your mid-20s and tell me that you're dating a guy in his mid-30s and he's acting like an idiot, drop him like a hot potato, because he's a jackass and he's never going to be anything but a jackass because he hasn't learned how to not be a jackass. When you're 25, you're trying to figure out, what the hell's a jackass? Like, I mean, I'm awesome and I'm indestructible, and I'm making $38,000 a year. So what the, right? I mean, you don't know what you don't know. And, so when they would do, I'd be like, look, here's the deal. But I would love giving young women advice about technology, about how technology can add value in the world. So many of them that came to me with like, should I get this job at Cisco? Should I do this? Should I do it there? And I'd be like, absolutely. If you are making $45,000 less by taking on this technical track in your life, do it. Take some risks. Screw this retail job that you think you're going to be great at. Stop doing that. Get the hell out of this antiquated, kind of thing. And yeah, Dana, good question. So hold on. I don't even know her name, Dennis. Do you? Dennis, can you find that, please, and put it up there? And then, oh, wait, Dana, are you commenting on YouTube? I want you and need you, Dana Bluen, to comment so that I can make you a moderator. You're not, oh, awesome, cool. Hold on, stand by. Add moderator, sweet, cool. Because I want you to be able to look at, I want you to be able to look at that link. Oh, hey, Dennis, that comment that you first showed. Oh, did someone show it? Because it's a fairly good comment. I mean, I get that there's a bad word in there, but big deal, right? Let's see. Oh, it didn't show it. That's too bad. Anyway, I saw your comment on YouTube, Dennis, and I'm honored. But can I? No, I can't. I can't show it here for some reason. It doesn't. It won't show up inside of StreamYard because I guess YouTube thinks, oh my God, he's using foul language. He's using language that Mike's mom wouldn't like. Holy F, LOL, you could talk. Thanks for the answer on Divert Living. Yeah, I suppose it was a little bit longer than the average person would say. But what do you got here? Well done, her. Looks like she got a little burned. He walks with the channel, and I think she would have been 70% the professional production. Maybe, but I got to tell you right now. Oh, yeah, Todd, when are you leaving? Awesome. Yeah, that's right. Okay, New York City. Hey, you know what? I think, okay, cool. I wanted to make sure that there was, because I think that sometimes there are comments that here that on the StreamYard side, they don't show up and they should. Because that comment that you made, Dennis, actually, that should have shown up over here and I should have been able to hide it or show it inside of StreamYard. So there's, look, there's imperfections in any piece of software and the API in this is obviously imperfect too. What the hell did we even talk about for 10 hours? How awesome life is, bro. You know that. How awesome life is. Won't be able to catch the end of your 10-hour marathon. You just did. You just did, my friend. We're at 10 hours and 5 minutes. You are here for the duration. You are past the 10-hour mark, Dorman. You're awesome, Todd. So, yeah, to that comment, Dennis, it got a little bit burned. And, I mean, who knows, right? At the end of the day, one could argue that, she's leaving and she's off to do her new thing. And then she's going to get 250,000 subs here in the next 6 months. And he's going to get 1,000 extra subs every month for the rest of it. I mean, it's a team, right? I mean, I got to tell you right now, like if for whatever reason, I pray to God this never happens. But if Gracie and I get split or any team gets splits up, there's no more team. Like if Gracie decides, oh my God, she just won the lottery. And she's like, I'm leaving this crazy fat old tall white guy. I'm not old and I'm not fat. But because self-deprecation is nonsense and I don't engage in that. Trust me, I'm just joking. But if for whatever reason, it's not like, trust me, if I put on the hat that she made that says Team Mackey on it, I'm going to be bawling my eyes out if I'm doing it without Gracie as part of the team. So, yeah, I mean, it'd be pretty tough if I was that guy and I was going to continue with Divert Living when 50% of basically Divert Living wasn't there. And I'll tell you right now, here's what I've learned about teams. And here's what I've learned about the relationship that I had with Gracie. And I learned it a few relationships before. People that say to you about relationships, when you're challenged with a relationship and they come back with, well, Mike, it's 50-50 and there's give and take. No. As far as I'm concerned, damn good relationships, none of this 50-50 nonsense. It's 100-100. You are there. The other person could completely fall off the edge of the earth, but as long as they're committed to the relationship, as long as they're hanging on and they want to be there, in other words, their health goes to pot, there's nothing that they can do. They go bankrupt. They lose all their money. There's nothing. Everything's going wrong in their life, and you're the only one that's holding that relationship up. Then it's not 50-50. It's 100-100, dude. Show up, suit up, and be a teammate. That's what I do. And I'll tell you right now, it's what Gracie does. Because guess what? I was in the hospital in Palawan, and I was at 0%. I couldn't give anything. All I could do is take, and every time she even gave, not every time, occasionally when she would give me something and I would take something, I would respond, and I was at a minus. All I could do is, I could complain. I can't believe you went out and got me food, Gracie. How dare you, kind of thing. I will never forget that moment. I felt like so bad after I didn't berate her and I didn't raise my voice or something, but I was just like, oh, I don't want this. Come on. Because I was feeling horrible. I had IV hanging out of me and everything. But there she is. 24 hours a day. We didn't get a private room. We got a room with a second bed in it so she could stay there with me 25 hours a day. She's amazing, right? And I miss her, and I'm having another gratitude attack. How did you end your 10-hour live stream, Mike, with pom-poms and everything? No, I basically started crying because I miss Gracie so much. Saw you start this and see you now. Was always here, but I'm glad I lied. I'll tell you what, Brian, I'm stoked you're here, dude. I am totally stoked you're here. Brian is you are probably the longest viewer I have in my live stream, sir. I really appreciate it. So, yeah. So, Mike, oh, my God, after 10 months, why are you so grateful? Because Gracie's still in my life. Why Thailand, Mike? Because it's Thailand. That's why. So, anyway, I'm having a gratitude attack. I'm about to tear up. Clearly, I'm having my period. And so I need to go do something about that. But thank you, Dennis. 10 hours. Bam. Thank you so much. Woke up again. You're still on. Man, you take naps all the time, Mike. You need to focus, buddy. You need to get up and stay up. You need to hike. But yes, I'm still here. Dana's here too. Cool. I made you a moderator, sir. So but you're an animal 10 hours. Wow. Check you out next time. I hope so, man. Hey, and trust me, I'm at 10 hours. All that means is that I'm over 10 hours. I'm at 10 hours and 10 minutes. Come back when I'm at 10 hours and 12 minutes. Boy, you'll see me cry then. Oh my God, I have a hand tool. Knit by Jib, ladies and gentlemen. And just so you know, Knit by Jib has Knit by Jib for no other reason than she is going to be power knitting this guy a ton of covering such that there is no reason for me to complain when we are on top of a cold mountain doing very good things for underprivileged people financially. They're very privileged as far as the soul goes. But I am going to be cold.com, and I'm going to need some jib knitting to cover this, full head of hair up here. Because if you guys, I'll tell you right now, Jib and Dana, if you guys want to have any indication of how much I complain when it basically gets below about 60 degrees, ask Gracie. I am not this happy. And I let a lot of people know about it because, of course, I'm an only child. And if I don't get my own way, well, then it's time for a tantrum. What's the topic this morning? Attendance. Long-term attendance. No sleep. God damn it. Stay. No, I'm just kidding. What's the topic this morning? The topic is no topic. The topic is having an infinite amount of topics. Anybody have the link to the girl from Diver Living? So, oh, yeah. Email it to BangkokStrange.com. Sorry. And well, actually, we don't have an MX record for that domain, so we don't have an email. I'll have to set that up. Love you, man. Love you, Brian. High five. 10, 20, 30, 40. You're awesome, dude. You're totally friggin' awesome. It's funny, Brian. Someone asked me, so, Mike, when are you coming to Chiang Mai? I'm like, when Brian shows up. Is there any other answer? Do you know her name or channel name? Let's see. Mike, sorry about don't worry about it. I'm blown away that the crap that's shown and they hide the 4-lit. Yeah, no, it's well. What's funny is I went over to my YouTube channel. The only reason I saw it there is because it's there, but for some reason it doesn't show up in StreamYard. So hey, Dennis, don't worry about any of that, man. Look at the moderators obviously would have shown it because they know you're friggin' cool. Don't worry about that. Are you about to say that you keep it 110% at 80 miles an hour, Hike? This is not a dress rehearsal, buddy. Show up, do it. Mariano, here's the link to the video, and stand by. Let me go over to YouTube and make sure it shows. Oh, cool. Mariano's got a wrench. Awesome, dude. Thank you very much. I really, really appreciate that. Cool. Thank you, buddy. So not only did Mariano basically show up at the beginning of the stream and has been here the whole stream, Mariano, this stream started at 3:15 a.m. in Germany. Mariano set an alarm on his phone for 3 a.m. It wasn't like 3:14 a.m. It wasn't like 3. No, the guy purposely woke up 15 minutes before I started talking to be ready. Mike, describe the Cool Kids table to me. It's made up of guys cooler than me. So, thanks a lot. Dennis, thank you a lot for bringing that up. Mariano, thank you so much for sharing that. And Dana, I'm glad you got that. The show Good Trouble, which is a spinoff of The Fosters, which took place in San Diego, has one younger sister, Mariana, trying to make it in the tech industry in LA. It reminded me of what you said. Interesting. I didn't know about that show. The only show that I know about, and not obviously, was a part of as an extra in the production of it, was Veronica Mars. That was filmed in San Diego. But I don't know about Good Trouble, and I don't know about The Fosters. I'll have to. King, are those available on like Netflix or something? Or not like Netflix? Are they available on Netflix? Are they available on Amazon Prime? Excuse me. It's getting dark out, which means basically with the amount of lighting I have in here right now from outdoors, it looks like I effectively have a crazy ass studio in here. So stand by. I'm going to close the curtains and I'm going to come back because I'm not done yet. All right. Sorry about that. Did I lose you guys? All right. 18 of you still hanging out. Thank you so much. Greetings and aloha. What's going on? It's Mike from LiveMyAssOff.com. Thought I'd basically join that other crazy bald guy for hour 11 inside of. I'm trying to think the maximum amount of time I've ever been on the air. It was probably 10 hours, but I didn't talk the whole time. There was music that played in between my voices. On San Diego's Alternative Rock, 92.5 The Flash, XHRM, San Diego, Tijuana. Or, the more appropriate, KPBS San Diego, public broadcasting from San Diego State University. I'm not wearing any panties. So anyway, so I got to check out The Fosters. Is that available on Amazon Prime or Netflix was my question. Subscribe to Knit by Jib. It's about knitting. See, that's what I love about Hike. He just comes in and he's just like, you know what, dude? I did the full analysis. Here's my executive summary. Psh, good job, dude. About knitting. See, you get me. I mean, I don't know how to say it any better. Don't know how to say it any better. Other than Knit by Jib. Better get to Knit for Mics. I'm thinking there's going to have to be a branch off channel. MakeMicsWarm.com is basically going to be the URL, is going to be the website, and Knit by Jib for Mics. That's going to be an entire playlist on that channel. So the coffee supply won't last till I leave. There you go. Look at that. Dude, you're making friends with the Thai girls. Nice. Is it a wrench or a spanner? I'll tell you what. You ask Aztec. It's a spanner. I subbed to King Leeway too. I know about 5 Korean words now. Nice. It's 5 more than I know, dude. Absolutely. You were on Vermonica. Yeah, it was fun, dude. It was really cool. And if you don't know, basically what's funny about that show is the majority of the university scenes were actually filmed at San Diego State University. However, the expensive school that they were basically supposed to go to in Veronica Mars was basically modeled after USD. And so they absolutely shot stuff on USD. I mean, you'd drive around town or you'd drive up on campus and you'd see, if you've ever like seen movie set signs, they're pretty simple. At the end of the day, they have the name of the show written on the top and then upside down on the bottom. And then they have arrows on the sign. So that way it's very simple. They just make these signs and they put it this way. If you want to arrow this way, and they turn it upside down and it goes. So it always says Mars, smart, right? So it's like upside down Mars. And anyway, so big yellow usually with black letters and black arrows. And so you would like drive down the street and you'd be like, oh, Mars is over there. Or like I'd drive up on campus. I'd be like, oh man, where am I going to park? Why are there so many? Oh, Mars. Yeah. So anyway, so that was filmed by Stu Siegel Productions. Stu Siegel Productions was just off of Balboa. The studio was literally right across the street from the headquarters of, ladies and gentlemen, Jack in the Box. Jack in the Box is from San Diego. And so anyway, so Stu Siegel Productions was across the street. And yeah, I was an extra for that. I don't know if you ever watched the show. It was the show where the scene was a whole bunch of guys outside and they were effectively, I mean, again, this was supposed to be totally inappropriate. It was disgusting. But the scene was about rich kids that were basically paying homeless guys because, of course, they're homeless and they have no money. They were paying the money to show up, in this circle to beat them up. And so that was sort of the gist of that scene / that thing. And I showed up about 4 p.m. and that scene was one thing. They shot it like 3 or 4 times, different angles. They had a boom too, and then they had, otter cameras, and then they had, guys with the I'm trying to think. Shooting that whole scene, they probably took them an hour. And I got there at 4 p.m. and I left at 4 a.m. And I got $100. And I did that again too. And it was just, I loved it. It was fun. But, again, at the time I was doing it, I basically didn't really have a job. I was doing it between closing my ISP in Mexico and starting the job at USD. So I had, free time. So like working all night long and then being like, okay, I get home at like 4 or 5 in the morning. I sleep and then I wake up at like noon and I start all over again. And then I get back on a regular schedule by going to bed at 10 that night. So it was fun. But yeah, so Sequel Productions, they did that show. They also did Silk Stockings was another one they did there. Wasn't as popular. Renegades was another one that they shot there. They also were basically the contract. They contracted out to make the Titanic, meaning like they made an actual ship, and they had it down in just one side of it, as it turns out, because they only needed to pan along one side that was on the dock, and so therefore, and then to do the other side, they just CGI'd it. But they made this boat, and it's like, I don't know, 1/10 scale or 1/20th scale or 1/100 scale, whatever they made. I mean, it was large. I mean, a human could fit in it. One human could fit in the entire thing, but actually it was a little bigger than that. I shouldn't say that. Anyway, it wasn't it wasn't scale 1 to 1. So they shot a lot of the scenes for that, as far as I'm the king of the world and, that sort of thing. Cause of course there was tons of CGI, right? And so that was kind of neat. That was pretty much their heyday. They're closed now, effectively. They do like post-production and that sort of thing, but they don't shoot any new shows. The most sort of popular thing around there is the diner. It's like an old type diner, with like the metal and it looks like an old 50s diner kind of thing. And that's right next to it. It's the it's right on Balboa. I can't remember. Is it like the movie? It's like the Movie Shot Cafe or the back lot cafe or something relative to, but no coffee. This is a crime. Available on Hulu Plus. I've never gone down. Thank you for letting me know that, King. I've never gone down the road of Hulu Plus. And it's one of those deals where it's like, oh my God, how many of these can I possibly subscribe to? I mean, Netflix, obviously, that's kind of like, one could understand. Mike, do you have a subscription to Netflix? Yes. I mean, who doesn't say that, right? Amazon Prime, I have that mainly because I had it before I moved here. And I just keep up the subscription because certainly now that it's COVID, I put my dad on the plan, the family, right? And it doesn't cost me anything extra. So he uses, Amazon Prime shipping, which, for a lot of the stuff they're doing right now, I mean, they're in their 80s. And don't get me wrong, if there wasn't COVID, they still get up every single morning and they walk at the beach, whether it's July or January in Boston. So they're fit and they're in good shape and they're healthy, thank God. But nonetheless, right now they're doing a whole lot of delivery, right? And so to be able to use Amazon Prime with that and not be distracted by the shipping cost of anything, I'm more than happy to pay for and trust me, I am not giving my parents a financial handout in any way with this thing. It's more of an inconvenience than anything else. My parents are comfortable. I do not worry about them at all. Quite frankly, well, okay, yes, I'm 52, so I'm a little bit healthier, right, than an older person, but they're very healthy. I'm not going to joke around and say, oh yeah, they're going to outlive me. No, I mean, that's not the way God planned it. Okay. But, Ty Dorman, IKEA, I know, right? Awesome Bama. So, okay, here's the thing. I've seen that written a couple of times. And I believe there is a person that has come on my channel with like the handle Bama something. And when I see that, but I don't see any real reference to it, I think to myself, hold on a minute. Is there, have they made a comment and it's just not showing up? Kind of like Dennis's comment didn't show up. So anyway, it doesn't look it. So good. I'm glad there's not data missing. That's important. What is that? Hola, oh, hold on. Hi, honey. Hold on. Hold on. I got to say, I'll do it on my phone. It'll be a lot easier. You guys didn't hear that beep, but that's Gracie checking in on me. Let me take a picture of us streaming. Hold on. Hold on. Yep. Miss him stream. Cool. So. I miss her. I wish I could bring her back on. She's at home. She got horrible internet at home. Let me see. Hold on. I'll just ask her if she wants to come on. She's probably going to respond with her internet is bad, which I don't disagree with that. What else we got going on here? To Dana, Todd says, you will have to sneak me some coffee during my quarantine, but should be able to find me some in Cambodia. Cambodia's got pretty decent coffee as far as I know. I don't know if it's as awesome as Vietnamese coffee, but she's like, really? Still? Hold on. What does she say here? Did you eat? Do I well, she sent me a great video. Oh, she's so attractive. Anyway, it's not a crazy video, but don't worry. She's still attractive. Dana says to Todd, let me know where you're going to do it, and we can set up an A-team style mission to smuggle you in. Absolutely, dude. Yeah, I can't wait. That's going to be really good. Dana says, Mike, tell Jib about the fundraising status. Well, the fundraising status, Jibberoonie knit Mike's hat, backpack kind of thing. A little bit. She's going to be disappointed that I didn't eat because she's Filipina and they eat. So let me see if I can hold on. Let me do this, Dana. Let me show it to everybody, actually. P-A-Y. See if they're going to make me authenticate 17 times and change my password to, oh my God, I can't believe Dana doesn't know my password. Bang. Hold on. Let me do this. Yes, I'm going to start shaking because I'm typing, and I'm a very intense typist. Oh, the other thing I learned how to not do is show people's. Oh, so okay, there we go. Let me do this. Let me bring this in because I don't want to show. Yeah, okay, cool. There we go. So let me do this. So that means I don't show people's names, and boom. Okay, there we go. Let me go over to here to StreamYard, and let me add in the proper Chrome tab. Jib, I assume, is watching. There we go. How's that, Jib? What do you think, doll? Almost 30,000 bought. Now, here's what's interesting, too, is if for some reason PayPal says that we have 24,000 in bot and 118 in USD. I'm not totally sure how that happens, other than I thought it did a conversion for everything and the fact that it's in, but regardless. 27,000 bot. Not bad. Not bad for a day's playing, for sure. So anyway, all right, let me go back to this. Let me go back to bigger screen so I can do this appropriately. So there you go. But yeah, we're doing pretty good, Jib. And let's see. Hold on. Dana, if you go back to, actually, can you go back? I think, yeah, you don't have to watch YouTube live. You can go to this. You can go to this video. And I think if you go back to like hour 4, then there's a little bit like right before you. Basically, what I want you to do is I want you to show your wife you crying on the global internet out of sheer gratitude, in case she goes, "What the hell is Mike's gratitude attack nonsense? And why the hell don't you have any? You're married to me." So you can show her that, and then she can be like, "Oh, right. The big furry farang actually cries while he's making the pan." I'm just kidding. I know where, just don't know the only ASQ Chambéry. Just don't know when. The only ASQ in Chambéry. Between, if it is the one between Jomtien and Pattaya, I know exactly where you're staying because I drove past there on a bot bus and I saw the official bus unloading and the people in the hazmat suits and the big red hazmat hazard material trash barrels. So anyway, you'll be taken care of, that's for sure, Todd. Well, I'm not exactly a troglodyte. I find this massive reliance on technologies to be foolhardy. People can't actually do anything anymore without Googling it first. I disagree, but that's awesome that you believe that and obviously have a much better solution to it. It's not been my experience. Going to need it more in Cambodia. Yeah, for the coffee to get you for the first 3 days. Well, yeah, but you don't have... Oh, hold on. Is she on? Oh, wait, there we go. Yeah, so she's, how come, honey, click on the link. Hi, Dana. Nice to meet you. Indeed it is. Enjoy streaming. I was shy because my connection was not great. Don't skip dinner, okay? Love you. Love you too, boo. Thanks a lot for coming by. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys for saying hello to her, by the way. I am honored by that. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Oh, yeah. So there you go. So, honey, so Knit by Jib is going to be one of your new friends as well when you get over here. Jib's awesome. Although her Tagalog sucks. I mean, I'm like, my God. Would you open-minded? Yeah, not bad, right? And Dana and I were blown away. I don't know what the Thai equivalent to "oh my God, I was blown away" is. But it was, yeah. I mean, and it was just Dana and I, anyway. Hashtag gratitude attack all day long. All day, dude. Freaking awesome. Yeah, Renegade with Lorenzo. So you did watch that show? Yeah, a buddy of mine was on that. You know what's funny? A buddy of mine, his main role was the hand model. Because for whatever reason, Lorenzo, I guess, had lousy hands. And so what he used to do is he used to be the hands on the throttle of the motorbike when he would like take off from a scene or something because he had like really nice hands, I guess. But yeah, Chaz was his name, my buddy Chaz, and he was the hand model for that show for the motorbike scenes. Mike, for Amazon Prime, you will still have to pay for the show, Foster's and good. Yeah, because it's not included. No, I understand. Oh, how we doing up there? I just saw that 91 subs for Bangkok Strange, 9 away from our goal. And if you don't know, our goal is 100 because once Bangkok Strange gets to 100, then you'll have to, or then we will be able to brand more appropriately. Quite frankly, we need to get 101, but whatever, it's 100. Dennis says it's been a drug plus drink party. There is guys waking back up, looks across the room. Man, is that guy still talking? Totally joking. Yeah, absolutely, dude. I get humor, Dennis. Believe me, I'm a big fan of it, and you're going to do real well here at the Cool Kids table with a sense like that. Good for you. Email the Bangkok Strange email address to get. I'll get some in the mail, which is bangkokstrange@gmail.com. If you guys don't know, ping Dana for sure. Any questions you have, any recommendations you have, any comments you have, please share it with us. We would love that. Hold on. There we go. The number is 9. Absolutely, Dave. That is what we need to hit. Bama is short for Alabama. King gave me that nickname. Got it. Because there was this person that would come by and they were like Bama Rama or something like that was their YouTube channel. And I was like, oh man, am I missing? Anyway, awesome. Got it. Hike, hashtag Bama. Big fan. I think you say it Bam-A. Corino is Spanish for Korean. Well done. That's all right. Thailandia is Spanish for Thailand. She's going to watch Netflix now, guys. So give her a high five. Big fan of the Gracie. Huge fan of Team Mackey. We should all wave. Indeed. What's the downside to that? Egg coffee. I don't know. I mean, I get it, Brian. It does sound really kind of odd. It's kind of like tuna fish cake, right? Like tuna fish muffins. Like, why would you? But apparently it tastes really good. I've tasted it. I think I've been given it. And I think I've tasted it. And I think I liked it. I'm not sure. Oh, the next time I meant to do this, but I mean, her connection wasn't bad and she feels kind of bad about that. But the next time Gracie comes on here, she can explain to you why her name, basically her Gmail account, she uses the last name Lakwatsera because that is not her legal name for one, nor her maiden/married name either. It is a character, and I've noticed that in the Philippines, young ladies have the habit of choosing a very interesting last name based on characters that they like, you know, from actors and actresses and that sort of thing. So, knit by jib, my jib. Yeah, Mariano's cool, honey. He was up at 3:00 this morning, his time. Oops, sorry. Gracie like fam and in-law. Absolutely. Oh, yeah. Big time. Brian is family, in-law. Encore appearance. Bonus gratitude for my... Yeah. I could cry. Shy. I shy too. I shy a little bit. Absolutely, Hike. You're just like my girlfriend. You're just like my fiance, Hike. You're so damn shy. Whoop. Indeed. Thank you, King. Are you really going for the 11th? Nah, I mean, I'm at 10 hours and 37 minutes. So, although what time is it? I mean, it's 6:51, guys. You got to remember. Okay, so here's what's going to happen. If I go past 7:00, for some reason, Jib has this like internal clock that says, oh, wait, it's past 7 p.m. I need to give Mike crap for being so old and wanting to go to bed so early. So the short answer to your question is I'm likely, Alberto, to go to about 10 hours and 58 minutes and then say, you know what, Jib, why don't you go knit something instead of being Englishly inappropriate to me? Oh, thank you, Dave. I appreciate you saying hi. Oh, you're still here. Look at you not watching Netflix, but hanging out with the team. Like what Sarah, it means explorer or traveler. Oh, honey, I thought it was that woman that really sort of crazy, not crazy, that like really rambunctious Filipino lady with like the crazy hair, and she used to like ride horses or something like that. I thought it was her name or her character's last name in the shows that you watch. But anyway, regardless. Irregardless. Don't you hate people that say that? Oh, my God. Learn English, please. There's no such word as irregardless. It's regardless. But I love making fun of people that use it. So it means explore or travel. I had no idea. Well, I think that's awesome then. That's really cool. But what was the other name that you used that was like that character's name? You were like, she was like the Veronica Mars of the Philippines, honey. I couldn't really remember. What? Yeah. Sure. Oh, you say what now? Wait till 7 p.m. shows up, and then all of a sudden, Jib's going to be like, oh, wait a minute. My default setting is to give Mike crap because it's his bedtime. No judgment. Adios, Mike. Must go to the grin, sadly. Have to earn the bucks. Cheerio. Dennis, thank you so much. I'm honored you came by, my friend. Great to see you. Thank you so much for the questions. Thank you for the participation. And feel free to drop F-bombs next time, my friend. Always good to see you. Go to bed with the chickens. Understandable in New England. Thailand, not in Bangkok. I get it, dude. It is, yeah, understandable for sure, right? It is I don't know about a 24-hour city, but it is like 22, 23 for sure. And grind. You know what really grinds my gears? We still got 23 people watching. What did we dump down to, guys? We were like down to about 17, 18, that sort of thing. I think we peaked at like 42 in about hour 2 or so. And but I got to tell you, man, I am honored by your participation. I got 62 thumbs up, 4 thumbs down. So obviously we got no use for those people. So you see those 4 extra chairs at the Cool Kids table? You guys can feel free to set fire to those chairs and or put tax on them. Because if those guys put their tail between their legs and they show back up, yeah. Accountability's a bitch. It's thumbs down. I got no use for you. Like what Sarah, kinda have lots of meaning. A person that always is outdoors. Got it. Understood. Thank you. You see, she's participating by typing and clearly not on Netflix, but she won't come in on the video stream, which I totally get. I mean, trust me, the streaming capability at the house is not great. I understand that. She gets 3G pretty much, but her phone potentially will say LTE, but that doesn't mean it'll necessarily last. Log in 2 accounts for you. Titty porn? Okay, you expect me to let that go by? Your name is what? Have you ever been to the United States and not received massive public ridicule? I'm just giving you a hard time. I know, interestingly enough, I actually, at least what I believe is the porn, right? I mean, that's used a lot, but like that sound or that those words, right? That's used a lot. Doesn't it mean like something like relative to good luck? I can't remember. I know that it's not obviously pornography like we use it in the United States, but log into 2 accounts for you. I can't see that. Wait, it's not Jib, is it? Come on. Is that you with short hair? I mean, you know, divorce is a possibility if the hair length changes. I'm just throwing it out there. But, you know, I mean, Gracie's got the meter of hair. So basically, I'm a little biased. Stick it out, Brian says, at Gracie, humbly saying hello. You do not need to be humble at all around here, dude. You can be Brian. Just kidding. I'm going to watch Let's Next. I love you too. Yeah, see, even Gracie's like, titty porn, right? Yeah, totally, right? I mean, come on, dude. The comedy writes itself. I hope that's not my mom's account. That would be bad. Oh, man. If you ever give me a hard time, Jib, about going to bed at like 6:30 at night, 7:30 at night, if I ever hear any nonsense from you, oh, my God, wimpy Mike was too cold up in the mountains. Well, guess what? Titty porn. Oh, my God. That's so awesome. That's okay. People made fun of me when I was in school too. Probably because I couldn't get either of those things. So there you go. But thank you. I'm honored that you came by. Please tell me that you subbed with both of those things. With you subbed with both of them. What do we got going on? All right, what does she say? She's still not watching Netflix, apparently. Save my hair for you, honey, so I can cover your... Good answer, honey. Way to go. So one time, Gracie's like, just like cut my hair, because it was getting down to the point where, like, if she sits down, she sits on it, and I get it. It's, if it's over a meter, I get it. So I'm sitting there, I'm like on my knees, and I'm trying to look. I'm like, okay, stand straight, don't move, right? And so I'm sitting there with the scissors, and I'm like, okay, I'm not a barber by any means. I can barely cut a piece of paper. So I got like decent scissors, right? And so I'm sitting there, and I'm like, okay, this is level, and I'm like, I'm messing with her hair. I'm like, okay, it's straight, it's straight, it's straight. I think I combed it or something like that. And I'm like, okay. I'm thinking to myself, okay, cool. I mean, she's like, basically, she's standing over a trash barrel because I cut a little bit of her hair off, meaning that I cut 6 inches of it off, and it was still really long. So I'm like, okay, cool. So then I'm like, all right, I did a pretty good job. And of course, from her perspective, how's she going to like look at it, right? I mean, if she like picks it up and looks at it in the mirror, it's not like it's going to be, so I'm like, okay, cool. So then we start, we go walking somewhere, and I'm like behind her, and she's in front of me, and I'm like, I cut her hair so poorly. I mean, it was so painfully obvious that it, like, the level bubble, like the bubble was all the way one way. I should have used a level, quite frankly. But man, so I learned a very valuable lesson from that if I want Gracie to have long hair, I need to outsource the care of it to other people that are professionals at the cutting of it. So that's a good thing. She says, that's why I never tell my first name to anyone. Said the woman on the internet on a public YouTube stream that will probably get approximately 250 views. Great plan. Super great plan. You're welcome. You can log knit by jib. I'm cool with knit by jib. I'm cool with jib. The front jib. It's the biggest sale on the boat. The jib. Glad you got rid of that ponytail. It was hard to watch as JC tucking his shirt into his shorts. Dude, that's hilarious. I know if you guys don't know, he means retirecheap.asia, JC. Yeah, I'm more of an out tuck guy. I don't particularly like to tuck in, but yeah, look at that. I know, Todd. I was so soaked. So okay, now I'm starting to slur my words. So stoked that Brian came by. That's totally cool, right? Yeah. But yeah, I'm really glad that I got rid of the ponytail too. Here's the whole thing. Like, I think I know better kind of thing. And I suffer from this still as much as open-minded as I try to be, oh, Mariana, you still here, buddy? Right on, dude. Right on. We got 7:01 PM. Here's the thing is it's past 7:01, which basically means if I go to 7:15, I'm looking at 11 hours. So I think that's pretty cool. And how about this? Hold on. You know what I need to do? Here's the thing. It's 7 o'clock. So here's the thing. I need to go outside and buy some chicken and sticky rice. So if you guys pay me to, no, I'm just joking. But how are you doing, Brian Piloto? Hope you're doing. Yeah, I know. Totally, man. It's, I know he comes by the streams occasionally, but as you can see, the other guys are like, oh, cool. I want to talk to Brian. So welcome back, my friend. I know that you come by often, so that's really cool. Maybe the last tech topic, Google just launched Tables, which is like Airtable. They just raised $150 million. I think it's against Monday.com or Trello. So I know some startup guys that use Trello. I haven't experienced it much. Monday.com, obviously, they advertise the crap out of that product inside of YouTube. And so I honor them for that. I don't know how much ROI they're getting for that. Obviously, it's pretty easy to track the amount of ROI you get for your advertising dollars inside of YouTube and Facebook and that sort of thing. It's certainly a heck of a lot easier than to do it. So they This is what I get from this is what I have to live with, basically. Now that I'm dating Dana, I have to live with his wise ass wife. Nah, I keep using this account, so your live may sound like Pornhub. God. Why did I even insist on meeting his wife one day? She's so awesome. I'm psyched, Jim. I'm psyched for you and Gracie to hang out. I think that's going to be great. You guys are like, I don't know. I think you're going to be a good team too. Not as good of a team as Team Mackey, but you know, let's face it. There's only one awesome. There's those who want to be awesome, but there's only one awesome. Yeah, I'm really glad I got rid of the ponytail too. As I was saying, you know, I think I'm right sometimes, and sometimes I think I'm too right. Because if Gracie had said to me, "I really think you should shave off your ponytail," I'd probably been like, "Nah, I'm just gonna keep it," kind of thing. But man, I mean, to be fair, like towards the end, it was kind of like the last few months, or maybe even the last year of it. I was like, "Ah, God, this doesn't look good." I'm one of these guys. I mean, I was basically doing a comb over, but you know, doing the thing. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's very interesting. Vanity is very interesting because I don't know if I actually thought to myself, yeah, I look better doing it this way than I would if I were to shave it off and be bald. Because I think the thing that I was aware of, but also concerned of, is that when I would shave my head, it's not like, oh, let me try this out and then I'll grow it back if it doesn't. No. If I shave this off and I want to grow it back, it's going to grow back gray. And then you can't dye hair that's too short, right? So it's like, then I would be gray. And I did that before. I used to just do like, you know, a buzz cut, like with a number 1 or a number 2 kind of thing, and just leave it the color it was. And it was gray. And I looked old, dude. I looked even older than I looked when I had the ponytail. And I don't look super young right now. I would look younger if I would stop eating cookies and I didn't have such a fat face. But I like cookies, but I like fried chicken better. So actually, I'm probably going to have some fried chicken and sticky rice. Hold on. I wanted to. Oh, okay. Got it. Okay. Yeah. No, it was just Dana replying to Todd saying, oh, yeah, that's cool. Because he sent us a great article. And then Todd, yeah. So I forwarded your article on to Dana, Todd, because it was very interesting and I really appreciate it. So here's the thing about that, Mariano, is I don't know anything about tables. I don't know what Airtable is. I absolutely know what Monday.com is. I've used Trello.com. Interestingly enough, Dana, I was using Trello to track some projects and stuff when I was doing some remote consulting, obviously from San Diego, for Driver for a little bit. I was helping them with an instance, and then I was helping their then CTO potentially migrating away from Kafka and going with the solution that I fully believe in. If you guys have heard of this company that IPO'd recently called Snowflake, they're an analytics company, and they do a really, really good job about taking data that is not basically SQLable. In other words, it's not NoSQL. Because of course, if you don't know NoSQL, it doesn't mean you're not using SQL. It means not only SQL. I mean, you can run other queries against it. But the point is that unstructured data is obviously very difficult to make SQL queries against. And so Snowflake effectively does it very fast, and they do it on the fly, and they do it on demand. So therefore, what they do is they spin up instances like really, really fast, take all of this data, put it into at least a mildly manageable format that normally was completely unmanageable, and then allow you to write standard SQL queries against it. And they return the results very, very fast. And then when you're done with the results, they shut down the instances. So it's a great model that uses technology to get you your solution faster, which I really like. And so anyway, I don't know a whole lot about the solutions. All I know is that Monday.com advertises like crazy. I've never personally used it. I've used Trello. It was okay, but I was glad that I had the free version because I'm like, man, I wouldn't have paid for this thing. So 8 more minutes and we're at 11 hours, guys. So as far as I'm concerned, I can absolutely do this. All I need is another 7,000 baht coming to me from actually, hold on. How much is the GoPro 9? What is it? 18,000 baht? That's all I need. Just PayPal me that. No, guys, I'm totally kidding. I hope you know that. Oh, wow. What does this say? New article coming in from this thing that I subscribe to. And the title is Bezos has a Peloton problem. Oh, God. Peloton is a interesting company with an interesting culture. They make the workout bicycle thingies that you can have in your home. And of course, everyone's like, oh my God, with this lockdown, everyone's going to be staying home. Everyone's going to be buying Peloton. But right. Come on. That's like, oh my God, there's not enough data on how to diet. I can't believe that everyone in the United States is so fat, because it's like as long as a new diet book comes out that's going to give you a solution. Come on, man. Just because Lululemon makes great stretch pants doesn't mean everyone all of a sudden started, oh my God, I'm going to do yoga and get thin. No, it didn't work that way. They had to make extra large, double extra large, triple extra large to basically, deal with the US market. My point is that when I hear something like, oh yeah, Jeff Bezos has some competition with a company that right now, yes, their stock has done really, really well. Come on. The richest man in the world should be concerned about another company. What? Come on. Would you focus? I love these like pseudo clickbait type things that I get from the journalist, my ass. You're a reactionist. You're not a journalist. You're not providing data and fact. You're providing ridiculousness. So I'll potentially click on your article and not read it to my subs, bro. Speaking of which, how close to I'm sure we're not at 2,000, and I have no problem with that. But we were at 18. I think we were at 1803 when we started. I mean, I would have loved to have gotten to 2,000. Yeah, so we're at 1802, right? Which basically means there was a thing that subscribed to my channel that then, this happens all the time, by the way. I get like 2 or 3, I get like 5 steps forward, 2 steps back. And what I have discovered, what happens is that people subscribe to my channel and it adds 1. And then they're not necessarily people subscribing to my channel. They are bots subscribing to my channel that then post on there something like, really hot girls.online. I don't know if you've ever seen those. And of course, I have to sometimes manually remove it. I have to report the channel. I have to do that thing. And then, of course, it does a subtract 1. So good to know, guys. We are 1 less subscriber than when we started. We are lean here at Live My Ass. So I actually was going to be like, I don't know how we're going to get to 2,000. Because again, like I've said, I'm quite confident that one of the reasons that my channel itself doesn't necessarily rank real well, and it could potentially be for the content, and that's fine. But I also know that like when I post stuff as the channel, I absolutely get grayed out because it's got the word ass in it, right? So it's like no, that's bad. Was it like a gateway word to really swearing? I mean, I don't know. I just think it's a ridiculous algorithm query that they basically make, and therefore it removes me from, but that's fine. And I'll tell you why. I love you guys at the Cool Kids table. And as one of you mentioned earlier on, you're like, that's so weird. Like there's not a lot of trolls you rarely see a troll post in my comments because there's nothing here for them. And that's what I really like about having 1,800 subs. I said the same thing when I had 1,700 subs. The Cool Kids table. There's effectively an infinite amount of space at the Cool Kids table, but there starts to be a finite number of chairs, which is usually indicated by the number of thumbs down. Less than 3 minutes, and we are at 11 hours. I kind of like that I exceeded my own expectations, plus the fact I'm going to basically end just a little bit after 7:15. And you got 42 subs? Right on, Dave. I got to check out his channel. I got to. And I know I'm not going to, I say that now, but I know I'm not going to tonight because after this, I'm going to be mildly tired. And, oh, God, I hope I don't have anything going on tomorrow morning. I really hope I can just like chill out tomorrow. Not that this was a challenge. Oh, cool. No, I got nothing going on tomorrow in the sense that all I'm going to do is go meet some buddies around noontime over in Ekamai, and that is just great. I'm going to design my day around a meeting of friends that are seeking spiritual solutions to potentially unsolvable problems. 1 hour later, we all leave and feel better than when we showed up. Why wouldn't I go to that kind of meeting, right? WT screening yesterday gained 45 pounds and blood pressure skyrocketed. The weight is one thing, Brian, but the blood pressure, that's not good. So looking forward to blood and x-rays coming back. Yeah. I'll tell you right now, I've been amazed with the accuracy because, you know, like let's say, for example, you have some medical condition, especially it seems with my friends where it's like mental health, right? And they're like, well, I'm really depressed. Okay, well, take 10 milligrams of this pill because that helps you. Okay. It's like, well, I have a headache. Okay, take 500 milligrams or take 250 milligrams of Tylenol. Well, that didn't help. Okay, take 250 more milligrams. So you get 500 milligrams of Tylenol. Oh, yeah, my headache went away. Okay. It's measurable. It's not an exact science, but it's pretty scientific. Mental health. It's not like, oh, yeah, take 10 milligrams of lithium or 20 minutes. No. But I'll tell you, man, any of the medication that I've taken to lower my blood pressure, it's almost like, Mike, if you take this exact amount, your blood pressure will be 120 over 80. It'll be 117 over 78. And I'm like, how is that even possible? You know, I didn't have high blood pressure. I was potentially at the, what do they call the previous one? Hypertension, right? And my doctor, very simply, he always used to say, and I believe actually it was because potentially it was what either a loved one of his or his father or someone that was he cared about in his life died. He always used to refer to it's a silent killer. Mike, it's a silent killer. It's a silent killer. You should really, I don't really want to get on this medication. When I take it in the first few days, it really, I feel like I have chest pains. It kind of freaks me out. And then after the second or third day, I mean, boom, rock solid, steady, zero side effects. Keeps my blood pressure like totally awesome. I don't even know how much I take. It's like maybe 5-10 milligrams. It's probably 5, something like that. But Brian, I would look, Brian, I think you should lose weight. Yeah, Mike, no kidding. Why? So you can like have some of it for me? Yeah, I've totally gained weight. I'm at like 96 kilos. I really want to be at 90. I also really want to be able to play the piano, but I don't want to take lessons. I really want to lose weight, but I kind of like cookies. So, but I get pretty decent exercise. I walk a lot, obviously. The more I go on vacation, I can tell you right now, going on vacation and hanging out at the beach or whatever, I got back, I was almost 2 kilos lighter, right? So I don't eat a whole lot of cookies when I'm on vacation for some reason. I don't like go out and buy yogurt. I'm just like, okay, well, I'm going to go get Thai food because I'm on vacation and I don't have a big fridge and I don't want to buy a whole lot of, So, I get into bad habits and, the other thing that I do is I get into the mood for American food, Western food. I don't know if it's Western food. I get in the mood for hamburgers and pizza. And I ordered an entire pizza when I was staying at that place on the beach. There is no human in existence that needs to eat an entire pizza. I did not need that entire pizza. I enjoyed that entire pizza. I'm not, but anyway. I do hope you get to a weight that you're comfortable with. I mean, maybe gaining 45 pounds, you're comfortable. But I really encourage you to seek a solution for high blood pressure, my friend. Because I want you to be around and I want to hang out with you in Chiang Mai and eat a big fat steak. How's that for motivation? To do one or the other. Apparently, the hoops that Cambodia is making people jump through now, either that the guy's complaining doing it wrong. Really? I mean, Todd, I mean, it's just the $2,000, right? I mean, you got to put up the $2,000 and you got to do the couple of tests and you got to stay in the hotel. And again, you walk away and they credit you. I think I did the math. I don't know if you did. It wasn't exact or anything, but in my mind, it was like $350, $400 and bam, you're in Cambodia and you're quarantining for a finite amount of time. And then like less than 2 to 3 days later, you're basically walking around and going to the beach, right? So I don't know. Dave says, Brian, I found the magic weight loss program. Just going to I see you for 2.5 months and you can lose 75 pounds. I see you. I get it. You talked it. Yeah. Yeah. I don't recommend, going into intensive care, but I understand how that works. That is, True Digital Park is live on Facebook. That's always interesting. Every now and then I catch one of their streams. So that'll be good. This is all post-COVID. Yeah, I'm sure, dude. Trust me. Yeah, I mean, I've gained weight too, and it's not like I spend a lot of time indoors. I get kind of lazy. Additionally, my chef doesn't live with me right now. So that's a drag. Gracie will send me pictures of what she's either made for breakfast or made for dinner or that sort of thing. And we kind of, that's the way that oh my God, it's 11 hours and 2 minutes. Hey guys, how you doing? My name's Mike from livemyassoff.com. How you doing? I like to talk. And I'm only working half days, which simply means that I'm working for 12 hours. 11 hours, that's not too bad, right? I'm sure people have done longer ones, but anyway, I kind of want to keep going, but I also kind of want to stand up so my butt doesn't fall asleep. And just to apply for the visa now. Oh, I see the hoops that you have to go to apply for the check. Yeah, well, that's interesting that's more, it's more difficult now. That's interesting. Maybe we'll talk about that on the next 11-hour live stream coming to you right here from Bangkok, the city of angels, ladies and gentlemen, the big mango. Should that be how I sign off? Or should I just thank you all one by one? Yeah. Cambodia, better option. Thanks for all the info. Yeah, totally. Brian, and yeah, that's right. I think I connected you guys by email, or maybe I didn't, but nonetheless, you guys are connected, so that's great. I don't think they're offering the business visa under retirement now. In Cambodia, right? Yeah. Well, Todd, I don't think you got a business visa, right? You just got did you get a 1-year multiple entry, or do you get a multiple entry 90-day? And then you can easily roll it into a business visa or a 1-year multiple entry visa once you get there. I think that's the paradigm for Cambodia, but I can't remember. Anyway, all I got to tell you guys is if you feel like you need to get over here and you're like, yeah, but all I can do is go to Cambodia, come to Cambodia and go to the island Koh Rong, R-O-N-G. Those beaches looked awesome that Todd showed me pictures of. That's like totally cool. Alberto, thank you so much, man. Ciao from Milano yourself. Good to see you. Got to go. I honored that you came by. I really, really appreciate it. And you know what, guys? With that, it is at 11 hours, 4 minutes, 57 seconds, 58, 59, and 11 hours and 5 minutes. Bam. I'm going to thank you guys truly from, I don't want to say bottom of my heart. That's kind of weird. I want to thank you as much as I possibly can thank you with my words and tell you that I really, really appreciate you coming by for this. Thank you so much for the love and the warmth and the genuine welcoming and the highs and the high fives and the smiles and everything that you guys provided to Gracie. That really, I really appreciate that. She's important to me. So therefore, if it's something that you guys praise, that's not the right word, welcome, then I really, really appreciate it. Thank you for truly being the ultimate example of the coolest table of all time, which is the Cool Kids table. And it's cool because you guys are here. And it's cool because Aztec welcomes people. It's cool because Brian comes in and out. And the minute Brian shows up, everyone gets really excited that Brian is here. And to let me answer titty porn and say, yeah, I'm sleepy. You know why? Because I worked 11 hours straight. Did Dana? I didn't work at all. It's not work, guys. I do this for fun and for free. I would do it for fun. I do it for fun and for free. The fact that you guys actually throw money at me, I am absolutely honored by that. I love when I go out and buy a smoothie because I'm like, oh, yeah, this is Rupert's smoothie, or yeah, this is Damo's smoothie, or yeah, this is Aztec smoothie, or this is Joseph's smoothie because the guy buys me like 5 smoothies throughout the course of every live stream. So I really appreciate that. I can't wait to take some of the money that you guys give, because the neat thing about you giving me it electronically effectively, right, is then I use my True Wallet and I go buy a smoothie via the little QR code thing from the coconut smoothie guy down the street. He's got a little umbrella. It's got rips in it. He's got these, 2 fake Vitamix generic Vitamix things, and he turns it on and turns it off because the motor's going already. I realize that, and I've only been going to this guy for the last 90 days. So obviously those motors aren't great, but anyway. Oh yeah, thank you for answering. Single entry 90 day can up it to a ER for either 1 or 3 single entry or 6 to 1 year multiple entries. Got it. I knew that you could change it. So that's pretty awesome. 11 hours. Good on you. I mean, Aztec, look, dude, I mean, I know this may sound kind of cheesy, but dude, seriously, I couldn't have done it without you. I mean, you and Todd and King Leeway and Ken and Joseph and obviously Dana and Jib, whose name I prefer because then my mom will actually watch this video. To Dave from Got Alive Thailand, Alberto, thank you so much. Thank you guys for the contributions, the crazy ass contributions that you guys gave to me, the amazing, epic, over the moon, gargantuan contributions you guys gave to the Karen Hill tribe. And again, paypal.me/Bangkok Strange if you guys still want to donate to that. Doodly /PayPal if you guys want to donate to the Live My Ass Off channel. Absolutely unrequired. And I just want to say thank you guys so much for coming by the Cool Kids table. Thank you guys for keeping me sane. Thank you for giving me the energy that I have right now. Trust me, it's not caffeinated. It's all you guys. And thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you for the support. Again, thank you so much for welcoming Gracie to here. With that, at 11 hours and 8 minutes, it's Mike from LiveMyAssOff.com saying, I hope you're living the dream, because if you're not living the dream, there's a high likelihood that you guys have not hung out with all of us for 11 hours before. We're going to do it again. Next time we're going for 12 hours, and I can't wait to hang out with you guys. Talk to you soon. Ciao.